Martial Uncle Han. You're referring to. Mu Peeling faltered upon hearing this and was beginning to stutter a little. That's right, I mentioned him to you once before, Junior Martial Sister Mu. Fellow Daoist Violet Spirit once ventured into this valley with Martial Uncle Han, which is how they were able to map out this safe route, Song Yu replied with a gentle smile. I met fellow Daoist Violet Spirit once several decades ago. She really was an exquisite beauty, even a woman like me was entranced by her beauty. I heard that many prominent male cultivators have pursued her and many intense battles have taken place as they've attempted to compete over her. She's even being referred to by some as the most beautiful female cultivator in the Heavenly South region. However, this woman is rather mysterious and Master seemed to have made her acquaintance very early on, so she's kind of like a close confidant of his. You're going to have to be careful, Sister Mu. Lu Yu giggled in a teasing manner. A faint blush appeared on Mu Peeling's face as she scoffed, what do I have to be careful about? Song Yu adopted a serious expression as she asked, stop teasing Junior Martial Sister Mu, Junior Martial Sister Lu, let's get back to business. Are we going to venture into the inner valley or not? Mu Peeling and Lu Yu's smiles faded and they looked at one another to find their own hesitant expression mirrored in each other's eyes. Senior Martial Sister Song, is the map that this Violet Spirit gave you really a map of the route that Master once took? If that's the case, then we could certainly try it. After all, the illusionary spirit herb is very important for both of our upcoming breakthroughs, and I really don't want to go back empty-handed, Lu Yu said with furrowed brows. Mu Peeling was rather hesitant, but she succumbed to the temptation in the end, and sighed, if we're only searching for the herb close to the entrance of the inner valley, then I can come along as well. Song Yu nodded before extending words of caution. Alright, now that that's settled, it looks like we'll be taking a risk. Let me make this clear in advance, though, we'll only be searching the area within several hundred kilometers of the entrance, and if we still can't find the illusionary spirit herb there, then we'll immediately exit the inner valley. No one is allowed to venture in any further. The pill is important, but not as important as our lives. Of course. If we were to venture deeper into the inner valley, even with a map at our disposal, it would still be akin to suicide for mere core formation cultivators like us. I heard that there are some ancient beasts within the inner valley that even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to face in battle, Lu Yu said with a smile. Those ancient beasts normally lurk within the depths of the inner valley, so we should be fine if we stay near the entrance. Let's not waste any more time with words. We've already spent a lot of time here so we should make haste, Mu Peeling said in a decisive manner. The other two women didn't want to delay any longer either, and the three of them shot forth as streaks of light toward a certain direction. 5 days later, at the border of the inner valley, amid a world of ice and snow, 3 women appeared in the bone-chilling wind. Not far behind them was a massive ice crystal, and they were situated on the very same path that Hanli and Violet Spirit had taken with the other Ghost Spirit sect disciples all those years ago. The 3 women had already conjured up dense light barriers around their bodies, so they didn't have to fear these biting winds. After discussing quietly among themselves for a while, the 3 women rose only several tens of feet above the ground before flying slowly toward the distance, not daring to speed up in the slightest. This realm of ice and snow wasn't very large in area, so it only took the 3 of them less than half a day to fly out of this region, upon an extremely lush mountain appeared before their eyes. The 3 of them were ecstatic upon seeing this, and they split up to search for the herb again. A day and a night later, the 3 women gathered once again on the mountain summit. After looking at one another, wry smiles appeared on all of their faces. There are many spiritual medicines here on the mountain that can't be found in the outer valley, but there are no illusionary spirit herbs here, Lu Yu said in a gloomy voice. Same story on my end. I didn't find the illusionary spirit herb, but I gathered all of the ingredients required for another pill that I'm trying to make. At the very least, I won't be leaving this place completely empty-handed. Mu Peeling didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. It looks like we won't be finding the illusionary spirit herb on this trip. Let's return to the sect. Song Yu heaved a dejected sigh. Let's do another thorough search. Perhaps we might have missed some places. Lu Yu was unwilling to give up. Song Yu shook her head as she said in an implacable voice, let it go. Don't try to force the issue. The inner valley is too dangerous, and even if we only stick to an area near the entrance, accidents could still happen if we stay here for too long. We're leaving right away. A hint of reluctance appeared on Lu Yu's face, and just as she was about to say something, a loud rumbling thunderclap suddenly erupted in the distance. The three women faltered upon hearing this, and they all turned toward that direction in unison. There, they discovered a shadowy mass of dark clouds that were rapidly flying toward them, moving at such an incredible speed that it was expanding in their field of vision at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. The dark clouds were tumbling erratically, and loud thunderclaps were erupting from within, creating a very intimidating sight to behold. The three women were naturally able to identify that something was amiss with that mass of dark clouds, and Song Yu immediately exclaimed, "This is bad. There's something wrong with those clouds. It could be an ancient beast." Thus, the three of them leaped into the air and immediately flew toward the direction they had come in. The rumbling creature within the dark clouds seemed to have caught sight of the three women, and it sped up even further as it hurtled toward them. At the same time, a burst of cold cackle rang out from within. It's not an ancient beast, it appears to be a devil Dao cultivator. Lu Yu's roots lay in the devil Dao herself, so she immediately managed to identify what these dark clouds were upon hearing the cold cackling. Regardless of what it is, it definitely doesn't harbor any benevolence toward us. We can't engage it in a direct battle. At the sight of the approaching dark clouds, Song Yu was starting to get quite flustered. She hurriedly patted the storage pouch hanging from her waist, and a white bead appeared in her hand. She then began to chant something, and the bead swayed before transforming into a ball of white clouds and mist that enshrouded the three of them within. The white cloud then shuddered before flying through the air like a shooting star, traveling at a speed that wasn't inferior to that of the dark clouds behind them. "You dare to use these pitiful tricks against me?" An eerie voice sounded from within the dark clouds before they tumbled and materialized into a massive black hand. The hand disappeared in a flash, transforming into a streak of black light over 100 feet in length. Its speed also increased drastically, and just a few flashes later, it had already gained significantly on the three women. "That's a nascent soul devil cultivator behind us. We have to think of a way to impede him." Song Yu's urgent voice sounded from within the white cloud. "I'll release my spirit insects. Even if I have to sacrifice my centipedes, I'll make sure to stop him in his tracks for now," Lu Yu offered. As soon as her voice fell, 7 or 8 snowy white centipedes that were around half a foot in length shot forth from within the white cloud before throwing themselves at the pursuing black light. "Ha! 6-winged frost centipedes. Ha! If it isn't Lu Yu, you little brat. Are you trying to use these little bugs to hold me off?" The man within the black light began to chortle with amusement. Several thin pitch-black tendrils suddenly shot forth from within the black light, puncturing the bodies of the white centipedes in a flash. Meanwhile, the streak of black light itself simply skirted around the centipedes without any pause or hesitation. The centipedes were completely stationary as they hovered in midair. Only after a short while were they completely engulfed in black flames and were incinerated into nothingness. The 6-winged frost centipedes were somehow completely unable to withstand these peculiar black flames. The three women within the white cloud were horrified upon seeing this. In particular, Lu Yu was extremely stunned. She didn't know who this devil cultivator was, and his voice sounded very unfamiliar to her, but he had somehow managed to glean her identity just from seeing her centipedes. The black streak of light was simply far too fast, and before the three women could think of any strategies to keep it at bay, it was already upon them. It circled through the air before transforming into a massive black hand again, reaching out toward the white cloud without any inhibition. The three women cried out in unison as three swords, a long halberd, and a scepter shot forth from within the white cloud at the same time. Black light flashed over the surface of the massive hand and it grabbed a hold of all of those treasures. When it spread open its fingers again, all of the treasures had disappeared. However, in that split second of delay, the white cloud suddenly exploded and three streaks of light hurtled toward different directions. The three women were splitting up so that at the very least, not all of them would be doomed. However, an incredible sequence of events then unfolded. A large swath of black light suddenly erupted from the massive hand, sweeping toward all three women at once, and dragging them back despite the fact that they were all flying in different directions. Thus, the massive black hand captured all three of them at once. The three women were stunned and horrified, and protective spiritual light was flashing desperately over their bodies as they attempted to free themselves with all their might. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph sounded beside their ears. Bursts of black chi wafted out from the massive hand, spraying the three women directly in the face, upon which all three of them immediately fell unconscious. Only then did the black hand release the three women and transform into a vast expanse of black chi. The black chi then converged toward the center to form a tall and broad humanoid figure. The humanoid figure's entire body was pitch black in color, yet its eyes were shimmering with a harrowing green light. The black figure looked at the three women and cackled. Who would have thought that it would be these three? This is good. If I can capture them, then that man will be even more wary of me. Hee, all three of these women are closely related to you. You probably won't sacrifice yourself to save them, but I'm sure I'll be able to extort you a little. After an indeterminate period of time, Song Yu, who was the most powerful among the three women, awakened first. She looked around to find that she was lying on the cold hard ground with stone pillars that were shimmering with white light all around her. A jolt of shock ran through her heart and she immediately sat up. At the same time, she made a hand seal in an attempt to unleash her protective spiritual light. However, a cry of surprise erupted, and Song Yu slumped to the ground once again. I've already placed a restriction on you, so don't even think about using your magic power. You're now no different from a mortal. A lazy voice suddenly sounded, drawing the horrified gaze of Song Yu. In the corner of a cave, there was a tall and broad shadowy figure sitting with his legs crossed. Due to the fact that he had been sitting completely still, Song Yu had failed to notice him initially. Almost at the exact same moment, she discovered that she was indeed unable to draw upon any of her magic power. It appeared that a powerful restriction really had been placed upon her, and her heart sank upon making this discovery. Who are you? And why have you captured us? Song Yu looked around to discover Mu Piling and Lu Yu lying next to her. Even though they were both unconscious, they appeared to be largely unscathed, and she was very relieved to see this. I didn't think that I would encounter the three of you in the inner valley. You can only blame your terrible luck for running into me, and doing so right at a juncture when the three of you could prove to be useful to me. Martial Ni Song, if the three of you stay here without trying to pull any shenanigans, I won't hurt any of you. However, if you try to escape, then don't blame me for hurting you, the humanoid figure threatened in a cold voice. Song Yu faltered slightly upon hearing this. Martial niece. I don't recall having a senior like you in our sect. You must have the wrong person, senior. It's no surprise that you don't recognize me. All you have to know is that you're my martial niece. How's that little brat, Violet Spirit? The humanoid figure asked. You know Violet Spirit. Who are you? Song Yu yelled with alarm. It's simple for me to show you who I am, the shadowy figure murmured before suddenly rising to his feet and making his way toward Song Yu. After just a few steps, the humanoid figure had emerged from the darkness and revealed himself to Song Yu. He wore a set of long black robes with a skeletal head on his shoulders. There was also a pair of large tusks protruding from his mouth, creating an extremely terrifying sight to behold. Furthermore, the man had an arm exposed, and that arm appeared to have been constructed from shimmering metal, which was also very unsettling. Song Yu repressed the horror and disgust in her heart as she asked, "Who are you? I definitely haven't met you before." "Really? In my current state, it's no surprise that you don't recognize me," the black-robed figure mused calmly. However, a peculiar look suddenly appeared in his eyes as he turned toward Song Yu. As their eyes met, Song Yu was abruptly struck by a sense of familiarity, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. You're... That's impossible," Song Yu exclaimed. "You finally recognized me. Don't be so alarmed, the current me isn't that man yet. However, it won't be long before I'll become him." The black-robed figure chuckled eerily before his body swayed, and he sat down in his original spot with his legs folded, no longer paying any heed to Song Yu. Song Yu's eyes were filled with incredulity and waves of shock were surging through her heart. The figure of a youth appeared in her mind, combining with this black-robed figure, then separating into two again. Could it be that this man really was Martial Uncle Han? But he clearly didn't look like this in the past. Could it be that something happened to him during his journey, so he had been forced to resurrect himself through possession? But that couldn't be the case either. Even though this martial uncle of hers was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, his combat prowess was not inferior to that of late-nascent soul cultivators, so how could he have been reduced to such a pitiful state? Furthermore, even if his body really had been destroyed and his nascent soul was forced to possess a new vessel, why didn't he return to the sect to rest and recover? Why would he hide in this Devil Fall Valley instead, and why would he attack the three of them? What do you mean by that? Song Yu was an extremely intelligent woman, but even her brain was unable to keep up with what was happening. The black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes, and harumphed, "Humph, you two are clearly already awake, so why do you continue to pretend to be unconscious?" Song Yu faltered slightly upon hearing this, and before she had a chance to look beside her with elation, Mu Piling's voice sounded from behind her. "You're not my lord, you're his second nascent soul. How were you able to escape from my lord's control and attain a sentient will of your own? Where is my lord right now?" Her words were extremely peculiar, and from the tone of her voice was filled with concern and horror. "You're right, Junior Martial Sister Mu. This man is indeed the second avatar that Master refined." Lu Yu suddenly chimed in a startled voice. She also wore an incredulous look on her face. Song Yu turned to discover that both of the women beside her had sat up, and Lu Yu had her hand pressed over her face, leaving only her astonished eyes visible. Mu Piling stared intently at the shadowy figure as she said, "I don't know the specifics, but I've heard that my lord cultivated an extremely rare secret technique in our human world that can allow him to materialize a second nascent soul. However, this is an extremely perilous endeavor, and the one using this technique could easily suffer backslash from this second nascent soul after it attains sentient will of its own." Song Yu and Lu Yu both looked at one another upon hearing this. "I'm surprised you were able to recognize me. Oh, I remember now. You're the girl that Silvermoon once mentioned to me. In any case, I don't plan on hiding anything. I was indeed once that man's second nascent soul, but after I engulf his soul, he will be me, and I will be him. The three of you had better stay here and not try to escape. If everything goes smoothly, then I'll release all of you. This is an extremely obscure location in the Inner Valley, and even if that man were to search for you in person, there's no way that he would be able to find this place," the black-robed man willingly admitted. He was none other than Han Li's second nascent soul, which had gone missing during his battle with the illustrious Grand Immortal of the Soaring Tribe. At the time, the nascent soul had been severely wounded by an illustrious Grand Immortal, and it should have been completely destroyed. However, the second nascent soul had cultivated in the profounding devilish chi that Hanli had bestowed upon it, which activated the protective ability of the ghost-sifting banner, which had been injected with myriad depth devilish chi. As such, the nascent soul was sucked into the banner, where pure devilish chi had been injected into it as part of emergency treatment. If Hanli weren't too far away from the nascent soul, once the second nascent soul awakened, it would automatically return to Hanli's side. However, Hanli had also been severely wounded at the time and was forced to seal himself in ice before drifting all the way to the Great Gene. As such, after the second nascent soul was completely healed, it was unable to find Hanli, and began to roam the grasslands. About 2 or 3 decades later, it finally developed a hint of sentient will and immediately returned to the Great Gene. It then traveled to the Devil Fall Valley. Nad easily found the sovereign devil corpse, which was stumbling around in the inner valley like a zombie. Even though the devil corpse had been severely damaged by an ancient devil before, it was able to slowly recover to its former state. However, it was moving around completely instinctively as it had lost Hanli's guidance. If several centuries were to pass, it wouldn't be impossible for the devil corpse to attain sentient will of its own. However, after being discovered by the second nascent soul, it was able to use the restriction that Hanli had used in the past to easily take over the devil corpse and engulf the tiny hint of essence within. This was why the second nascent soul hadn't possessed any other cultivator, and instead headed straight for the Devil Fall Valley. After all, it would be very difficult to possess a nascent soul cultivator's body, and there was a good chance that the roles would be reversed, and the prey would kill the hunter. This devil corpse had the power of a nascent soul cultivator, but it just so happened to not have any sentient will, so it was the ideal possession target. Thus, the second nascent soul sought it out without any hesitation. The nascent soul drew upon the residual devilish chi left behind by the ancient devil's body in the spatial rift, then used the sovereign devil corpse's corpse chi as a foundation, and recruited the assistance of the ghost-sifting banner, allowing it to cultivate most of the profounding devilish chi in just a short few decades. As such, it was able to reach the mid-nascent soul stage. After that, it discovered a few treasures within secret locations in the valley and refined them before preparing to exit the valley, and it just so happened to bump into Mu Peeling's trio. Initially, he didn't know that it was these 3 women that he was hunting down. However, due to the fact that it had cultivated the profounding devilish chi, then been injected with pure devilish chi, and finally engulfed the sovereign devil corpse's essence, the nascent soul had become completely different from Hanli. It was extremely aggressive and vicious, and it immediately attacked these 3 core formation cultivators. On the one hand, killing them would completely eradicate any possibility of them revealing its location to anyone, and on the other hand, it would be a good way to vent its ferocious tendencies. However, after sifting through Hanli's memories, the second nascent soul was able to identify the 3 women, and after a brief hesitation, it changed its mind. Instead of killing them, it captured the 3 women and set up a restriction to detain them here. Mu Peeling was lamenting over her misfortune, but she still mustered up her courage, and asked, "How long do you plan on holding us captive?" The reason why she was able to immediately recognize this second nascent soul was because when Silvermoon had been delivering pills to her, she had also given Mu Peeling a nameless jade pendant, which she had always carried with her since. At the time, Silvermoon had hidden a wisp of the second nascent soul's aura in that jade pendant, thereby allowing the carrier of the pendant to detect the second nascent soul's presence at close quarters. Mu Peeling had always been quite perplexed about why Silvermoon had done that, but she suddenly understood the reason behind this now. She had most likely anticipated that there was a possibility that the second nascent soul would escape from Hanli's control, and she had given her this jade pendant to avoid any potential mishaps. As such, she was able to use this treasure to immediately identify who their captor was. Upon hearing Mu Peeling's question, the black-robed figure glared coldly at her, and replied, "Of course it's when there's only one Hanli left in this world." After making sense of the situation, Songyu had also recomposed herself, and she asked in a calm voice, with Marshall Uncle's abilities and rate of cultivation, do you really think you have a chance? The current me is indeed no match for him, but I have a good chance of being able to escape with my life. Besides, with the three of you held captive, he's going to be a lot more wary, so that gives me even better chances. As for how I'm going to be able to bring him down, that's not something for you three to worry about, the black-robed figure chuckled, yet didn't reveal anything. Then Lu Yu was just about to say something, but the black-robed figure suddenly cut her off. All right, I know what you three are plotting, but don't even think about it. The only scenarios in which you three will be able to escape from here will be when I engulf that man's soul, or he wipes away my sentient will and reduces me to his second nascent soul again. For now, all three of you should just take a long nap. The black-robed figure suddenly made a hand seal and began to chant something. Spiritual light of all colors suddenly began to shimmer on the ground around the three women as large swaths of black chi emerged. Only then did the three of them discover that they were situated at the center of a massive formation. The trio was inundated by black chi, and fell unconscious again. Only then did the black-robed figure sitting in the corner stop his chanting and undid his hand seal. However, there was a complex and indecisive light shimmering in its eyes as it looked at the black chi. A month later, within the Xian Wu Hall of the Great Truth Sect, which is the self-proclaimed #1 righteous sect in the Heavenly South region, there stood an elderly Taoist priest with a set of infantile facial features, yet hair and beard that were completely white. He was staring at the white jade slip in his hand with furrowed brows, and there was an indecisive look shimmering in his eyes. A short while later, he heaved a long sigh and called out, "Come." As soon as his voice fell, two middle-aged Taoist priests walked in from outside the hall. The two Foundation Establishment Taoist priests bowed, and asked, "What can we do for you, sect master?" The Taoist priest handed over the jade slip with a grave expression, and instructed, "Send this invitation to the Golden Iridescent Valley. Tell them that a fourth great cultivator has appeared in the state of Shi, and that the Drifting Clouds sect has extended invitations to their celebratory ceremony. As the Grand Elder, if he's going to attend the ceremony in person or if other seniors will attending in his stead." The two Taoist priests' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this before both of them said in a respectful manner, "Yes, sect master. We'll be sure to deliver the message." The two of them then took the jade slip and left the hall as two streaks of light. At the Heavenly Yang Pond, a renowned restricted area of the Harmonious Bond sect. This was not a very large pond, only several thousand feet in size. However, the pond was enshrouded under dense mist all year round, and no one was allowed to enter the mist without permission, even the nascent soul stage elders of the sect. Normally, there would be barely any people around in a radius of 10 kilometers around the Heavenly Yang Pond. However, at this moment, there were 5 or 6 cultivators standing side by side over 100 feet away from the mist. All of them wore different attire, and there were both men and women among them, but the one thing they had in common was that all of them were looking at the mist before them in silence. The fourth great cultivator, that Han Bratschur is progressing quite fast in his cultivation. I knew that he would get to this point sooner or later, but I didn't think that he would ascend to the heights in just a century. Seeing as this is the case, it looks like I'll have to attend this celebratory ceremony in person. A faint sigh sounded from within the mist. The cultivators outside the mist continued to stand rooted to the spot, and none of them dared to say anything in response. On a certain island among the 7 spirit islands, there was an azure-robed elderly man with a set of plain features standing at the edge of a cliff. His hands were clasped behind his back and he had cast his gaze out calmly across the boundless ocean. However, in one of his hands was a white jade slip that was shimmering with faint spiritual light. Within a pavilion on the state of Bailiang's gem-cut mountains, there was a man with a set of refined features sitting across from a portly elderly man, both of whom were seated in wooden chairs. The elderly man wore a careful expression as he asked, "Senior Wu, will you be attending the Drifting Cloud sect's celebratory ceremony in person? That man has reached the late nascent soul stage at such a young age, and with his remaining lifespan, he'll be able to stand at the pinnacle of the heavenly south region for 7 to 8 more centuries. If we re-establish good relations with him, then our 6 sects have nothing to worry about. What do you suggest, Marshal Nisley? You've taken over the sect, so you want to invite that man back to your valley? The man asked in an indifferent voice. You're misunderstanding me, Senior. With his current lofty status, how would be willing to return to our measly Yellow Maple Valley? However, he does have some ties with our valley, and if we can strengthen those bonds, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to our 6 sections. The man was silent for a moment before saying expressionlessly, don't expect me to be able to contribute to this matter. I was once rather close with Junior Marshal Sister Nangong, but I've never contacted her again ever since she left with that man. However, I'll be representing the Masked Moon sect to attend this ceremony. It would be great if you'd be willing to make the trip in person, Senior Wu. The elderly man was ecstatic to hear this. It's no wonder that your Yellow Maple Valley is so nervous about this man. Ever since fellow Daoist Linghu passed away, no other nascent soul cultivator had appeared in your valley. If it weren't for the fact that fellow Daoist Linghu once made an agreement with this man and notified our 5 sects about it, your Yellow Maple Valley would have most likely been banished from the stage of Bailiang already, the man chuckled. I apologize for our incompetence, Senior. An awkward look appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this. Within a span of 2 months, the entire Heavenly South region had erupted into a frenzy. All of the cultivation sects of decent scale in the entirety of the Heavenly South region had received the invitation sent out by the Drifting Cloud sect. They were claiming that one of their elders had reached the late nascent soul stage, and they were holding a grand ceremony to celebrate this event, which was why these invitations had been sent out. It wasn't made clear on the invitation which elder they were referring to, but Hanli had established himself long ago as the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region beneath the late nascent soul stage, so it wasn't difficult to guess that Hanli had to have been the elder in question. Thus, all of the sects were in a state of uproar. Some of the sects were completely overawed and immediately agreed to attend the ceremony. Some of the larger sects were rather suspicious about the authenticity of this news, but they also all agreed to send at least an elder to attend the ceremony. Thus, Han Li's name shook the entire Heavenly South region once again. Regardless of whether one was an itinerant cultivator who had been dwelling in seclusion for many years or a member of a prominent cultivation sect, it was extremely likely that they had heard Han Li's name at one point or another. Everyone was discussing spiritedly about the 4th great cultivator of the Heavenly South region, who had ascended to the late nascent soul stage at such a young age. Thus, 3 months passed, and the Drifting Cloud sect ceremony was held. There were over 100 nascent soul cultivators in attendance, and several times that number in core formation cultivators who had also arrived at the Dream Cloud Mountains. The star of the show, Han Li, only appeared for a short while on the first day of the ceremony and delivered a simple address before inviting the dozen or so elders from all of the sects, who were at the mid-nascent soul stage or above, to a smaller gathering in an obscure hall within the Drifting Cloud sect. Among them, there were 2 late nascent soul great cultivators, namely Old Devil Concord of the Harmonious Bond sect, and Wei Wuya of the Flowing Mind sect. After 3 days and 3 nights, all of these nascent soul cultivators finally re-emerged from the hall, all of them with horrified expressions on their pale faces. Wei Wuya and Old Devil Concord were also quite disheartened and wore strained expressions on their faces. Some of the cultivators present at the ceremony naturally noticed this, and tried to inquire about what had happened during their gathering. However, the nascent soul cultivators being questioned either remained silent with wry smiles on their faces, or shook their heads with fearful expressions, or completely ignored the questions being directed toward them in general. That made all of the cultivators even more curious. The ceremony lasted half a month, during which time Han Li made no further appearances. To everyone's surprise, the dozen or so most powerful nascent soul cultivators present took no offense to this whatsoever, and as soon as the ceremony came to a conclusion, all of them fled the Drifting Clouds sect as if they were escaping from something extremely fearsome. Thus, all of the remaining cultivators were even more curious about what had taken place in that obscure hole. What could have possibly petrified so many powerful nascent soul cultivators to such an extent? Even though none of the nascent soul cultivators in question were willing to disclose any information to those who had attended the ceremony, all of them had a few close friends and relatives whom they revealed the situation to. Thus, the news that everyone had been dying to hear was leaked in the end anyway. However, the contents of the news shook the entire Heavenly South region again. It was revealed that this new great cultivator of the Drifting Clouds sect had challenged Wei Wuya and Old Devil Concord to a sparring match during the small gathering. This was quite a normal request. After all, this Elder Han had just reached the late nascent soul stage, so he was taking this opportunity to test out his abilities as well as to intimidate all of the other mid-nascent soul cultivators. However, what came as a surprise to everyone was that he had challenged both Wei Wuya and Old Devil Concord at once. Furthermore, the result of the sparring match had everyone even more flabbergasted. Han Li unleashed several incredible techniques and summoned a few absurdly powerful treasures to easily defeat the two great cultivators. Wei Wuya and Old Devil Concord had stood at the pinnacle of the Heavenly South region for several hundred years, yet even after joining forces, they were still swept aside with ease by Han Li, and both of them had sustained some injuries during the sparring match. What was even more astonishing to everyone who had witnessed the match was that Han Li didn't even appear to have unleashed all of the tricks up his sleeve. All of the nascent soul cultivators were completely speechless. During the remaining time, Han Li held a discussion with all of the nascent soul cultivators about cultivation experiences and insights. However, all of them felt as if they were sitting on a bed of nails the entire time, and the last thing they wanted to was to remain in Han Li's presence for any longer. Thus, all of them fled the obscure hall at the conclusion of the 3 days, looking as if they had just seen a ghost. This astonishing news spread like wildfire, and it was naturally the case that most people didn't believe this to be true. However, the news continued to spread, and all of the nascent soul cultivators who had been present during the sparring match chose to remain silent, and not even a single one of them stepped forward to refute these claims. Only then did everyone realize that this news could indeed be true, and the entire Heavenly South region was completely stunned. Thereafter, anyone who discussed any topic concerning Han Li spoke in hushed tones, regardless of where they were and to whom they were speaking, and they didn't dare to extend any disrespect toward Han Li with their words. Thus, Han Li's reputation as the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region slowly began to spread. In the air above the sea close to the 7 Spirit Islands, a middle-aged Taoist priest with pristine and translucent skin was facing an azure-robed elderly man from afar. Both of them wore dark expressions and remained completely silent. After a long while, the azure-robed elderly man stirred as he broke the silence. "Why have you suddenly come here and invited me to this place through voice transmission, Brother Sunreach? You're not here to challenge me to a staring contest, are you? If you have something to say, then just say it." This azure-robed elderly man was none other than one of the 3 great cultivators, Wei Wuya. "Brother Wei, why are you asking a question that you already know the answer to? Can you not guess why I would invite you to meet me out here?" the middle-aged Taoist priest asked calmly. "Hee, looks like even you can't sit still any longer after hearing the news, Brother Sunreach." A hint of a deriding sneer appeared on Wei Wuya's face. A grave expression appeared on the Taoist priest's face as he asked, "Does that mean the rumors are true? You and Old Devil Concord really did fall to a disadvantage against that man?" Wei Wuya's eyes narrowed as he asked, "We fell to a disadvantage? Even you think that to be true? What do you mean? Could it be that you and Concord really were unable to defeat that Han brat?" Master Sunreach exclaimed. "You think far too highly of me, Brother Sunreach. Even after we joined forces, we were only able to last a short while before both of us were completely crushed, Wei Wuya replied with a wooden expression. That's impossible. No matter how powerful that Han Brat is, he's still just a new late nascent soul cultivator. It would already be extraordinary if his combat prowess were slightly superior to one of ours. How could it be the case that both of you combined were unable to defeat him? Master Sunreach shook his head vehemently, refusing to believe this. A fearful look flashed through Wei Wuya's eye as he said, I take no pleasure in admitting mine and Concord's inability to match a new great cultivator. Do you think there's any reason for me to lie to you? Also, you can laugh at me all you want, but I'm not afraid to tell you that this man is unfathomably powerful. On the surface, it appeared that we suffered a close defeat, but he hadn't even used his full power yet. I could sense that if he wanted to, he could have killed Concord and myself right there and then. Master Sunreach was completely rooted to the spot upon hearing that. Of course, if you don't believe me, you're free to head to the Drifting Clouds sect and challenge him for yourself. Hee, you came all this way here from the Great Truth sect, so I suppose that must be what you're planning to do already. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wei Wuya's face. Master Sunreach's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't refute that assumption, indicating that Wei Wuya had indeed been right. If I were you, I would save myself the humiliation. In any case, I'm about to reach the end of my lifespan anyway, so no matter how powerful that Han Brat is, it doesn't matter to me. However, you and Old Devil Concord will most likely be around for many more years, so I'd advise you not to get on that man's bad side, Wei Wuya said calmly. What? You're about to reach the end of your lifespan, Brother Wei. Master Sunreach faltered slightly before a shocked expression appeared on his face. Indeed. I reached the late nascent soul stage over 200 years earlier than you two did, so it's only natural that I'll be passing on ahead of you two. It'll probably happen sometime during the next few years. You and Concord still have some time and perhaps there's a chance for you two to reach the deity transformation stage. A slightly dejected look appeared on Wei Wuya's face. Brother Wei, you. Master Sunreach wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say, and a complex expression appeared on his face. Regardless of how powerful we become, everything will come to an end as long as we haven't attained the Great Tao. Brother Sunreach, you and I have known each other for many years, and I'd advise you to listen to me one last time. Do not get involved in the affairs in the Heavenly South region. Just focus on your own cultivation and think about nothing else. Don't become like me, a silly old man who can only await the embrace of death. After I pass away, even if you were to join forces with Old Devil Concord, you still wouldn't be a match for that Han Brat. In that case, you may as well relinquish the title of the #1 sect in the Heavenly South region and completely bury the hatchet. In any case, it's only normal for a sect to have periods of prosperity punctuated by less glamorous stretches. If you do that, I'm sure that Han Brat won't insist on hunting down you and Old Devil Concord. You'll be able to then focus wholeheartedly on reaching the deity transformation stage, Wei Wuya urged. Thank you for your advice, Brother Wei, I'll be sure to consider it carefully. If it really did become as powerful as you proclaimed it would, I wouldn't be able to handle it with my current power level anyway. The small child faltered upon hearing this before a suspicious look appeared in his eyes. In terms of cultivation base, this human cultivator was nothing to him. However, he knew that this man was not the kind of person to so graciously accept the underdelivery of a promise to him. The small child stared at Hanli for a short while before deciding to take the initiative. If you have some conditions, then state them. I can consider doing you a favor or two to make up for this error in judgment. Seeing as you've already made the offer, I have no choice but to accept, Hanli replied with a smile. The small child rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Hanli patted his storage pouch and a burst of azure light erupted from within. After the light receded, a few strange objects had appeared before Hanli. There was a fist-sized clump of transparent gluey substance, 3 shiny black crystals, one of which was big while the other 2 were smaller, a black and white bead, and pitch-black thumb-sized eyeball. Hanli pointed at these items, and said, "These materials are all items that I've obtained by chance, but I'm unable to identify how they can be applied in practical usage. You're from a higher realm, so you must be more knowledgeable and experienced than I am. I was hoping that you could provide me with some guidance." "Ha! Where did you get these materials?" "The other ones aren't really all that noteworthy, but these 2 are quite rare even in the spirit realm." A hint of surprise appeared on the small child's face as he feigned a grabbing motion, upon which 2 objects immediately flew toward him. Hanli turned to discover that the endless sky beast's attention had been drawn to the transparent substance and that inky black eyeball. "Do you recognize what they are? Please tell me how you obtained these 2 items first, fellow Daoist Han." The small child turned to Hanli with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "I found one of them in a fire cauldron that had been burning for an indefinite number of years, while the other one is the 3rd eye of a 3-eyed demon beast," Hanli replied. "That makes sense, it's exactly as I thought, then." The small child nodded as if he had expected that response. He picked up the ball of transparent substance first, and introduced, "This thing from that fire cauldron is known as the fire spirit threads, and they're an exceptional material for refining fire attribute armor, which are quite rare even in the spirit realm. Its true form is an even rarer form of Een-type ore, and if it were to be constantly heated by scorching flames and melted as a result, it would form this type of substance. Fire spirit threads." Hanli looked at the transparent substance in the small child's hands, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. This was the first time that he had ever heard of this substance, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't appear to be in a thread-like form at all. A hesitant look then appeared on the small child's face as he said, "This is not the fire spirit thread's final form. It's going to require a cultivator who specializes in fire attribute cultivation arts to refine this substance into strands before it reaches that stage. Hee, that's something that's going to be beyond you. Fire spirit threads are a rare treasure in itself, and it can either be used as a material or refined directly into weapons. If you were to refine them into weapons, their powers wouldn't be inferior to that of the average flying sword. However, what's rather strange is that this type of fire spirit threads should be faint blue in color, yet your one here is semi-transparent. It seems to be a little different from how I remember it to be." A thought occurred to Hanli, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "Oh, I see. How long would it normally take for this kind of substance to form over flames?" "The reason why this material is quite rare is precisely because it takes a long time to form. At a minimum, it'll take over 100 years, and at most, it can even take up to several centuries. Normally speaking, the longer this process, the smaller the material's mass will become, but it'll also increase in purity," the small child explained. "I see." A flash of enlightenment appeared in Hanli's eyes. "What is it? Have you thought of something?" The small child looked at Hanli with a curious expression. "Nothing much. Tell me about the other thing." Hanli smiled and didn't reveal anything as he turned his attention to that eyeball. The small child's expression darkened slightly, but he decided not to pry any further into the matter in the end. Instead, he cast his gaze toward the black eyeball and said, "This eyeball is an extraordinary treasure and even I'm quite drawn to it. It's a pity that only my avatar had descended into this world and this treasure's attributes aren't right for me either. If I were to cultivate it, the benefits I would derive would be limited, yet it could damage my spiritual sense. Is this eyeball really such a big deal?" Hanli faltered upon hearing the small child's words, and a skeptical look appeared on his face. Back when he had slain that 3-eyed demon beast, he had felt that this eyeball was indeed rather special. However, He didn't think that it was anywhere near as important a treasure as the endless sky beast was proclaiming it to be. You don't know anything. You've heard about heavenly true spirits like dragons and cheelants, right? Of course I've heard of them. Those heavenly spirit beasts have long ceased to exist in our human world, but there have been many stories passed down about them. Does this eyeball have something to do with them? Hanli was very surprised to hear this. The small child explained with a serious expression, "No, but it's close enough. This is the third eye of the Sea beast, the sworn enemies of the dragons, and this eye is the vastly renowned Law Destruction Eye in our spirit realm. This beast has 3 heads and 5 tails, and there's only one eye on its central head, which is the Law Destruction Eye. It's said that the Sea beast will never open this eye on normal occasions, but once it does, it'll be able to directly tear open space and slay enemies through the powers of the eye alone. Of course, this eye on its own won't be quite that powerful. However, if it were to be cultivated using some kind of secret technique, it can be used to unleash some strange abilities. It can be used to directly attack the enemy and see through the majority of illusionary techniques. Even movement and teleportation techniques can't escape the tracking abilities of this eye. This is why some cultivators who specialize in techniques like the Heaven's Eye technique regard this eyeball as a revered treasure and would go to great lengths to try and obtain it. Hanli drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. He stared blankly at the eyeball in the small child's hand and was momentarily at a loss for words. If this was the true Law Destruction Eye of a Sea beast, then its value wouldn't be far off from the Golden Jade Tome. However, this Law Destruction Eye doesn't appear to be very pure. Looks like the 3-eyed demon beast that you killed wasn't a true Sea beast, but was only a spirit beast that inherited a part of the Sea beast's bloodline. Also, it appears that you extracted the eyeball before it had a chance to grow into full maturity. I don't know whether to congratulate you on your luck or lament your loss, the small child sighed with a shake of his head. What do you mean by that? Hanli asked. It's very simple. If this were the eyeball of a mature Sea beast, then it would naturally be impossible for someone of your cultivation base to cultivate the Law Destruction Eye. However, seeing as it's not a fully mature eye, you can give it a try, but the Law Destruction Eye that you attain from cultivating this eye won't be anywhere near as powerful. Also, this eye isn't the eye of a true Sea beast, so the abilities that you'll attain from cultivating it will also be slightly different from those of the true Law Destruction Eye, the small child explained in a serious manner. So you're saying that the abilities of this eye will be far inferior compared to those of the Law Destruction Eye? Hanli asked. Normally speaking, that would be the case, but this is not without exceptions. I recall that the Scorching Heaven Demon King of the Spirit Realm's 9 Spirit Mountains seemed to have inherited part of a fire cheelant's bloodline, but the true fire abilities he attained were quite fearsome even to a true fire cheelant. However, these cases are extremely rare, but if I recall correctly, you seem to be planning on sneaking over to the spirit realm through a spatial node. In that case, you're going to have to cultivate this Law Destruction Eye. A hint of a smile appeared on the small child's face. Why's that? Hanli raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had inquired the Endless Sky Beast about spatial nodes a long time ago, but unfortunately, it was also the beast's first time descending into the human world, so it knew a very minimal amount on this topic. However, it was suddenly bringing up this subject again, and Hanli found that to be rather perplexing. The Sea beast can't forcibly travel through spatial rifts to other realms like the heaven-roaming Kuan Peng or a Luo Mian beast can, but it possesses abilities that can weaken the boundary between realms. As to how much the boundary would be weakened, that would naturally depend on the power of this eye, the small child replied calmly. Does this eye really have that kind of ability? Hanli was truly tempted now. Once you cultivate this eye, you'll naturally know whether it can grant you that ability or not. Why would I lie to you? The small child chuckled. Hanli fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The small child merely smiled and continued to examine the two objects in his hands while Hanli mulled over the issue. When Hanli raised his head again, he had already managed to compose himself, and he asked, setting these two items aside for now, do you recognize the other two materials? It appeared that he had completely cast the matter about the law destruction eye to the back of his mind. A hint of surprise flashed through the small child's eyes upon seeing this, but he still replied nonchalantly, those 3 crystals are dream separation crystals. They're a little noteworthy, but can only be used to refine disposable treasures that can unleash illusionary techniques on only one occasion, so it's not very useful to normal cultivators like us. However, I've heard of a heavenly illusion sect in the spirit realm that once offered astronomical prices to purchase these crystals, but quickly repealed this order for some unknown reason. As for whether this crystal can serve some other purpose, that's beyond me. After all, these crystals are quite rare and as a result, their uses aren't very well documented. As for that black and white demon core, I cannot identify it at all. However, its attributes seem to be very special. Would you be able to describe the appearance of the demon core that it belonged to? That demon beast's appearance as very strange. Hanli's brows furrowed as he recalled that demon beast, which had the appearance of a pile of rotten flesh, that he had slain in the lake within the Devil Fall Valley. After hearing Hanli's description, the small child thought to himself for a while before finally shaking his head. I've never heard of any demon beast like it. I can only assume that it's some type of mutant demon beast. However, from your description, it appears that the demon beast wasn't very powerful, so its demon core most likely won't be very useful either, the small child analyzed. But this demon beast's ability to conceal its aura is very interesting. Perhaps this demon core can be used for tool refinement purposes, Hanli mused. He feigned a grabbing motion and the black and white demon core immediately flew into his hand. After rotating over his palm for a while, wisps of black and white chi began to emanate from it, but there was a clear separation between the two types of chi, creating quite a stark contrast. The small child turned his gaze to Hanli, and hesitated momentarily before offering, "How about this? As compensation for my error in judgment with regard to your thunderstorm wings, I can provide you with the methods to refine the fire spirit threads and law destruction eye. However, whether you'd like to refine these two items and whether you can succeed in doing so is completely up to you." "Alright, we'll do as you say." Hanli accepted the offer without any hesitation, as if he had been waiting for the small child to make that offer all along. The small child faltered momentarily upon seeing this, and a slightly gloomy expression appeared on his face as his body swayed and disappeared. The two objects in his hands naturally fell toward the ground. However, Hanli reached out and grabbed the transparent substance and the black eyeball before they could fall very far. Almost at the exact same moment, the endless sky beast began to transmit its voice to him, and the contents of the voice transmission were none other than the refinement methods for these two items. Hanli's heart stirred and he immediately sat down with his eyes closed, paying close attention to the voice transmission. Half a day later, several Foundation establishment stage stewards were gathered within a pavilion at the foot of a mountain within the Drifting Clouds sect. They were sorting through a pile of materials in a storage pouch when a streak of red light suddenly flew into the pavilion. The red light circled through the air before landing in the hand of one of the blue-robed cultivators. The red light transformed into a ball of flames, from within which a jade slip and a badge came falling out. The blue-robed steward caught the two items and upon closer inspection of the badge, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly reached both hands into the fireball. Moments later, the fireball disappeared amid a loud explosion, yet the blue-robed cultivator's expression only became more grave. He looked at the badge, then at the bewildered expressions on the faces of the other stewards, and a wry smile appeared on his face as he said, it's a voice transmission talisman from the Grand Elder commanding us to gather all of the materials stipulated in the jade slip within 3 days. From the sounds of it, it appears that the Grand Elder is going to be using these materials for tool refinement purposes, and they seem to be rather uncommon. Senior Marshal Brothers, it looks like we'll have to drop everything for now and fulfill the Grand Elder's orders first. All of the other cultivators were startled to hear this. If this is an order from the Grand Elder, then we'll naturally have to prioritize it. Check the list of materials in the jade slip, and if we have them, bring them out of our storage unit right away. If not, immediately head to the Ancient Sword Sect and 100 Possibilities Pavilion to see if they have them. In particular, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivators are very proficient in tool refinement, so they should have any materials that we're missing. This must be rather urgent, or the Grand Elder wouldn't be giving us only 3 days to gather everything, an elderly man in grey robes instructed in a decisive manner. The other cultivators all nodded emphatically in response. After delegating some duties among themselves, the Foundation establishment stewards all leaped onto their treasures and flew out of the pavilion, hurrying away to gather the materials detailed in the jade slip. 3 days later, the blue-robed cultivator arrived at the interconnected peaks with a bulging storage pouch filled with the required materials, but was naturally kept out by the restriction around the peaks. This Foundation establishment disciple released a voice transmission talisman before waiting on the spot, holding the storage pouch in both hands in a respectful manner. After roughly 10 minutes had passed, the mist that had been manifested from the restrictions suddenly began to tumble and surge, immediately following which a burst of azure light shot forth from within. Spiritual light flashed, and the storage pouch in the blue-robed cultivator's hands was swept away. The blue-robed cultivator's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he hurriedly bowed several times toward the mist before flying away atop his treasure. Peace and tranquility resumed over the interconnected peaks, as if nothing had ever happened. In his cave abode, Hanli stowed away his humanoid puppet before using his spiritual sense to assess the contents of the storage pouch in his hand. A short while later, a content expression appeared on Hanli's face as he murmured to himself, "Not bad, they really did manage to get everything. Looks like these sect stewards are quite capable. You're the Grand Elder of the Drifting Clouds sect, so they naturally wouldn't dare to delay in executing your orders. I'm rather surprised that you asked them to bring you the materials required to refine the fire spirit threads as well, though. You have to remember that you're not using a fire attribute cultivation art." The small child's figure surfaced again, and he turned to Hanli with a perplexed look. "I'm naturally aware of that. However, I have something that can refine the fire spirit threads in my stead, even though I don't have much fire attribute spiritual power within my body. This thing originates from the treasure that gave rise to the fire spirit threads, so it's very appropriate that I'm using it to refine the fire spirit threads now," Hanli replied calmly as he patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, upon which a small red cauldron flew out from within before hovering in front of him. The small child's eyes narrowed as he examined the fire cauldron, and he didn't say anything, but he nodded slightly to himself. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face as he tipped over the storage pouch in his hand. The fire immediately rose by several feet, and at the same time, a rumbling cry rang out from within the cauldron, in response to which Hanli's expression remained extremely serious and focused. 2 months later, a streak of azure light flew directly toward the main peak of the Drifting Clouds sect. The azure light disappeared in a flash as it landed in front of the large hall at the foot of the mountain, upon which Hanli's figure was revealed. The dozen or so Drifting Clouds sect disciples guarding the hall were immediately overawed to be in Hanli's presence, and all of them rushed forward to extend respectful bows. However, Hanli merely waved his hand and raised a leg, upon which he completely disappeared from the spot, reappearing in the next instant within the hall. The disciples were naturally startled upon seeing this, and they all turned their attention toward the interior of the hall. They could see that Hanli had clearly only taken a few steps, yet he had already disappeared from the corridor following a few flashes. The disciples were stunned to see this, and their awe and veneration for this grand elder grew even further. When Hanlik appeared within the hall, Lu Luo was already there, and he was pacing back and forth with an urgent look on his face. "You've finally come out of seclusion, Junior Marshal Brother Han. Looks like you've received the voice transmission talisman I sent out as well." At the sight of Hanli, a joyful expression replaced the urgent one on Lu Luo's face. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and his body swayed as he appeared in front of a wooden chair, sinking down into it calmly as he said, "The voice transmission talisman tells me that Marshal Ni Song and the others have disappeared in the Devil Fall Valley. This is quite suspicious and it involves Peeling and that in-named disciple of mine as well, so I naturally had to come and ask you for some details. This incident is indeed quite suspicious. It's been half a year since Marital Ni Song and the others have traveled to the Devilfully Valley, and they definitely should have returned to the sect by now. However, according to the disciples I sent out to search for them, there are only cultivators who have seen the three of them enter the valley, but none who saw them emerge from there. There were also some cultivators who encountered them in the outer valley, but they disappeared from the Devil Fall Valley soon after that. I suspect that the three of them may have..." Lu Luo's voice suddenly cut off here. Could it be that the three of them have ventured into the inner valley and encountered some sort of dangerous situation or were trapped somewhere? Han Li finished the sentence for him. As he did so, his expression remained very calm and it was impossible to glean his thoughts. "That's exactly what I was thinking. The inner valley of the Devil Fall Valley is still very dangerous, but you're a great cultivator now, and you've explored the inner valley once before, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to search for them in there, right?" Lu Luo asked in a rather hesitant manner. "The spatial rifts in the Devil Fall Valley's inner valley don't pose much of a threat to me, and as long as I don't venture into any of the extremely dangerous locations, I should be fine. I've recently concluded my tool refinement anyway, so I'll make a trip there," Han Li replied without any hesitation. "That would be best. I'll leave it to you, then, Junior Marshal Brother. However, keep in mind that you're the Grand Elder of the sect now. The prosperity of our sect rests on your shoulders, so your safety is the #1 priority," Lu Luo cautioned with a serious expression. "Rest assured, Senior Marshal Brother Lu. There should be no one in the Heavenly South region who's capable of harming me, and I'll also do my best to stay out of harm's way," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile, but his thoughts had strayed to the sovereign devil corpse that he had lost many years ago in the Devil Fall Valley. Could it be that this devil corpse had something to do with the trio's disappearance? That thought abruptly occurred to Han Li for no reason whatsoever. Even though he was feeling rather perplexed, Han Li's expression remained quite calm and he only left in an unhurried manner after chatting with Lu Luo for a while longer. 2 days later, Han Li visited Nangong Wan in the restricted area before leaving the Drifting Clouds sect on his own and heading for the Devil Fall Valley. Over a month later, 3 streaks of light were flying extremely quickly through the air over the Chang province in the state of Dongyu. All of a sudden, they circled around an unknown mountain before landing to reveal 3 brawny men. The 3 of them were all very tall and broad with 2 flying crosses of different colors strapped to each of their shoulders. Their physical appearances were also very similar, and they appeared to be triplets. Meanwhile, there were 3 other cultivators already waiting on the summit of the mountain. One of them was an elderly man, another was a middle-aged scholar, and the final one was a young man with a smile on his face. I hope you didn't wait too long, Brother Ho. My brothers and I had some business to take care of on the way here, so please don't blame us for our tardiness." "Are those 2 disciples of your sect as well?" The eldest among the 3 brawny men laughed heartily as he turned toward the elderly. However, as he swept his gaze across the young man and the middle-aged scholar, a hint of befuddlement flashed through his eyes. He discovered that both the elderly man and the middle-aged scholar were standing on either side of the young man with respectful expressions on their faces. Even after the elderly man heard his greeting, he only responded with a subdued smile, and didn't dare to strike up a conversation with the three of them. This naturally came as quite a surprise to the three brawny men. They swept their spiritual sense toward the young man, and waves of shock surged through their hearts as they discovered that the young man's body was seemingly made from illusionary mist, rendering their efforts to ascertain his cultivation base completely ineffective. The three men's expressions changed drastically upon making this discovery. Brilliant azure light erupted from Han Li's body and he shot forth into the distance, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Only after the streak of azure light had disappeared into the distance did one of the brawny men heave a long sigh, and he asked with an incredulous look on his face, "Brother Ho, is that really the new great cultivator from your sect, Senior Han Li?" That man was indeed none other than Martial Uncle Han. The three of you are very fortunate to have been able to meet him. Martial Uncle Han has become an extremely renowned figure in the heavenly South region, yet he very rarely appears before our sect disciples, and even I've only met him on a handful of occasions, the elderly man said with a wry smile. Indeed. Martial Uncle Han doesn't interact much with the disciples of our sect. It's been several decades since I reached the core formation stage, and I've only seen him once from afar during the recently concluded ceremony. If it weren't for the sake of our senior martial sisters this time, the Grand Elder would have most likely continued to stay in his cave abode, the scholar chimed in with a faint sigh. One of the brawny men faltered slightly before a grim expression appeared on his face as he said, "So that means that the three female disciples in question really have disappeared in the Devil Fall Valley." My brothers and I heard some rumors about this recently, but we thought that they were fabricated stories. With things as they are now, there's no point in hiding anything. My three junior martial sisters really do appear to be in some trouble, the elderly man sighed. But all three of them are core formation cultivators, how could they have disappeared like this? Could it be that they ventured into the inner valley? The brawny man was very surprised to hear this. That's most likely the case. It would be best if they were merely trapped somewhere in the inner valley. In that case, Martial Uncle Han would definitely be able to save them, the scholar mused with a concerned look on his face. Could it be that these three female disciples have some kind of special relationship with Senior Han? Otherwise, from the sounds of it, Senior Han doesn't seem to be the type of person to willingly get involved in these matters, the brawny man speculated. I heard that Senior Martial Sister Song has known Martial Uncle Han for a long time. However, I think the main factor behind Martial Uncle Han's decision to enter the Devil Fall Valley is the other two Senior Martial Sisters. I hear that Senior Martial Sister Lu is one of Senior Han's in-name disciples, and that Senior Martial Sister Mu Peeling was once Martial Uncle Han's servant. Now that all three of them have disappeared at the same time, Martial Uncle Han naturally can't just stand by and watch, the elderly man revealed with a smile. The three brawny men were all enlightened upon hearing this. As these core formation cultivators were discussing among themselves, Han Li was already traveling rapidly toward the Devil Fall Valley. He was holding a white jade badge with a contemplative look on his face as he flew through the air. All of a sudden, the tender voice of a child sounded beside his ear. "Fellow Daoist Han, are you concerned about your disciple and your servant, or are you fretting over your inability to glean the contents of this half-page of the Golden Jade Tome?" Han Li glanced at one of his sleeves before replying calmly, "The three of them have most likely entered the Devil Fall Valley's inner valley, and as long as nothing has happened to them, it shouldn't be too difficult to save them. As for the beveled silver text that you taught me, are you sure there aren't some things that you've neglected to mention? How could the contents in this half-page be so difficult to decipher? After all this time, I've only managed to confirm one thing, which is that the page does indeed contain a talisman refinement method, but everything else is far too profound." That's only to be expected. After all, this half-page contains a talisman refinement method left behind by an immortal. If a human world cultivator like you could glean its contents so easily, then I'd be very skeptical toward the authenticity of this half-page. Furthermore, you've only got half of a page to reference, so it's naturally going to be even more difficult to comprehend its contents, the small child chuckled. You're right. I'll re-explore this half-page another time. Hanli nodded as they stowed the jade badge away. After a brief silence, the small child calmly asked, Fellow Daoist Han, I've already taught you the beveled silver text, and bestowed upon you the refinement methods for the fire spirit threads and the law destruction eye. Isn't it time for you to deliver on your promise to help me transcend my metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation? Rest assured, fellow Daoist Endless Sky, I never go back on my word. Once I've taken care of this matter, I'll find an obscure location and help you succeed in reaching the metamorphosis stage, Hanli replied. Good, that's all I needed to hear. The small child seemed to be very satisfied with Hanli's answer, and it immediately fell silent thereafter. Hanli also remained silent as he flew through the air at full speed, disappearing from view after just several flashes. Half a day later, at the entrance to the Devil Fall Valley, the teleportation formation that the Ghost Spirit sect erected still stood. However, there was a thick layer of dust over it, indicating that it hadn't been used for many years. That made sense, seeing as most of the restrictions and countless spatial rifts around the outskirts of the Devil Fall Valley had disappeared, and even the outermost layer of restrictions barely existed anymore. Anyone with a cultivation base at the core formation stage or above could easily access the valley through the brittle patches of the restriction, and they wouldn't even have to enter through the designated entrance. As such, the teleportation formation that the Ghost Spirit sect was made completely redundant. Of course, the entrance to the Devil Fall Valley was still a place that most cultivators accessed when entering the Devil Fall Valley. After all, this was a path that had been trodden by countless cultivators, so it was naturally a far safer path than any alternatives. However, there were currently 5 or 6 cultivators standing near the teleportation formation, all of whom wore different attire, and they seemed to be discussing something. They were all core formation cultivators, and one of them was even a late core formation cultivator. All of them seemed to be preparing to enter the valley together through the entrance. All of a sudden, the sound of something whizzing through the air rang out in the distance, and the group of cultivators was all startled by this sound as they hurriedly turned toward that direction. There, they discovered a streak of azure light flashing rapidly through the air. When they tried to get a closer look, the azure light suddenly flashed and disappeared. Their expressions changed drastically, and they unleashed their spiritual sense when the same sound erupted just over 100 feet away from them. Azure light flashed right in front of their eyes before disappearing into the valley. Even with so many core formation cultivators present, not a single one of them had been able to catch a clear glimpse of what had just flown past them. All of them looked at one another, only to find their own astonishment mirrored in everyone else's eyes. That streak of azure light was naturally none other than Hanli in full flight. He had no time to waste with a few core formation cultivators, and sped directly into the Devil Fall Valley, heading straight toward the spot that the man from the Golden Sea sect had annotated on the jade slip. If he recalled correctly, that spot seemed to not be far away from the place through which he had entered the inner valley on the previous occasion with Violet Spirit and the other Ghost Spirit sect cultivators. Furthermore, Song Yu was good friends with Violet Spirit, so it only made sense that she would know about that place. With that in mind, there wasn't much else for Hanli to consider as he headed toward that direction. Most of the spatial rifts in the outer valley had disappeared, so Hanli was virtually able to fly at his full speed. At this rate, it took him only over half a day to reach the massive ice rift through which one could access the inner valley. The streak of azure light revolved through the air before Hanli flew into the ice rift expressionlessly. Several hours later, Hanli finally emerged from the ice rift, but he immediately withdrew the azure light around him and hovered in mid-air amid the bone-chilling winds. Within the inner valley, his spiritual sense was still quite significantly restricted, so it would be very difficult for him to search through the air with his spiritual sense alone. After contemplating the situation for a short while, Han Li patted the spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist. The sound of loud buzzing immediately rang out as countless gold-devouring beetles swarmed out of the pouch, forming a cloud of golden beetles that revolved in the air above his head. He rapidly made a series of hand seals and cast several incantation seals into the swarm of beetles in the quick succession. He then sat onto the ground with his legs folded and slowly closed his eyes. The cloud of golden beetles split up of their own accord, transforming into countless golden flowers that shot forth in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Han Li had divided his spiritual sense into countless strands to search for the three women. Given that the three women were only at the core formation stage, and none of them were rash individuals, Han Li's thought process was that even if they had ventured into the inner valley, they wouldn't have gone very far into its depths. As such, he was only searching through a relatively small area initially. After failing to discover any leads within that area, Han Li flew several tens of kilometers further into the inner valley before releasing his gold-devouring beetles again. As such, Han Li was naturally able to easily discover some traces left behind by the three women on the mountain where the three women had been searching for illusionary spirit herbs. Upon making this discovery through the use of the gold-devouring beetles, Han Li was ecstatic and he immediately headed over to that place in person for a closer inspection. As a result, he discovered some signs to verify that the three women had indeed entered the inner valley, and that they had stayed on this mountain for a substantial period of time. However, when he expanded the scope of his search again, there were no further leads to be discovered. In the end, Han Li returned to the summit of the mountain and fell into deep thought. After a period of contemplation, he suddenly let loose a long cry and all of the gold-devouring beetles in a radius of several tens of kilometers came flying back toward him before they were stored away into his spirit beast pouch again. However, Han Li then immediately pulled out another pouch, from within which 12 snowy white centipedes flew out. They were none other than his 6-winged frost centipedes. Han Li made a hand seal and the 12 centipedes dispersed at his behest, transforming into 12 gusts of glacial wind that disappeared in different directions in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Han Li remained rooted to the spot. After an indeterminate period of time, Han Li stirred as he transformed into a streak of azure light and flew back in the direction that he had come from. A short while later, he discovered a snowy white centipede circling over a certain spot in the air, uttering a low screeching sound as it did so. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately flew over to the snowy white centipede. He looked down toward the ground, only to discover a long and thin black object down below. This object was lying in a patch of grass, making it appear as if it were a completely nondescript black branch, so it was no wonder that his gold-devouring beetles hadn't discovered it earlier. Han Li's brows furrowed as he raised a hand, and the branch-like object was sucked into his hand. He inspected the object carefully, upon which his expression changed minutely. This wasn't some branch, it was clearly a small section of a feeler. With that in mind, it appeared that the devil corpse hadn't been subdued by the second nascent soul, it had to have been possessed instead. Countless thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind as he placed himself in the second nascent soul's shoes, and the truth was soon made apparent to him. He stroked his chin and heaved a long sigh. Right at this moment, the remaining centipedes all flew toward him from different directions, and it didn't appear as if they had discovered anything. Han Li wasn't very surprised to see this. The reason why he withdrew the gold-devouring beetles and released the 12 6-winged frost centipedes instead was naturally because Lu Yu was carrying 6-winged frost centipede with her as well. Even though her spirit insects were of a far inferior grade compared to his own, it was possible to find the three women through a connection between the spirit insects. However, seeing as the perpetrator here was most likely his second nascent soul, it would definitely have taken measures to prevent this method from working. Han Li stowed away the centipedes and contemplated the situation in silence with a dark expression on his face. It appears I'll have to use that method to track them. I attained this secret technique after it went missing, so there's no way for it to take measures against this technique. It's just that I'm going to have to expend some blood essence now, Hanli murmured to himself reluctantly, seemingly rather unwilling to resort to this method. However, he still patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist in the end, upon which a white jade plate and a small crimson flag appeared in his hands at the same time. He tossed the two items into the air and they flew upward as two streaks of light, one white and one red, before hovering in front of him. Hanli then opened his mouth and a ball of azure light enshrouded the formation plate. He then slid a finger over the wrist of his other arm, inflicting a thin gash following a flash of azure light. A few drops of blood essence then flowed out of the gash on his wrist. Hanli blew on the drops of blood essence, and they immediately disappeared into the white jade plate. Hanli then pointed a finger toward the small crimson flag, and it flew directly above the formation plate at his behest. The flag then tremored slightly before transforming into a ball of crimson mist that enshrouded the jade plate within. Hanli began to chant something, and the jade plate also began to glow with a crimson light, following which bursts of crimson mist materialized from his blood essence began to emerge. The crimson mist then merged to form a single cloud of blood mist in the air. At this point, Hanli suddenly let loose a low cry and azure light flashed from his eyes as he pointed a finger toward the jade plate. Brilliant crimson light immediately radiated from the jade plate, giving it the appearance of a crimson full moon, and in just a few flashes, it had absorbed all of the blood mist wafting around it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hanli let loose a low cry as he stabbed his finger toward the jade plate again. A pillar of green light then shot forth from his fingertip before disappearing into the center of the jade plate in a flash. A loud ringing sound rang out from the blood moon and it began to tremor violently, as if it were going to rise into the air and flying away. The light in Hanli's eyes dimmed slightly as a wry smile appeared on his face. This is the first time I'm using the blood moon spirit-seeking secret technique from the Great Development Treasure scriptures. I wonder if it's actually going to be as effective as the scriptures proclaim it to be. Only one way to find out, I guess. If it weren't for the fact that I kept a few drops of Mu Peeling's blood essence when I was setting up the spirit restriction in her, I wouldn't even be able to unleash this secret technique, Hanli murmured to himself as he swallowed a pill before sitting down on the spot with his legs crossed. When Hanli opened his eyes again an hour later, he was back to his prime condition. He immediately cast an incantation seal toward the jade plate, upon which the blood moon transformed into a piercing streak of crimson light as it flew into the distance. Hanli's body swayed and his body also transformed into an azure streak of light, flying behind the crimson light in hot pursuit. Within the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light had completely disappeared from view. The crimson ball of light flew along at an even pace, and Hanli also followed closely behind it. After flying for close to half a day, Hanli was led by the crimson ball of light into an extremely barren and secluded basin. A burst of scorching heat immediately came rushing toward him. Hanli's expression changed slightly, and he discovered that everything within the basin was either black or red. On the outskirts of the basin were spherical black rocks, while a crimson lake of lava was situated at its center. The scorching temperatures emanating from the lava lake was making even the air above the basin shimmer and warp, creating a rather twisted and ethereal scene to behold. The ball of crimson light was revolving in the air above the lava lake, emitting a sharp screeching sound at the same time, looking as if it wanted to descend, but it didn't dare to do so. Hanli stroked his chin and looked at the lava down below as a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Hee, it really does know how to find good hiding places. If it weren't for the guidance of the secret technique, I really wouldn't have been able to find this place. However, now that I know this is where they are, some lava isn't going to be able to stop me. Hanli raised a hand, and the crimson ball of light immediately whizzed through the air toward him before landing obediently in the center of his palm. Hanli raised his other then, and a spluttering sound erupted as purple flames instantly surfaced along his entire arm, quickly encompassing his whole body. Thus, a massive purple fireball came tumbling down directly from above. The fireball that Hanli had transformed into was able to completely disregard the scorching crimson lava down below, landing with a loud thump before disappearing into the lava lake. A massive splash erupted over the surface of the lake, but it soon reverted back to its peaceful and tranquil state, as if nothing had ever happened. At this point, Hanli had already reached a depth of over 100 feet down into the lava, and he continued to descend even further. Even though he had been completely submerged in lava, his purple apex flames, which were a glacial flame, were able to easily keep the scorching temperatures at bay. After diving down for over 2,000 feet, Hanli finally reached the lake bed, and his feet landed on the ground, which was lined with solid black rocks. He looked around and was unable to see anything aside from vast expanses of crimson in all directions. Hanli's brows furrowed as he injected his spiritual power into his eyes, upon which a blue light flashed within the depths of his pupils. He had unleashed his bright sight spirit eyes. After surveying his surroundings once again, Hanli raised the crimson jade plate in his hand. The jade plate swayed before rattling incessantly toward a certain direction, as if it were attempting to break free from his grasp. Hanli immediately flew toward that direction, and after flying for a certain distance, the jade plate suddenly stopped rattling, abruptly plummeting downward instead. Hanli was able to react in time and caught the jade plate again. Only then was he able to prevent it from escaping the protective cocoon formed by the purple flames. At the same time, he also cast his gaze directly below himself. His expression changed slightly as he raised a hand, upon which a piercing burst of golden light shot forth, heading directly toward the lake bed. Following a resounding boom, a massive rift around 70 to 80 feet in length was sliced into the seemingly normal lake bed. Blue light immediately radiated from within the rift, warding off all of the scorching lava. There was a light barrier restriction beneath this lake bed. Hanli was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he immediately dove toward the light barrier without any hesitation. The blue light barrier clearly wasn't an extremely sophisticated restriction, as his purple apex flames were able to easily burn a large hole of around 10 feet in diameter into its surface. Hanli immediately flashed through that hole and appeared on the other side of the light barrier. The blue light barrier immediately sealed over, keeping the lava at bay again. Hanli paid this no heed as he began to survey his surroundings again. At this moment, he found himself in a secret underground tunnel. The ground and all of the walls were extremely bumpy and uneven, making it appear as if it were a naturally forming tunnel rather than one that had been artificially created. Hanli immediately tossed out his jade plate again. The jade plate revolved in the air before transforming into a crimson moon again and hurtling deeper into the tunnel. Hanli rose up into the air expressionlessly and followed closely behind the blood moon. After flying for around 2 to 3 kilometers, the tunnel began to gradually slope upward. After advancing for a further 1,000 feet or so, Hanli finally saw light up ahead, indicating that he had arrived at the exit. The blood moon immediately flew toward the light without any hesitation. However, Hanli wore a rather wary expression as he flapped his sleeve soundlessly to summon a ball of 3-colored flames. However, the black mist seemingly possessed intelligence as it converged to form a dozen or so black snakes of different sizes in the blink of an eye. The snakes circled around Hanli in a menacing manner, wanting to throw themselves at him, but not daring to do so. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the triflame fan in his hand disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the arcs of lightning that had surfaced over his body became even more dazzling. He swept his sleeves through the air and 2 golden lightning WIRMs shot forth, tearing through the black snakes with ease and reducing them to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The 2 lightning WIRMs then continued their assault, sweeping through the surrounding black mist with reckless abandon. Amid a series of rumbling booms, the black mist was completely eradicated, and Hanli was able to access the formation without any further impediment. After taking just cursory glance at this formation, Han Li could already tell that this was merely an extremely simple illusionary formation. It appeared that the three women's magic power must have been restricted. Otherwise, a formation of this caliber was nowhere near sufficient to trap three core formation cultivators. With that in mind, Han Li immediately flicked his 10 fingers toward the formation in quick succession. A dozen or so bursts of golden sword chi struck the formation almost with complete synchronicity. The formation was immediately destroyed as a result. Almost at the exact same moment, within the myriad depth devilish abyss on the 7 spirit islands, a tall and broad shadowy humanoid figure abruptly opened its eyes. The humanoid figure was seated on the platform that Han Li had used many years ago, and its entire body was enshrouded under devilish chi as an extremely surprised look surfaced on its face. It suddenly thrust its hand into its sleeve, and a blue bead immediately appeared over his palm. However, there was a clear crack running right down the center of the bead's smooth surface. Impossible! The restriction was broken. How did that man manage to find that palace so quickly? If I were in his shoes, would be completely powerless to do anything, the humanoid figure murmured in a coarse voice that was tinged with incredulity and a hint of dejection. So be it. I wasn't counting on those three to do much for me anyway. However, I can't stay in this place for much longer. I have to complete this process of injecting devilish chi into my body, then find another obscure location to cultivate in, the humanoid figure murmured to itself before closing its eyes again, seemingly having managed to quickly compose itself. At this moment, Han Li had already pulled out a green jade vial from his storage pouch and poured 3 fragrant pills out onto his palm. He fed the 3 women a pill each before standing silently off to the side with his hands clasped behind his back. Only roughly 10 minutes had passed before Song Yu awakened first. Looks like your cultivation base has improved quite significantly, Marshal Ni Song. You managed to wake up sooner than I expected. Before she had completely regained her consciousness, a familiar male voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Song Yu shuddered as she immediately came to her senses. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that she saw was Han Li appraising her with a hint of a smile on his face. Marshal Uncle Han. Wait, no, are you really Marshal Uncle Han? Song Yu exclaimed. Hee, you're pretty alert, aren't you, Marshal Ni Song? I had to go through quite a bit of trouble to find this place. As for whether I'm the real Han Li or not, do you think I'm an imposter? Han Li chuckled calmly. So you really are Marshal Uncle Han? Song Yu was still slightly conflicted. She was around 70% sure that this was indeed the real Han Li, but she still didn't dare to completely trust her judgment. Han Li smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he merely waved a hand toward Song Yu. A dozen of silver needles suddenly shot forth from various locations all over Song Yu's body, and the needles all flew into Han Li's grasp. Almost at the exact same moment, Song Yu could feel the magic power in her body resume free circulation. An ecstatic expression immediately appeared on her face. Right at this moment, Mu Piling and Lu Yu also woke up one after the other. They were also startled by the sight of Han Li. However, Mu Piling was able to immediately verify Han Li's identity through the use of the restriction in her spiritual sense, and she hurriedly rose to her feet before extending an elated curtsy toward Han Li. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu and Song Yu were convinced that this was the real Han Li, and they also rose to their feet to extend respectful curtsies. Was it my missing second nascent soul who captured the 3 of you? Han Li asked. Master, have you already encountered the nascent soul? Lu Yu blurted out upon hearing this. If I'd encountered it already, would I still be asking you this question? Han Li said in a calm voice as he also extracted the silver needles from Lu Yu and Mu Piling's bodies. Han Li's were rather perplexing to Mu Piling's trio. If he hadn't encountered the black-robed figure from before, then how was he able to immediately identify the second nascent soul as the culprit? In the end, Lu Yu repressed her confusion, and replied, "The one who captured us was indeed your missing second nascent soul, master. Also, the nascent soul has possessed a body and possesses a mid-nascent soul stage cultivation base." A reminiscent look appeared on her face as she spoke. "It possessed a body. Tell me what that body looks like." Han Li seemed to have been intrigued upon hearing this. At this point, the two golden lightning WIRMs had already cleared out the surrounding black mist, and they shot forth through the air before disappearing into Han Li's body. The three women were stunned by Han Li's proficient mastery in manipulating lightning. At their core formation stage cultivation bases, they were already able to manifest their techniques into different forms. However, they were far from being able to manipulate those techniques as if it were second nature, as was clearly the case with Han Li. After calming her emotions, Lu Yu began to describe the physical appearance of the black-robed figure. Han Li only had to listen for a brief while to determine that the second nascent soul really had possessed that sovereign devil corpse. His expression remained calm, but he was feeling grave internally. If it weren't for the Blood Moon spirit-seeking technique that he had mastered from the Great Development Treasure scriptures, it really would have been very difficult for him to find Mu Peeling's trio. This second nascent soul knew him extremely well, so he definitely couldn't allow it to remain on the loose. Otherwise, it would surely come back to bite him someday. With that in mind, after hearing Lu Yu's description, he immediately instructed, "The three of you, leave this place right away and return to the sect. Seeing as this second nascent soul has already returned to the Heavenly South region, I'm definitely going to have to capture it. I have to search carefully through this inner valley, and it's best if I did that alone. Martial Uncle Han, that nascent soul's cultivation base is not inferior to yours. You should recruit some more assistants before you attempt to capture it. Otherwise..." "Ha! Martial Uncle Han, your cultivation base." Song Yu had unconsciously swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li, and her expression immediately changed drastically upon hearing Song Yu's startled voice. Mu Peeling and Lu Yu also assessed Han Li's cultivation base with their spiritual sense, upon which they were also naturally given a massive surprise. Only after a long while did Mu Peeling manage to somewhat recover from her shock, and she asked with an incredulous expression, "My lord, you're already a great cultivator now. I forgot that the three of you aren't yet aware of this. My great cultivator's celebratory ceremony was held half a year ago, and I'm already the grand elder of the sect now, so taking care of a mid-nascent soul, second nascent soul won't be an issue for me," Han Li explained with a faint smile. The three women were naturally ecstatic upon hearing this, and they immediately offered their congratulatory words. Han Li accepted their congratulations with a smile before urging them to leave again. On this occasion, neither of the three female cultivators had any objections. After extending a final curtsy to Han Li, all three of them were on their way. A short while later, 3 streaks of light shot forth from within the lava lake and departed from the inner valley. Meanwhile, Han Li remained within the cave and decided to wait here for a few days. This was such an obscure location, so if the second nascent soul was only temporarily away to do something, it would definitely return soon. Otherwise, it had to be residing elsewhere within the valley or had left the Devil Fall Valley altogether. In the end, Han Li waited in the cave for 7 days, but the wood spirit nascent didn't return. Thus, he decided to conclude this waiting game and left the cave. He then released all of the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles in his spirit beast pouch to scour through the entirety of the inner valley. He was unable to find the second nascent soul through his efforts, yet he was able to discover many ancient treasures left behind by cultivators of the distant past. Even though these treasures were completely useless to him and couldn't even compare to a spirit treasure replica like his Triflame fan, they would still be considered to be very rare in a place like the Heavenly South region. However, Han Li couldn't bring himself to feel any joy over these discoveries. He had discovered traces of the second nascent soul's activity during this process, and many of the cave abodes left behind by ancient cultivators were already completely empty, having clearly been looted recently. Hanli could now confirm that the second nascent soul had most likely departed from the inner valley with those treasures. This was quite a troublesome prospect for him. However, upon careful contemplation, he discovered that the second nascent soul wasn't actually completely untraceable. The second nascent soul's ultimate objective was to devour his soul and take over his body, so it would clearly be fixated on improving its cultivation base until it became more powerful than Hanli. According to the descriptions provided by the three women, after possessing the sovereign devil corpse, the second nascent soul had been specializing in cultivating the profound Yin arts. If it wanted to cultivate the profound Yin devilish qi to its maximal extent, it could use a shortcut like performing a blood sacrifice to drastically improve its cultivation base. However, this method was not without its side effects. In most cases, anyone who dabbled in such sinister secret techniques would experience the progression in their cultivation base tapering off following this initial spurt, then find them unable to progress altogether. As such, the method described in the profound Yin arts during which one injected devilish qi into their body to enhance cultivation progress was the best option for the second nascent soul. Using such a method to forcibly inject devilish qi into one's body could allow a devil cultivator to break through bottlenecks in an extremely short time, thereby significantly enhancing their cultivation base. However, this method also had accompanying repercussions. At best, the cultivator's body and appearance would be altered by the devilish qi through a process known as devilification, and at worst, one could completely lose their sanity and be reduced to a half-human, half-devil abomination of a creature. As such, this was an extremely perilous method to employ for normal cultivators. However, this risk didn't apply to the second nascent soul. It had possessed a devil corpse and it knew the cultivation methods stipulated in the Great Development Technique, thereby allowing it to be able to much more effectively resist the repercussions that employing the method may have on its sanity. Thus, the risk involved was significantly minimized. Back when the second nascent soul had left him, it was still only at the early nascent soul stage, yet it had already progressed to the mid-nascent soul stage in such a short time. Unless it had stumbled upon some other miraculous opportunity, it may have already employed this method. This Devil Fall Valley was the place where the ancient devil had emerged from countless years ago, so it wouldn't be a surprise at all if some places had residual devilish qi. Hanli sat and meditated on the summit of a certain mountain for a day and a night, constantly considering the second nascent soul situation and attempting to predict its next step. In the end, he really was able to strike the nail on the head. The myriad depth devilish abyss. Hanli abruptly opened his eyes as he murmured to himself in a cold voice. Azure light then erupted over his body as he shot forth into the distance. 2 days later, Hanli had already departed from the Devil Fall Valley and was heading toward the 7 Spirit Islands at an incredible speed. According to the profound Yin arts, it would take around a year to complete the elementary stage of the process during which one injected devilish qi into their body. He didn't want to get there too late and have the second nascent soul escape in advance. Almost at the exact same time, the black-robed figure within the myriad depth devilish abyss realized that Hanli may have predicted its whereabouts. However, it was at a crucial juncture in its cultivation and was unable to leave the myriad depth devilish abyss. Furthermore, due to the fact that the nascent soul was afraid of its location being leaked, it had concealed itself throughout the entire journey from the Devil Fall Valley to the myriad depth devilish abyss, interacting with no cultivators along the way. As such, it had missed out on hearing an extremely important piece of information, and was still unaware of the fact that Hanli had reached the late nascent soul stage. It was no surprise that the nascent soul had neglected to consider this possibility. After all, even Hanli himself had thought that it would take him at least 200 to 300 years to progress to the late nascent soul stage when he had traveled to the Great Gene. The second nascent soul had clearly failed to predict that Hanli would suddenly miraculously advance to the late nascent soul stage. As such, it was still calculating Han Li's speed based on what it would expect from a mid-nascent soul cultivator. According to its estimations, even if Han Li managed to immediately identify that it was in the myriad depth devilish abyss, it would still take him 2 months to get to this place. Meanwhile, it was already at the final stage of injecting devilish qi into its body, and it would only take just over a month for it to complete the process. As such, the nascent soul was feeling very uneasy, but it still decided to take a risk and remain in the myriad depth devilish abyss. After all, if it were to fail on this occasion, it would be extremely difficult for it to return to the myriad depth devilish abyss now that Han Li was aware of its plan. Thus, the nascent soul had arrived at its final decision. It was going to remain in the myriad depth devilish abyss for 1.5 months. By that point, regardless of whether it had succeeded or not, it was going to immediately depart from the abyss. With half a month as a buffer, it would ensure that it would escape before Han Li's arrival. With that in mind, the nascent soul managed to calm itself down and continued to absorb devilish qi into its body. The yellow-robed man's face immediately paled after Han Li identified him, and he stuttered unsteadily, "I wasn't aware of your true identity during our previous encounter, so please forgive me if I offended you in any way, Grand Elder Han." The core formation stage woman was quite surprised to see this. This senior martial brother Kuei of hers was normally a very smooth talker, so why was it that he had been reduced to such a stuttering mess? Furthermore, it sounded as if he had been acquainted with the Grand Elder since a long time ago. The woman's heart was filled with confusion, but she didn't dare to ask any questions. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face. "It's not your fault. I concealed my cultivation base back then for my own purposes, so I certainly don't plan to blame you for anything. However, I really am rather surprised that you were able to progress to the core formation stage. How are your other martial brothers doing?" This yellow-robed cultivator was none other than Kuei Huan, the Drifting Cloud sect cultivator who had invited Han Li to hunt for snowcloud foxes with him many years ago. The aptitude of his spiritual roots was very average, yet he had managed to progress all the way from the qi condensation stage to the core formation stage. As such, Han Li was naturally quite surprised to see this. Han Li clearly recalled everything that had happened all those years ago, and a wry smile appeared on Kuei Huan's face upon seeing this as he replied, "Senior Martial Brother Wang and the others weren't as lucky as I am. They were unable to even progress to the foundation establishment stage, and passed away many years ago." "I see. Their aptitude was quite mediocre, so it's no surprise that they were unable to progress to the foundation establishment stage. Looks like you encountered some brilliant opportunities, martial nephew Kuei," Han Li sighed. "Over 100 years ago, I unintentionally consumed an unknown spirit herb, and my cultivation base progressed at a phenomenal rate thereafter," Kuei Huan explained with a slightly sheepish smile. "Hee, you're quite a lucky man, martial nephew Kuei. However, I'm not here to catch up and reminisce about old times today. I have some questions to ask you all." Han Li suddenly adopted a serious expression. "We'll be sure to tell you everything we know, Grand Elder Han," the woman replied obediently. Even if Han Li wasn't the Grand Elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, he was still the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, so he had to be treated with the utmost respect. "I just wanted as if any of you have noticed any abnormalities with the Devilish Abyss seal on the 7 Spirit Islands," Han Li inquired. The woman faltered momentarily before replying, "The seal. It seems to be fine. Our patrol teams from the 7 islands guard the seal in shifts, and no abnormalities have been reported to us." "What do you mean by this, Martial Uncle Han?" Han Li's brows furrowed upon hearing this. "The seal is guarded in shifts. Doesn't that mean you won't know if something's amiss when patrol teams from other islands are on duty?" Han asked with a dark expression. Kuei Huan and the woman glanced at each other, and the former could only muster up his courage as he admitted, unless the other islands go to the trouble of reporting these matters to us. I'm afraid that this is indeed the case." However, to their surprise, Hanley wasn't enraged upon hearing this. Instead, a hint of light flashed through his eyes as he suddenly patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, producing a set of formation plates and formation flags of different colors. "Take 36 disciples with you and head to the entrance of the abyss straight away, then set up this malevolent heavenly formation. I'm going to be making a trip to the abyss. If anything tries to come out, make sure to trap it with this formation. I don't expect you to kill it, just make sure it doesn't get away," Hanley instructed calmly. A chill ran down Hanley's spine. The crimson eyes down below were filled with violence and brutality, and they were not the eyes of a normal human being. Instead, those eyes belonged to a crazed and bloodthirsty wild beast. Hanley was still wondering whether the crazed being down below was the target for his trip when the thunderous roar came to an abrupt halt, and the black figure down below swayed before disappearing into the surround devilish chi. Hanley's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he merely drew a silver shield from within his sleeve in a calm and unhurried manner. The shield then transformed into a silver light barrier that enshrouded his entire body within. Just as he had set up those defensive measures, the devilish chi behind him suddenly began to surge as a hirsute black devilish arm shot forth like lightning, crashing straight into the light barrier. A thunderous boom erupted, and the devilish claws embedded themselves over a half a foot into the silver light barrier. Hanley felt the barrier of light around him tremor violently as a burst of immense force came sweeping toward him. His expression changed slightly, and only after striding forward 2 small steps was he able to absorb the force of this fearsome impact. At the same time, he waved a hand through the air and a golden sword that was several feet in length appeared. He wrapped his fingers firmly around the hilt of the sword before lashing out rapidly behind him without even turning his head. Golden light flashed, and half of a hirsute arm was severed by the golden sword. The black figure roared as it stumbled backward a few steps before righting itself. However, it continued to glower at Hanley with crazed ferocity in its crimson eyes. Hanley turned around and examined the black figure before heaving a faint sigh. "So it really is you. It appears you failed in your attempt to inject devilish chi into your body, and have lost your sanity from devilification." The black figure was only around 100 feet away from him, so he was naturally able to catch a clear glimpse of it. The devilish creature bore a strong resemblance to Hanley's sovereign devil corpse, but most of its black robes had been torn away, revealing large swaths for long corpse fur. There were also inky black fist-sized scales that had grown over some of his vital regions, and those scales were shimmering with a sinister light amid the darkness. The skull-like face of the sovereign devil corpse had been enshrouded under a thin layer of black chi, and he could indistinctly make out a set of extremely twisted features beyond the veil of devilish chi. Not a single drop of blood was dripping from the devil corpse's severed arm, and it appeared that it had no blood within its body at all. It was emitting a low snarl from its mouth and staring intently at the golden sword in Hanley's hand, but it didn't charge toward Hanley again. Hanley's powerful sword strike had planted the seed of wariness in its heart. Hence, even though it wanted nothing better than to tear Hanley into shreds with its bare hands, its self-preservation instincts were preventing it from attacking. There was a storage pouch hanging from its waist, but it appeared to have completely lost its intelligence due to its devilification, to the extent that it didn't even have the mental capacity to summon weapons to use in battle. It turned out that even though the devilish chi in the myriad-depth devilish abyss wasn't as potent as that which was sealed within the Kanwa mountain, its degree of devilification was still far beyond the second nascent soul's anticipation. Furthermore, the second nascent soul had predicted that Hanley would be arriving at the abyss soon, and in its urgency, it increased the influx of devilish chi into its body during the final stage of its cultivation. The second nascent soul did indeed possess the great development technique, yet it was too busy cultivating the profound arts, and had only reached the second layer of the great development technique. As such, even though its spiritual sense was more powerful than other cultivators of the same cultivation base, it was still quite a stretch to expect it to be able to withstand the prolonged influx of devilish qi. As a result, the devil corpse was able to withstand the devilification process, yet the nascent soul was unable to do so and succumbed in the end, thereby losing its sanity and intelligence. At this point, the devil corpse was nothing but a half-devil creature that was ruled over solely by its instincts and propensity for slaughter. It was not that much superior compared to a demon beast that yet to attain intelligence. Hanli carefully examined his opponent, and was finally able to verify that it had indeed lost all of its intelligence. He heaved a long sigh of relief upon making his observation, but at the same time, he found this development to be rather amusing. He had regarded the second nascent soul to be an extremely powerful enemy, and had flown for a consecutive month without rest to get here, only to be faced with such a farcical scenario, one that left him rather speechless. However, it would undoubtedly be a lot easier to subdue such a buffoon of an opponent, and capturing it should be a piece of cake. With that in mind, Hanli immediately lifted his hand without any hesitation, raising the triflame fan high in the air. Seeing as his opponent had lost all of its intelligence, there was no need for him to hold back. All he had to do was forcibly incinerate its body with his triflame fan. Without a body, his second nascent soul would naturally be forced to surrender. Just as three colored flames were appearing over the surface of the triflame fan, the devil corpse suddenly let loose an almighty roar. Gusts of devilish wind were swept up around it, following which extremely pure devilish qi abruptly converged toward its severed arm before rapidly taking shape. An incredible scene then unfolded. The devil corpse's severed arm was completely healed in the blink of an eye, and it was as if Hanli had never even struck it. Instantaneous regeneration. Hanli faltered upon seeing this, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he injected even more spiritual power into his triflame fan. Instantaneous regeneration was a rare ability, but he had killed more than one or two demon beasts with that inherent ability. As long as he could completely destroy its body with overwhelming power, there would be nothing left for it to regenerate. A sharp cry rang out as a fire raven that was several feet in size flew out from the fan. There were three colored runes revolving around its body as it hurtled directly toward the devil corpse. In the face of these devastating three-colored flames, all of the surrounding devilish qi was instantly reduced to nothingness. The devil corpse also seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. As it did so, it made a hand seal before stabbing a finger toward the flag. The ghost-sifting banner that Hanli had repaired many years ago revolved through the air as black light flashed violently over its surface. It then self-detonated amid a resounding boom. Countless strands of black light shot forth to create a dense net, encompassing an area with a radius of several kilometers below the nascent soul. The second nascent soul then let loose a long cry as it turned and flew upward with all its might. Beneath the black net, an arc of azure lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, following which Hanli's figure was revealed. He looked at the descending black net, then up at the second nascent soul, which had almost disappeared from his line of sight, and a cold expression flashed through his eyes. He abruptly flapped a sleeve through the air, sending a streak of dazzling golden light slashing into the black net. However, the black net merely wobbled slightly, yet showed no sign of unraveling. Hanli's brows furrowed as he pointed a finger toward the golden light. The golden light swayed, and a layer of golden lightning arcs appeared slashing toward the black net again. Following a thunderous boom, a large hole was finally blasted into the net. Hanli immediately hurtled through the hole, transforming into a streak of azure light as he rushed directly toward the second nascent soul. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the myriad-depth devilish abyss, there were several tens of cultivators standing around the seal with formation flags and formation plates in their hands. All of them wore expressions of rapt focus as spiritual light of different colors shimmered from their respective formation tools, indicating that the formation had already been activated. All of a sudden, a resounding boom erupted from within the white seal, followed by a violent tremor. A massive inky black sword that was several tens of feet in length punctured through the seal before inflicting a gash upon it that was over 100 feet in length. A ball of black light then shot forth from within. Activate the formation. Kuei Huan and the women were focusing intently on the seal, and they were able to react immediately as soon as the second nascent soul threatened to escape. The 36 drifting cloud sect disciples tossed their formation plates and formation flags into the air in unison. Brilliant spiritual light immediately radiated from those formation tools as layers of 5-colored light emerged before sweeping downward. The ball of black light was completely caught off guard, and before it knew it, it had been ensnared within the light. It was naturally none other than the second nascent soul that was situated within the black light. When it had been engulfed by the flames of the triflame fan, it had unconsciously expelled all of the devilish it had absorbed into its body as a defensive measure to save itself. As such, the devilish chi was reduced to nothingness by the flames, and even more of the devil corpse had been incinerated. As a result, however, the nascent soul was able to unintentionally reverse its devilification and return to its senses. With Han Li's memories to guide it, it immediately detonated the devilish tool, the crimson blood sword, to break through the 3-colored flames. At the sight of Han Li unleashing his thunderstorm wings, the second nascent soul could only grit its teeth and detonate the ghost-sifting banner as well. As expected, the detonation of these two treasures worked extremely well, and due to the fact that Han Li was taken by surprise, the second nascent soul really was able to sneak away. However, it knew that these tactics wouldn't be able to impede Han Li for very long, so it had already made up its mind. As soon as it escaped from the devilish abyss, it was going to unleash its nascent soul teleportation technique and escape to one of the 7 spirit islands. In preparation for this exact situation, it had set up an obscure hiding spot on that island well in advance. It had even used several special treasures to set up an extremely advanced formation that would conceal its aura, and it was confident that the formation would be undetectable to Han Li's spiritual sense. However, never would the second nascent soul have thought that the lone wolf, Han Li, would recruit the assistance of others on this occasion. Even though the formation outside had only been set up by low-grade cultivators, the formation itself was extremely powerful, and it had run right into the trap. The second nascent soul was ensnared within the light, and was naturally extremely shocked and enraged. It swung its little arms wildly at the light around it, unleashing streaks of black sword chi that fanned out around it. However, this 5-colored light was very troublesome in that it would be torn apart easily by the sword chi, but those gashes would seal over extremely quickly, affording the second nascent soul no opportunity for escape. The second nascent soul's expression changed drastically upon making this discovery, and it abruptly rubbed its hands together before flinging them outward at the same time. 2 pillars of black light immediately erupted forth before transforming into 2 massive swords that were each over 10 feet in length, both of which came crashing downward with devastating might. The cultivators that were desperately holding the formation together were finally unable to withstand the assault any longer. Following 2 rumbling booms, a hole that was several feet in diameter was blasted into the 5-colored light. Spiritual light flashed around the hole as it attempted to seal itself over again, but the hole was simply too large and there was insufficient magic power flowing into the formation from all of the cultivators, so it wasn't able to immediately close. The second nascent soul was ecstatic upon seeing this, and its body swayed as it immediately disappeared after unleashing its teleportation technique. In the next instant, black light flashed and the green nascent soul had appeared outside the 5-colored light. It aimed a vicious glare at the cultivators around it before making a hand seal to teleport away from this place. However, right at this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past it, following which a humanoid figure appeared. Crap! The second nascent soul immediately teleported away without any hesitation. The humanoid figure that had appeared was naturally none other than Hanli, who had just emerged from the devilish abyss with his thunderstorm wings spread wide open. His expression darkened as the second nascent soul attempted to flee, and a cold harumph escaped from his mouth. A thin gash suddenly appeared on his glabella, following which a cloud of black chi rapidly billowed out from within. The black chi then materialized into an unsettling pitch-black eyeball that was staring into the distance. A streak of black light shot forth, striking a certain spot in the air over 200 feet away in a flash. The black light then exploded, and the stumbling figure of the second nascent soul appeared out of thin air. It raised its head to look up at Hanli, and there was incredulity and horror etched all over its little face. Hanli chuckled coldly as he opened his mouth to expel a small azure cauldron. The cauldron was clasped in his hand, following which the white and azure wings on his back flapped gently, and his entire body disappeared like a mild breeze. The second nascent soul knew that it was in a heap of trouble upon seeing this, and it immediately attempted to flee the scene as a streak of black light. However, right at this moment, a clump of azure threads suddenly shot from thin air, as if they had been waiting for the second nascent soul this entire time, and the second nascent soul was immediately bound in a tight azure cocoon. The second nascent soul was greatly startled by this development, and it unleashed countless streaks of black sword chi from all over its body to try and escape its cocoon. However, following a string of explosions and flashing black light, those azure threads remained completely unscathed. The second nascent soul was truly horrified now. Just as it was about to unleash another secret technique to try and escape, an azure arc of lightning flashed, and Hanli appeared out of thin air with the small cauldron hovering over his palm. The sight of the second nascent soul's desperate attempts to escape brought a cold expression onto his face, and he gently flicked a finger toward the small cauldron. A faint sound rang out as the cauldron's lid flew off on its own, and a burst of azure light erupted into the sky. The azure light resonated with the azure threads that had bound the second nascent soul, and those threads also began to emanate intense light. As they did so, the second nascent soul felt the cocoon tighten around its body, following which it was rendered completely unable to use its spiritual power. Following another flash of azure light, the azure cocoon shot forth and swept the powerless nascent soul into the small cauldron in the blink of an eye. Hanli then pointed at the cauldron and the lid came flying down as a streak of azure light, sealing up the cauldron's opening again. Hanli heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Even a late nascent soul great cultivator wouldn't be able to escape from within the heaven void cauldron. Congratulations on completing your objective, Martial Uncle Han. Kuei Huan and the women immediately approached Hanli to offer congratulatory words with fawning expressions on their faces. Hanli smiled and patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist to produce 2 white jade vials. He tossed the vials to Kuei Huan and cautioned, "Hee, you guys also contributed quite significantly during this process. There are some pills in this vial that'll be very helpful to your cultivation. Take them and split them up among yourself. Also, the security around the entrance of this devilish abyss must be tightened up. Otherwise, other devils could also sneak into it in the future." Kuei Huan was ecstatic after catching the jade vials, and he offered, "Yes, I'll be sure to discuss this matter with the other sects and dedicate more effort into guarding this place. Martial Uncle, would you like to rest on Spirit Turtle Island for a couple of days before returning to the sect?" "There's no need for that. This place isn't very far away from the sect and I have other matters to attend to, so I won't remain here any longer." Hanli shook his head before stowing his small cauldron away, then flying into the distance as a streak of azure light. Kuei Huan and the woman bowed toward the direction that Hanli had departed in, and only after a long while did they stand up straight again. "What kind of pills did Senior Han leave for you too? Any pills left behind by Senior Han must be quite potent, right?" The red-robed cultivator approached them with his accompanying sect disciples, and he was looking at the jade vials in Kuei Huan's hands with an envious expression on his face. I'm not sure of that myself, but I'm sure these pills are indeed quite extraordinary. I think we should focus on fortifying the seal here. Kuei Huan gave a dry chuckle as white light flashed from his hand, and the 2 vials were stowed away. He was clearly unwilling to speak much about this matter. Even though the massive gash inflicted on the seal had been repaired, the spiritual light shimmering over its surface had clearly dimmed slightly. As such, the drifting cloud sect cultivators immediately flew toward the nearby stone pillars to fortify the seal again. The red-robed cultivator really wanted to know what pills were in those vials, yet he knew that it wouldn't be smart to press the issue. As such, he merely chuckled and also instructed the disciples behind him to assist in fortifying the seal as well. A ringing sound rang out from the dozen or so stone pillars in unison, and a layer of white spiritual light appeared over the surface of the seal as part of a gradual fortification process. Around half a month later, Hanli returned to the Dream Cloud Mountains. However, he didn't immediately return to the Drifting Cloud sect. Instead, he returned directly to the interconnected peaks. However, when he opened the restriction and landed in front of the cave abode on the main peak, there was already a woman standing outside, waiting for him. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this white-robed woman. Lu Yu pays her respects to her master. The beautiful woman extended a respectful bow toward him with a serious look on her face. This woman was none other than his in-name disciple, Lu Yu. Hanli's brows furrowed as he asked, "You've been here this entire time?" Lu Yu cast a surreptitious glance at Hanli as she replied, "I'm not the only one here. Senior Marshal Sister Song and Senior Marshal Sister Mu are also here. We were slightly concerned about you, so we decided to take shifts waiting here for your return. My Senior Marshal Sisters are currently with my Junior Marshal Sister in her cave abode. It's just capturing my second nascent soul. With my current cultivation base, there's nothing to be concerned about." "Does that mean all of you have met Chiner already?" Hanli asked in a seemingly casual manner. "Yes, we've all met Junior Marshal Sister Tian. She's a very clever girl. It's no wonder that you would decide to take her under your wing, Master," Lu Yu replied with a dainty smile. Hanli raised an eyebrow, and said in a nonchalant manner, "Chiner isn't the same as you 3. She possesses the dragon cry physique, so she doesn't have much of a future in cultivation. I made her my disciple for another reason, and there's no need for you to try and probe me for answers." "I wouldn't dare to do that, Master." Lu Yu was elated to hear this, but an awkward expression appeared on her face from having her ploy exposed. Hanli stroked his chin, and suddenly instructed in a serious voice, "Seeing as you're all here, gather the other 3 and come to my cave abode. I have something to say to all of you." "Yes, Master." Lu Yu's heart stirred slightly in response. Hanli nodded before waving a sleeve through the air, sending a burst of azure light sweeping toward the closed gate of his cave abode. A loud rumbling erupted as the stone gate slowly rose up, and Hanli's body swayed before he entered the cave abode. Meanwhile, Lu Yu transformed into a streak of white light and headed straight for Tian Chiner's cave abode. A short while later, Hanli sat on the main seat within the hall of his cave abode, and he was surrounded by 4 beauties, all of whom wore extremely respectful expressions and didn't dare to many a single sound. Only after Mu Peeling's trio returned to the cave abode did they learn that not only had Hanli progressed to the late nascent soul stage, he was also the undisputed #1 cultivator of the Heavenly South region. The 3 women were quite shocked to hear these, and their awe and veneration toward Hanli were only compounded as a result. Hanli wore a cold expression on his face, and was scolding Mu Peeling's trio. "There's no need to worry about the second nascent soul, it's already been captured, and I'm going to erase its sentient will soon, then refine it into my second nascent soul again. However, the three of you sure are quite brave. Don't you know that the Inner Valley is an extremely dangerous place even for nascent soul cultivators? Martial Uncle Han, we only took the risk to venture into the Inner Valley as the illusionary spirit herb was of the utmost importance to us. We won't do something so reckless ever again, Song Yu explained with her hands clasped behind her back. Han Li had been acquainted with Song Yu even prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, so he couldn't bring himself to scold her any further. Instead, his brows furrowed as he asked, "Illusionary spirit herb. Are you trying to refine the illusionary destruction pill to assist in a breakthrough?" "Indeed, Master, that was our objective," Lu Yu replied in a truthful manner. "If that's the case, you don't need to go searching for the illusionary spirit herb anymore. I just so happen to have a vial of illusionary destruction pills with me. Excessive consumption of pills during breakthroughs isn't advisable, so 2 pills for each of you will be enough." Han Li patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and a small green vial appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed toward Lu Yu. This vial of pills was something that he had obtained from a certain nascent soul cultivator he had slain in the past. They served no use for him, so he decided to sell the 3 women a favor by giving it to them. Only after Lu Yu had reflexively caught the vial did Han Li's words register in her mind, and she immediately extended a gesture of gratitude toward Han Li in a shocked and elated manner. Song Yu and Mu Peeling were also ecstatic as they extended grateful salutes. "There's no need for formalities, it's just a vial of pills. I called all of you here because I have a few things to tell you," Han Li said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "We'll be sure to listen carefully, Martial Uncle Han," Song Yu replied in a respectful voice. The other 2 women also adopted serious expressions in preparation to hear what Han Li had to say. "The 3 of you should know that I've never liked to meddle in the sect's affairs. However, as the Grand Elder of the sect now, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to continue in this manner. I've left all of the troublesome matters for our Martial Uncle Lu to take care of, but I'll need a disciple to correspond with and assist him in overseeing the matters within the sect during my periods of seclusion. Lu Yu, would you be willing to take care of some matters within the sect in my place? Of course, I won't ask you to do this for me free of charge. I'll teach you some secret technique mantras and also reward you with a few treasures, all of which will make you one of the most powerful cultivators at your cultivation base. Even though you were forced to become an in-name disciple of mine in the beginning, if you agree to undertake this duty, I can officially make you my disciple," Han Li offered with a meaningful look in his eyes. "Is that true, Master?" Lu Yu blurted out as her eyes lit up. Han Li smiled and answered her question with one of his own. "Would I lie to you at my current status? If that's the case, then I would be honored to accept this task." Lu Yu replied without any hesitation. Perhaps it was the prospect of attaining more power and influence within the Drifting Clouds sect that was alluring to her, or perhaps it was the idea of officially becoming Han Li's disciple that appealed to her. Maybe it was a combination of those 2 factors that prompted her to so readily agree to this arrangement. In any case, Han Li had achieved his first objective, and he nodded with a content expression. He waved his sleeve through the air, and a white jade slip appeared in his hand. He then pulled out a pair of green bracelets, a fiery ruler, and a shiny golden flying sword from his storage pouch, and bestowed all of those items upon her. Lu Yu accepted the jade slip and the treasures with both hands, and she bowed over and over again to express her gratitude with an overjoyed expression on her face. She didn't know that techniques were recorded within the jade slip, but just these ancient treasures alone were unimaginable treasures to her, and were more than enough to satisfy her. "Go and pay a visit to Senior Marshal Brother Lu. I'll inform him of this arrangement right away through a voice transmission," Han Li instructed. Lu Yu immediately nodded before departing following a final respectful salute. After she had left, Han Li flipped over his palm, and a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He spoke a few words into the talisman before sending it on its way, and it disappeared into the distance in a flash as a streak of light. Everyone else looked on in silence, and no one dared to disrupt Hanli during this process. Marshal Ni's Song, I also have something for you to do, Hanli said as he slowly turned to Song Yu. Please enlighten me, Marshal Uncle Han, Song Yu immediately replied. Hanli paused for a moment before continuing, it's not actually an extremely important matter. I was only hoping that you'd be able to keep an eye out for cultivators with inherently powerful spiritual sense from birth among the disciples recruited by the sect during the next few years. I want to take one as my disciple and instruct them in person. An inherently powerful spiritual sense from birth. Disciples of that nature are extremely rare, so I can't make any guarantees, but I'll do my best. Song Yu was a little hesitant after hearing this request. It's alright, this is not an urgent matter. It's just something for you to keep in the back of your mind. I can see that you've already reached the peak of the mid-core formation stage. In that case, your chances of making a breakthrough by taking the illusionary destruction pill alone won't be very high. I also have a vial of Yin essence pills here, which aren't as renowned, but they're extremely potent for female cultivators. You can try taking a few when attempting your breakthrough, Marshal Ni's Song. Hanli raised a hand as he spoke, and a small black vial appeared in his hand amid a flash of azure light, then flew soundlessly toward Song Yu. As expected, Song Yu had never heard of this obscure Yin essence pill, but she certainly wasn't going to ignore a recommendation from a great cultivator like Hanli. Thus, an elated look appeared on her face, and she accepted the jade vial with words of gratitude. Hanli spoke with Song Yu for a bit longer before sending her on her way. He then turned his gaze toward Mu Peeling. Mu Peeling's body stiffened slightly in response, and she reflexively lowered her head as a faint blush appeared on porcelain-like skin. A complex expression appeared in Hanli's eyes as he asked in a gentle voice, "You've been my concubine for over a century now, right?" Mu Peeling raised her head in the end, and quietly replied, "That's right, my lord. Back when you first accepted me as your concubine, you had only just reached the nascent soul stage, but you're already a late nascent soul great cultivator now. Back when I had accepted you as my concubine, I had planned to use your virgin body to cultivate the copulation essence arts in order to assist me in my breakthroughs. However, I've since progressed at a rate that has been extraordinary, even to me, reaching the mid-nascent soul stage, then the late nascent soul stage through alternative avenues, yet the copulation essence arts are only effective during nascent soul stage breakthroughs. My lord, are you banishing me from the interconnected peaks?" Mu Peeling's features immediately paled. "Banish you? Of course not. However, you chose to become my concubine in the beginning mostly because you were forced to do so by your family. You're already a core formation cultivator now, so no one will be able to force you to do anything against your will. I also don't want to keep you by my side in such an ambiguous manner any longer. On one hand, it would be a waste of the best years of your life. On the other hand, Warner is about to break free from the ice wall in the next few years, and I have to be able to give her a proper explanation of what's going on between us." Hanli's words faltered here. "So what do you plan on doing with me, my lord?" Mu Peeling asked as she bit down on her lower lip. "It's quite simple, I'll give you two options, just like I did back then, and you can choose one of them. The first option is that I'll give you a materialistic reward for your efforts in cultivating the copulation essence arts for these past years. I'll then release you from the interconnected peaks, and you'll be completely free to marry anyone you like. In that case, we would be cutting all ties with one another. My lord, with your current reputation, even if you were to release me and vouch for my purity in person, which cultivator in the heavenly south region would dare to marry me?" Mu Peeling murmured with a wry smile on her face. Hanli's brows also furrowed upon hearing this, but he continued, "The second option is quite simple as well. If you're truly serious about cultivation and would be willing to dedicate your life to it, I can allow you to continue to stay on the interconnected peaks. Officially, you'll still be known as my concubine, but I can treat you as a disciple and provide you some guidance in your cultivation path. Of course, your cultivation aptitude is actually quite good, so I can also get Warner to make you an official disciple of hers. After all, Warner's cultivation art is more suitable for female cultivators anyway, so perhaps you'll benefit more from her guidance. Han Li looked at Mu Piling with a calm expression, and concluded, of course, there may still be some negative rumors spread about you, but this course of action will keep that to a minimum. Mu Piling fell silent after hearing the options presented by Han Li. Han Li didn't try to hurry her either, and merely waited patiently for her decision. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly asked, "Can I choose neither of those options?" "What do you mean by that?" Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. Following another brief silence, a decisive look appeared on Mu Piling's face as she said, "I want to become a true concubine of yours, my lord. I want to stay with you for the rest of my life." "You want to become my concubine?" "That won't work." Han Li's expression changed slightly as he shook his head. "Why? Do you despise me for my lowly cultivation base or find me unsightly to look at, my lord?" Mu Piling's face paled even further. "That's not the case. You already possess a mid-core formation stage cultivation base, which isn't lowly by any means. Your beauty also ranks in the top 10 among all female cultivators that I've ever seen," Han Li sighed. "Then why are you rejecting me? Are you afraid that Elder Nangong won't agree to this arrangement?" Mu Piling asked. After a brief silence, Han Li heaved a resigned sigh and said, "That's only one factor of consideration. The most concerning thing to me is that I'm completely dedicated to my pursuit of the Great Tao, and going into seclusion for several decades at a time will be a regular occurrence for me in the future. It would be fine if you could reach the nascent soul stage and attain a lifespan of over 1,000 years, but if you can't, then you'll most likely only be able to see me a few times in between my bouts of seclusion before you pass away. That would be a waste of your life, and I don't want to see that." Even with a vast quantity of pills at one's disposal, it was still not a simple matter to reach the nascent soul stage. There really wasn't a good chance for Mu Piling to reach the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mu Piling faltered slightly before she opened her mouth to say something again. However, Han Li raised her hand to cut her off as he said, "That's enough. I'm not asking you to make a decision immediately, you can mull this over for a few years. I also have to go into seclusion now, and during this time, I'll give you some pills for you to attempt a breakthrough to the late core formation stage. Also, I'll have to trouble you to guide Qiner in her cultivation in my stead." "Yes, my lord." Mu Piling was unwilling to settle for this result, but she could only accept this arrangement in a resigned manner at the sight of Han Li's stern expression. Han Li nodded and gave her a few pills, then spoke with Tian Qiner for a while before also sending the two of them on their way. Thus, Han Li was the only one left within the cave abode, and he slowly closed his eyes as he heaved a long sigh. It seemed that there was more turmoil in his heart than he had let on. He sat in silence for a full 15 minutes, and when he opened his eyes again, an expression of tranquility had reappeared on his face. It appeared that he had been able to settle his internal conflict. He suddenly patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and a flash of silver light immediately appeared before him. The humanoid puppet emerged, and stood in front of him in a completely stationary manner. Han Li examined the humanoid puppet for a while, and a layer of silver light suddenly surfaced over the humanoid puppet's face at his behest. Its middle-aged features blurred, and when they regained clarity again, those facial features had become completely identical to Han Li's, making it appear as if the puppet were none other than Han Li himself. Almost at the exact same moment, the humanoid puppet's body tremored, and it suddenly grew a few inches, making it identical to Han Li in height as well. Han Li examined the puppet again before nodding with a content expression, and waving a hand toward it. The humanoid puppet's expressionless figure swayed, and it immediately disappeared amid a flash of silver light. Hanli lowered his head in contemplation for a while before exiting the hall of the cave abode, heading directly for the secret chamber. Along the way, he suddenly said without any premonition, "My second nascent soul hasn't been causing any trouble for you in the cauldron, has it, fellow Daoist?" The voice of a small child replied from within the heaven-void cauldron in Han Li's sleeve, "Hee, it's just a mid-nascent soul without a body. How will it pose any trouble to me? It's just that with this guy in here, the cauldron is feeling a little cramped. Please bear with it for a while longer, fellow Daoist Endless Sky. I'll assimilate this second nascent soul right away, then withdraw it from the cauldron so you won't be troubled by its presence any longer. After that, I'll assist you during your metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation so you can manifest a human form. Do you have any objections to this arrangement, fellow Daoist?" "Of course not. I'm glad that you still remember this, fellow Daoist Han." The Endless Sky Beast was elated upon hearing Han Li's words. Han Li smiled and didn't converse with the Endless Sky Beast any further as he made his way into the secret chamber in a flash. The stone door behind him closed soundlessly. Han Li slowly made his way over to the center of the secret chamber before waving his sleeve through the air. A burst of azure light shot forth before spinning in the air, then transforming into a small azure cauldron that hovered before him. Azure light flashed over the surface of the cauldron as the indistinct figure of a small child appeared. "All of your thought processes are replicas of mine, so how are you going to fool me with your tricks? I don't plan to destroy you, I merely intend to assimilate you again, so why do you continue to resist?" Han Li asked in a gentle voice, as if he were conversing with a close friend. The second nascent soul knew that there was no way for it to escape, so it relinquished any efforts to resist as it roared in a resentful manner, "You won't destroy me? After losing my sentient will I still be me? What's the difference?" "That's true. However, you're supposed to be my second nascent soul, so you shouldn't have sentient will of your own to begin with. You have nothing to complain about as I'm merely taking away a privilege from you, not a right. You can only blame yourself for manifesting something that shouldn't exist." Han Li gave a cold reply, and he didn't want to waste any more time with words. As such, he made a hand seal, and brilliant azure light erupted from the threads that were binding the second nascent soul. The second nascent soul felt its vision go dark before it fell truly unconscious. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to him as he turned his gaze toward the small child beside him. In response to Han Li's cold glare, the small child obediently dissipated into nothingness without a word. Han Li nodded to himself upon seeing this before pointing a finger at the cauldron hovering in the air. Azure light flashed over the surface of the cauldron before the lid was replaced. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of azure light, which swept the small cauldron up within. The cauldron then rapidly shrank within the azure light, flashing a few times before being swallowed by Han Li. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before sitting down with his legs crossed. At the same time, he feigned a grabbing motion toward the second nascent soul in what seemed to a casual manner. The nascent soul was immediately drawn to him by an immense suction force, and it was forced to hover around 10 feet in front of Han Li. Han Li used his spiritual sense to carefully examine the nascent soul's condition, and after verifying that its spiritual sense was indeed far inferior to his, he closed his eyes in a content manner before patting the top of his own head. Azure light immediately flashed over the top of his head as an azure nascent soul that was only a few inches in size silently emerged. The nascent soul was standing on a small azure cauldron and carrying a green wooden ruler in both hands. There was a white bead circling above its head, and a ball of indistinct black chi on its glabella, as well as several tens of miniature golden swords flying around its body. This was none other than the main nascent soul that Han Li had been arduously cultivating for over a century. The nascent soul wore a completely neutral expression as it glanced toward the second nascent soul in a calm manner. Azure light flashed from the small cauldron beneath its feet, carrying it directly over to the second nascent soul. When it was only about a foot away from the second nascent soul, Hanli's nascent soul suddenly halted in its flight. It glanced at the azure threads around its counterpart's body, and suddenly stamped its little foot gently onto the small cauldron. The small cauldron emitted a ringing sound, and the azure threads around the second nascent soul's body disappeared in a flash, leaving only the nascent soul itself hovering in mid-air. The heaven-void cauldron beneath Hanli's nascent soul suddenly began to slowly expand. The nascent soul sat atop the cauldron with its little legs crossed in a calm and collected manner. It then tossed its green ruler into the air, then made a hand seal and chanted something in an unintelligibly quiet voice. Brilliant azure light erupted from the body of Hanli's nascent soul, and it slowly closed its eyes. However, the ball of black chi on its glabella suddenly materialized to form a third inky black eye. The eye was shimmering with an unsettling light, and it stared intently at the second nascent soul with an unblinking gaze. Right at this moment, Hanli's nascent soul suddenly stopped its chanting as a burst of black light suddenly shot forth from its third eye, directly striking the second nascent soul's body. The second nascent soul shuddered as it opened its eyes, but its pupils were completely blank, as if it were delirious. Right at this moment, Hanli's nascent soul also opened its eyes. Two pillars of azure light erupted from its pupils, shooting directly into the eyes of the second nascent soul, as if it were forcibly injecting something into the second nascent soul's body. The second nascent soul's limbs hung limply by his sides, yet its body was trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, an expression of excruciating pain suddenly appeared on its blank face, as if it wanted to cry out, but was unable to do so. Hanli's nascent soul remained completely expressionless throughout this entire process. It merely continued to blast the azure pillars of light out of its eyes, and completely ignored the second nascent soul's suffering. Immediately thereafter, gale-force winds were swept up in a radius of thousands of kilometers as dark clouds appeared from thin air, giving the sky an extremely dark and sinister appearance. At the same time, rain began to pelt down amid the rumbling thunderclaps. Hanli couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder upon seeing this. As far as he was aware, this barren land was known as the Dead Land as it had always been an extremely dry place. It was often the case that this land would experience no rainfall for stretches of several decades. However, as soon as the endless sky beast had unleashed its demonic chi, the climate here had been completely transformed. It appeared that its metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation really wasn't something to be scoffed at. The dark clouds in the air before tumble and surge drastically as arcs of lightning as thick as human arms surfaced within the dark clouds. Each and every flash of lightning was followed by an astonishing clap of thunder. A series of massive lightning nets gradually took shape. Hanli pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes as he looked on from below. Right at this moment, the demon beast within the formation let loose an almighty roar. As a result, the gray demonic winds became several times more powerful, transforming into a grayish-white hurricane that rose straight up into the sky, as if it were threatening to plunge into the dark clouds and eradicate the lightning within. A thunderous boom erupted as an arc of lightning descended from the dark cloud like a gargantuan sword, directly striking the apex of the demonic hurricane. Silver light flashed, and the grayish-white hurricane tremored violently before it was sliced apart down the middle. The lightning and the hurricane disappeared in unison, and the demon beast's figure was revealed again. At this moment, it had coiled its body up into a ball, and its appearance was also slightly different from before as it had grown a pair of purple fleshy wings and muscular green arms on the sides of the body. Hanli stared at it for a long while, but was still unable to draw any connection with this beast and any of the legendary heavenly spirit beasts. The endless sky beast looked up at the thick bolts of lightning in the sky as it gently flapped its new purple wings. With each and every flap of its wings, a ball of demonic chi would appear around it, and its body was completely enshrouded within gray chi in the blink of an eye. The bolts of lightning in the sky seemed to have finally reached a point where there was no going back, and arcs of lightning that were each over a foot in size descended from above amid deafening thunderclaps. The lightning fell in dense waves, enshrouding the entire area in a radius of over 5 kilometers. Even the spectating Hanli wasn't exempt from the scope of the lightning strikes. Hanli exhaled lightly as he made a hand seal. A dull thunderclap erupted as a golden net of lightning appeared. The net then expanded drastically, transforming into a massive golden net that shielded Han Li's entire body beneath it. An arc of lightning struck the golden net from above, upon which golden and silver light flashed before instantly vanishing. In the aftermath of that lightning strike, the golden net tremored gently, but remained completely unscathed. Han Li paid no heed to this as he continued to look up at the ball of grayish-white demonic chi through narrowed eyes. Even though he had been swept up in the scope of the lightning strike, the majority of the lightning arcs were still crashing down toward the Han Li. The demon beast was at the very center of the blast area, and the bolts of lightning striking down upon it was many times that of the lightning that Han Li had to deal with. With Han Li's spirit eyes, he was able to see that the cloud of grayish-white chi had been completely inundated by silver light. The arcs of lightning were falling like rain, and there was simply no way to evade them. Han Li's face remained expressionless, but he was quite surprised internally. He had witnessed a metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation once before in the scattered star seas, which was when that demonic tortoise that he had slain was transcending its tribulation. However, the commotion from that tribulation couldn't even compare to this one, and at the time, the demonic tortoise had already reached the final stages of its tribulation transcendence, whereas the endless sky beast was only just getting started. It was difficult to imagine just how insane this tribulation would become in its final stages. Could it be that different demon beasts were afflicted by completely different levels of lightning tribulations? When Han Li thought about the subject, he realized that there really weren't many books or tomes in the human world that describe demon beast tribulations. On the rare instances that this topic was mentioned, the descriptions were always very brief and revealed very little information. Metamorphosis stage lightning tribulations were exclusive to demon beasts and had nothing to do with human cultivators, so it was no surprise that there were barely any records on the subject. Even if there were human cultivators who were curious about this topic, it was an extremely rare opportunity to be able to witness the tribulation transcendence of a high-grade demon beast. Meanwhile, the endless sky beast was unable to withstand the assault commencing from the fourth wave of lightning strikes, and it was forced to unleash another technique to further expand its body, taking it to over 100 feet in size. The demonic chi erupting from its mouth had also changed from its original grayish-white color into a silvery white hue that was similar to the color of the lightning. What was peculiar about this demonic chi was that as it came into contact with the lightning crashing down from above, the sound of clashing metal rang out. Most of the arcs of lightning were repelled as a result of the clashes, so the demonic chi only had to withstand less than half of the lightning being directed toward it. Han Li was originally sitting down on the ground below with his eyes closed, yet even he couldn't help but open his eyes and look on in surprise. Only then did he discover that this silvery white demonic chi was shimmering with a piercing light and was giving off an extremely frosty appearance. That seems to have something to do with the glacial quintessence I gave it. Could it be that it's already refined the glacial quintessence in such a short time? Han Li thought to himself. After expelling this peculiar demonic chi, the pressure on the endless sky beast was eased significantly, and it was able to withstand another wave of lightning strikes. However, as soon as the seventh wave of lightning strikes commenced, the demon beast's expression became extremely grave and tense. The dark clouds in the sky also began to surge and roared violently, and all of the massive nets of lightning in the sky began to plummet in unison. All of a sudden, the entire sky was illuminated by silver light, and the deafening thunderclaps drowned out all sounds in the surrounding area. It was as if there was nothing else in this world aside from the dazzling arcs of silver lightning. Right at this moment, the endless sky beast transmitted his voice to Hanli, fellow Daoist Han. The lightning tribulation in the human world seems to be more powerful than I expected. I'm only going to be able to withstand 2 more waves of lightning strikes on my own, so I'll need your help to transcend the final 3 waves. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Endless Sky, I'll lend you my assistance when the time comes. Thank you, fellow Daoist Han, I won't forget what you've done for me. The Endless Sky Beast was very relieved to hear Han Li's promise. After all, with a great cultivator assisting it, it should be able to transcend this lightning tribulation no matter how powerful it was. The silver nets of lightning enshrouded the demon beast down below one after the other, and countless arcs of lightning erupted from the nets in unison, striking at the silver demonic chi with all their might. Even though most of the lightning had been repelled by the demonic chi, the remaining arcs that snuck through were still an astonishing number of lightning arcs that managed to sneak through. The silver demonic chi was being whittled down by the arcs of lightning at a rate that was perceptible to the naked eye, and following the 7th wave of lightning strikes, half of it had been eradicated. However, there seemed to be no end to this demonic chi as the Endless Sky Beast merely blasted more silvery white demonic chi out of its mouth following the conclusion of the 7th wave. At this moment, the 8th wave of lightning strikes arrived. Nets of lightning that were twice the size of the ones in the 7th wave began to descend with devastating force. Earth-shattering booms erupted, and the surface of the demonic chi was immediately tinged golden as the surrounding earth began to tremor. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of such fearsome lightning, but his expression quickly reverted back normal. However, he slowly stood up and began to survey the sky as if he were looking for something. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed as he abruptly lowered his head. He cast his gaze toward a certain spot in the distance, and a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. That's interesting. I didn't think such a creature existed in the heavenly south region, Han Li murmured to himself before abruptly flicking his 10 fingers toward the ground in quick succession. 10 thin red threads shot forth before disappearing into the ground in a flash. Han Li looked down at the ground below him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. All of a sudden, the earth tremored violently, and a blood-curdling howl erupted as large clumps of soil exploded into the sky. Within the yellow soil and sand, a gargantuan creature emerged from the ground. The upper half of its massive body had been bound by a thin thread that was emanating crimson flames. The thread had wound itself around its body 7 or 8 times, charring its skin and making it howl with agony. Han Li was able to take this opportunity to catch a clear glimpse of this creature's appearance. It was a huge yellow creature that appeared to be a gargantuan worm, yet there were countless fleshy feelers of different sizes growing all over the upper half of its body, all of which were thrashing about violently. However, its most eye-catching feature was the massive golden horn on its head, which was shimmering with a dazzling light. What was even more astonishing was that when the nets of lightning in the sky descended and landed near this creature, the horn on its head would flash erratically, and all of the lightning would be sucked toward the horn before disappearing into it. It's a narwhal worm. By how could it be so big? And if I recall correctly, the horns of these demon beasts should be white in color. A perplexed look appeared in Han Li's eyes as he looked at the enraged colossus before him. The massive narwhal worm let loose a howl of agony, and a gruesome cavernous mouth suddenly split open on its smooth head. The mouth was filled with sharp vicious fangs, and silver light flashed, upon which a remarkably thick arc of lightning shot forth from within. The heavenly lightning that had been absorbed by the golden horn like a lightning rod was now being expelled by the demon beast as an attack, and the attack was aimed at none other than Han Li. It's even attained intelligence. TSK, looks like this is some kind of mutant spirit beast. As opposed to being alarmed, Hanli was overjoyed to see this. He rubbed his hands together before raising them at once, and 2 arcs of lightning as thick as his arm shot forth, crashing into the thick arcs of silver lightning in the blink of an eye. Following a thunderous boom, the golden and silver lightning intertwined with one another like giant pythons. Thin arcs of electricity flew in all directions and balls of lightning exploded between Hanli and the massive worm, following which all of the lightning completely nullified each other and ceased to exist. The massive worm seemed to have become even more enraged upon seeing this. Scintillating light radiated from the golden horn on its head, drawing a vast expanse of the heavenly lightning nearby toward it. The lightning was then absorbed into its horn in a frenzy, as if it were accumulating power in preparation for its next attack. However, Hanli suddenly chuckled coldly before opening his mouth. A small golden sword flew out from within before elongating into a streak of light roughly 10 feet in length, following which it continued to hurtle directly toward the massive worm's head. The worm seemed to be able to identify this as an extremely powerful attack, and brilliant yellow light emanated from its body as it attempted to squirm back underground. However, the fire spirit thread that had bound its body suddenly flashed with red light and abruptly thickened to form a length of crimson rope. The rope was as thick as a small tree trunk, and waves of fire surged from the rope, engulfing most of the upper half of the worm's body in the blink of an eye. The massive worm was plunged into a state of shock and horror as its golden horn suddenly stopped absorbing lightning, blasting out a vast expanse of golden light toward the waves of fire engulfing its body instead. As the golden light flashed past, large swathes of flames were swept up and also absorbed into the golden horn. Not only could this giant narwhal worm absorb heavenly lightning, it could even do the same to flames. However, when most of the flames had been absorbed by the giant worm, the golden streak of light that Hanli had unleashed earlier was already upon it. The golden light transformed into a massive sword before crashing down with ferocious might. The huge worm whipped its head, and its golden horn expanded to more than twice its original size as it met the giant sword. A loud clang rang out as the sword and the horn came into the contact with one another. Piercing golden light radiated forth, and the giant sword was repelled by the golden horn, while the latter remained completely unscathed. However, right at this moment, an azure arc of lightning flashed above the massive worm's head, and Hanli emerged out of thin air with the thunderstorm wings on his back. He swept a hand through the air, and another burst of golden sword chief shot forth at an incredible speed, puncturing a large hole with the diameter of a bowl into the beast's body before it could even react. Green blood began to gush out of the wound, but the worm was simply too massive. A wound that would have proven to be lethal had it been inflicted on a normal cultivator was completely inconsequential to this demon beast, and the pain only made it even more enraged. The worm let loose an almighty roar as the feelers on the upper half of its body squirmed before transforming into countless long whips, which swept directly toward Hanli up above. Hanli's expression darkened as he immediately made a hand seal. A dozen or so small golden swords immediately surfaced over various parts of his body before circling through the air, creating a sword barrier that shielded Hanli securely within. As soon as the feelers came into contact with this sword barrier, they were shredded into mangled flesh intermingled with green blood, and none of them were able to even get close to Hanli. At this moment, Hanli began to chant something and pointed a finger downward. The dozen or so small golden swords down below shuddered, and each and every one of them manifested 6 identical streaks of golden light. The several tens of resulting streaks of light then swept downward in unison at Hanli's behest. The worm was stunned upon seeing this, and it immediately opened its cavernous mouth to blast out silver arcs of lightning and balls of crimson flames in a frenzy, desperately trying to keep the golden streaks of light at bay. Loud thumps rang out in quick succession, and a small proportion of the golden streaks of light were eradicated by the lightning arcs and fireballs. However, the rest managed to puncture through the obstructions and reached the worm in a flash. Before the massive worm could do anything, a loud ringing sound erupted as the streaks of golden light converged, and a golden sword that was over 100 feet in length took shape in the blink of an eye. Golden light then flashed, and the giant sword flew like lightning in a circle around the worm's waist. An earth-shattering howl of anguish erupted from the worm's mouth as an immense quantity of green blood came crashing down like a waterfall. The worm's massive body had been sliced cleanly in half. Just as Hanli was about to withdraw his attacks, an incredible turn of events unfolded. Right after the massive worm was sliced in half, the upper half of its body suddenly flung itself into the air, opening its cavernous mouth as it flew toward Hanli. At the same time, yellow light flashed from the lower half of the worm's body, and countless feelers grew from the surface of its skin, instantly making it completely identical in appearance to the upper half of its body. A loud boom then rang out as the lower half of the worm's body plunged headfirst into the soil and disappeared. Hanli faltered initially upon seeing this, but he quickly raised his eyebrows as he made a hand seal. At the same time, he quickly uttered the word "explode." Red light immediately flashed from the thick fiery rope binding the worm's body before it self-detonated. Following a burst of rumbling, a gigantic mushroom cloud appeared, completely engulfing the upper half of the worm's body, and a burst of blood-curdling screeching escaped its massive mouth. The golden horn on its head simply wasn't able to absorb such ferocious flames in a short period of time. At the same time, the massive sword down below circled through the air, slashing past the mushroom cloud like lightning. The screeching within the mushroom cloud immediately came to a halt as green blood fell from the sky like rain. Two massive charred chunks of flesh emanating a foul acrid odor also came plummeting from the sky before crashing heavily onto the ground. Only then did Hanli sweep his spiritual sense toward the ground in an unhurried manner. Upon doing so, he discovered that the other half of the worm wasn't traveling very quickly, having only burrowed itself several kilometers into the ground. As for whether this was the worm's normal speed or if its speed had been drastically hampered due to its injuries, Hanli didn't know. However, there wasn't really any point in pondering this matter. Seeing as it hadn't managed to get very far away, it would be quite convenient for Hanli to hunt it down. Thus, he patted the spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist, and countless bursts of golden light shot forth from within. Amid a loud and insistent buzzing sound, a cloud of golden beetles appeared above his head. Hanli pointed toward the ground expressionlessly. The cloud of beetles immediately flew downward, and just when they were about to make contact with the ground, they split up into countless spots of golden light amid a dull thump, and those spots of golden light all disappeared into the soil down below. Hanli turned his attention away from the ground, and pointed to the mushroom cloud nearby. The massive mushroom cloud abruptly began to shrink at a rapid rate, reverting back into a thick fiery rope in the end. However, it was apparent that the fire shimmering along the rope had dimmed compared to its former brightness. Hanli waved a hand toward the length of rope, and fiery light flashed as it split up into 10 thin fiery threads, each of which was around 20 feet in length, and they gently hovered in the air. Hanli opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, which swept the 10 fire spirit threads within. He then gently inhaled, and the fire spirit threads were drawn into his mouth along with the azure light. Only then did Hanli look down at the charred body on the ground below with furrowed brows, and he waved a hand through the air. A streak of golden light flew out from the charred carcass down below, whizzing directly toward Hanli. However, the streak of golden light suddenly came to an abrupt halt when it was only about 10 feet away from Hanli. This was none other than the strange golden horn on the worm's head. The horn didn't appear to be very large when compared to the size of the massive worm's body, but it was actually around 5 to 6 feet in length. The horn was shimmering with golden light, and there were some mysterious runes that were indistinctly visible on its surface. Hanli examined the horn through narrowed eyes. Even though he was very curious about this object, he knew that this wasn't the time to be conducting a close and thorough examination. As such, he He thought about it briefly before casting a few incantation seals onto the object. Spiritual light flashed over the surface of the golden horn, and it shrank down to roughly half a foot in length in the blink of an eye. Han Li then plastered a restriction talisman to the golden horn and placed it into a wooden box, which he stowed away into his storage pouch. After doing all that, Han Li clapped his hands together with a pleased look on his face. Just as he was about to turn his attention toward the gold-devouring beetles, a certain patch of earth over 5 kilometers away suddenly began to tremor violently. The half of the massive worm that had escaped shot forth from the ground, but there were countless spots of golden light all over its body. There were thousands of gold-devouring beetles crawling all over its skin, and they were rapidly devouring the worm's body. The half of the worm cried out in agony as its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground, where it rolled and writhed violently, desperately trying to remove the beetles from its body. However, the golden beetles seemed to have taken root on the surface of its body and were proving to be irremovable. They began to tear open the hard skin on the surface of the worm before quickly squirming into its body. As a result, the massive worm was struck by inexplicably excruciating pain, aching to have thousands of tiny blades slicing through its body. It was driven insane by its agony, squirming into the ground before flying into the air over and over again. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was unable to shake off the golden beetles. A short while later, just as it had flown into the air and was convulsing spasmodically, its body suddenly completely stiffened before crashing onto the ground, where it lay, completely stationary. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this before directing his gaze toward the endless sky beast. Arcs of heavenly lightning were still falling incessantly for the sky above, and Han Li's thunderstorm wings were also flashing relentlessly with arcs of azure lightning. Any lightning nets that drew close would be swatted aside by the thunderstorm wings, so none of them could come into contact with Han Li's body. Compared to the beginning of the 8th wave of lightning strikes, there were significantly fewer lightning nets in the sky. The endless sky beast had finally withstood the 8th wave on its own, and it seemed to be time for Han Li to step in. However, prior to doing so, Han Li hurriedly raised his head as blue light flashed within his eyes. He was staring up into the sky with an intense unblinking gaze, as if he were searching for something. When the lightning strikes completely ceased, a peculiar fragrant scent came wafting from within the dark clouds. Immediately thereafter, the dark clouds tumbled and surged, and a massive full moon with the appearance of a jade plate suddenly appeared. The full moon was extremely pristine and was emanating a faint white light. That fragrant scent also seemed to be emitting from none other than that moon. Han Li took a deep breath upon seeing this, and the thunderstorm wings on his back flapped gently as he abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he appeared on the border of where the formation once was, then immediately waved a hand toward the 3 container treasures on the ground below. The gourd, a jade vial, and round bowl immediately flew into the air before circling in the air above Han Li's head. Right at this moment, the full moon in the sky tilted slightly, and a burst of peculiar silver light shone down directly upon the endless sky beast from the moon. The fragrant scent in the air became even more pronounced as a layer of rippling watery light suddenly appeared on the surface of the moon. It was as if something were about to drip down from the moon. Han Li's body immediately swayed without hesitation as he rose up into the sky as a streak of azure light with his 3 container treasures in accompaniment. At this moment, a fist-sized ball of white liquid finally came dripping down from the moon. However, as soon as it detached itself from the moon's surface, it transformed into specks of white light, which slowly flowed toward the endless sky beast along the ray of silver light. What was peculiar was that those specks of light could only exist within the ray of silver light. As soon as they left that area and drifted into the outside world, they would instantly cease to exist. The white spots of light immediately disappeared one by one after coming into contact with the demon beast's body. The endless sky beast was in a rather feeble state from withstanding the lightning tribulation, but as soon as it absorbed a few spots of white light, it was immediately completely reinvigorated. A burst of demonic chi was expelled from its mouth, catching all of the specks of white light falling from above before sucking them into its mouth. This process seemed to be providing some form of stimulus for the demon beast as its body was expanding drastically once again. The light over the surface of the moon rippled, and another ball of liquid slowly dripped down before also transforming into countless specks of white light. At this moment, a streak of azure light hurtled toward the full moon within the dark clouds. However, when it was still over 1,000 feet away, the silver light in the surrounding air suddenly flashed, and countless arcs of silver lightning abruptly appeared within the clouds amid a burst of loud rumbling. The silver lightning arcs flashed wildly as they came crashing down toward Hanli in unison. All of a sudden, it was as if countless silver snakes were throwing themselves at Hanli at once, creating quite a formidable sight to behold. Despite all of the tumultuous storms that Hanli had weathered in the past, he was still given a fright by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Thankfully, the endless sky beast had mentioned such a phenomenon during its voice transmission, so even though he was rather surprised by the ferocity of the attacks being directed at him, he was prepared well in advance. He flipped a hand over and a shimmering green object appeared over his palm. It was none other than his spirit treasure, the eighth spirit ruler. Just as the countless arcs of silver lightning were about to strike him, Hanli waved his wooden ruler through the air. Silver lotus flowers began to appear all around him, each of which was roughly the size of a palm, creating a watertight barrier around him. The silver arcs of lightning struck the lotus flowers amid booming thunderclaps as countless thin arcs of electricity flashed over the surface of the barrier. The lotus flowers were vanquished in quick succession by the vast number of lightning arcs, but another barrier of silver lotus flowers immediately surged forth in its place. It was as if there was no end to these lotus flowers, and they really were able to keep the fearsome lightning strikes at bay. Rumbling thunderclaps erupted over and over again, yet with each passing strike, the silver WIRM's body would shrink a little. Following a dozen or so consecutive attacks, the silver WIRM had been reduced to around half of its original size. That's enough, fellow Daoist Han. You can withdraw your treasure. I can handle this on my own now, the endless sky beast suddenly yelled. Hanli pointed a finger toward the center of the formation upon hearing this, and the silver light barrier disappeared in a flash. Prior to coming here, the endless sky beast had told Hanli that external assistance could be recruited by a demon beast during their metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation, and they could even request for help in partially nullifying the power of the lightning tribulation. However, they still had to withstand close to half of the power of each wave of lightning tribulation on their own. Otherwise, the waves of lightning strikes would continue to repeat themselves. As such, the endless sky beast was only asking Hanli to nullify most of the power from the final 3 waves of lightning tribulation. As such, Hanli wasn't surprised by the demon beast's request, and immediately withdrew his silver shield. Without the protection of the silver light barrier, the lightning WIRM immediately pounced toward the endless sky beast, only to be kept at bay again by that grayish-white demon core. The enormous arc of lightning struck the core, causing it to tremor slightly, but it remained firm and resolute, easily withstanding most of the power from the lightning strike. After that, no matter which angle the silver WIRM attempted to attack the endless sky beast from, the demon core was always one step ahead. Thus, the silver WIRM continued to be whittled down following a string of loud explosions. Hanli stroked up his chin as he looked on from below. It appeared that it would be no issue for him to buffer the remaining 2 waves of lightning tribulation. After all, this was only the tribulation for an 8th-grade demon beast, and no matter how fearsome it was to the demon beast itself, the tribulation ultimately wasn't all that formidable in his eyes. The key would lie in whether the demon beast would be able to withstand the remaining might of the lightning strikes. The small child put down the book in his hands and turned to Hanli with a vibrant smile as he said, as expected of a material from a mutated demon beast, spiritual absorption is a very rare ability. There are countless cultivators even in the spirit realm who are dying for a material with such an extraordinary ability. It's the ideal material for refining defensive-type treasures, and many renowned defensive-type spirit treasures have incorporated this type of material. Defensive-type treasures. Can this be used to refine battle armor? Hanli asked. You really are very smart, fellow Daoist Han. You should be able to use this horn and your fire spirit threads to refine a powerful suit of battle armor. Even if it won't be a spirit treasure, it won't be too far away from that level either. However, my advice is that you should refrain from doing that, the small child said with a serious expression. Why is that? I'm in need of a suit of battle armor at the moment. A hint of confusion flashed through Hanli's eyes. If you want to spend the rest of your life here in this human world and regard safety as your number one priority, then refining a suit of battle armor is naturally your best option. However, if you want to sneak into the spirit realm through a spatial node, it's best to keep this item to refine another type of treasure, the small child explained. What other types of treasure can be refined using this thing? Hanli asked. The realm transcending bead, of course. That treasure will assist you greatly in your attempt to pass through a spatial node, the small child replied. A realm transcending bead. If I recall correctly, you seem to have used something known as a realm transcending stone when your avatar descended into the human world. What is the relationship between those two treasures? Are they the same thing? Hanli asked with a hint of surprise in his voice. The small child thought about this question carefully before replying. Their names are very similar, and they are indeed related. The realm transcending stone is a disposable naturally occurring treasure that is only found in the spirit realm, whereas a realm transcending bead is a refined treasure that can be used more than once. The two serve a similar purpose, but the difference in their levels of potency is like that of night and day. I'll put it this way for you. A realm transcending bead only has about 1% of a realm transcending stone's power. 1%. Hanli was slightly speechless upon hearing this. Don't look down on the realm transcending bead just because of that, fellow Daoist Han. You have to realize that realm transcending stones are exceedingly rare, even in the spirit realm, and it ranks alongside the star-defying plate as one of the 3 most sought-after realm transcending treasures. The realm transcending bead obviously can't compare to those 2 treasures, but it's still very renowned for its ability to break through some spatial restrictions. The fact that it requires a spiritual absorption material to refine makes it just as rare. Driven by my curiosity, I entered a spatial node in the spirit realm once, and even though I immediately returned, I'm still struck by a lingering sense of fear whenever I recall the fearsome power of the spatial storm and the boundary between realms within that spatial node. Even if you can cultivate your law destruction eye to its maximal extent, there's still only an infinitesimal chance that you'll be able to pass through a spatial node. Otherwise, there would be countless cultivators in the spirit realm who have snuck over from lower realms. Don't even try to pass through a spatial node without a realm transcending bead, it'll be the last thing you ever do. I was going to wait until you reached the deity transformation stage before I warned you about this, but seeing as you have a spiritual absorption material now, this is something that you should be made aware of, the small child warned. Looks like I have no choice but to refine this realm transcending bead, then. A wry smile appeared on Hanli's face. If it weren't for the fact that you already have the law destruction eye, I wouldn't even bother mentioning this treasure to you. Only with both on your side would you have the slightest sliver of a chance to pass through a spatial node. I'll give you the refinement method for this bead in return for the glacial quintessence you gave me, the small child chuckled. Hanli suddenly changed the subject and said, You sure don't like to owe people favors. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. I witnessed the tribulation transcendence of an 8th grade demonic tortoise in the past, but its lightning tribulation was very different compared to yours. Your lightning tribulation seemed to have been far more powerful than the one I witnessed. That's not anything to be surprised about. Different demon beasts naturally have to withstand different lightning tribulations. The more powerful a demon beast is, the more formidable their lightning tribulation becomes. It's rumored that heavenly spirit beasts like dragon and phoenixes have to withstand 13 waves of lightning strikes during their metamorphosis stage lightning tribulations. I'm already quite lucky that I only had to withstand 11 waves, the small child revealed. I see. Hanli was enlightened upon hearing this. The small child held up the aged hide book with a hint of a smile on his face, and asked, "This demon cultivation art, the 9 Gale transformations, is rather interesting, but why are you showing it to me? Could it be that you're interested in cultivation arts from our demon race?" It turned out that the book the small child was reading was none other than the aged hide book that Hanli had obtained from Xiao Chui'er. Within the book, there was a nameless aura concealment technique, as well as a demonic cultivation art written in demon script. Only after learning the demon script did Hanli discover that this was a cultivation art known as the 9 Gale transformations. It was a very powerful cultivation art, but it had been designed exclusively for demon beasts. Unless one was born with a pair of wings and possessed the powerful body of a demon beast, they wouldn't be able to use this cultivation art. However, he was now giving it to the small child for examination for some reason. This 9 Gale transformations is quite a powerful cultivation art, and I just so happen to be missing a cultivation art that corresponds with my thunderstorm wings. It would be a waste to discard such a powerful technique, so I was hoping to modify this cultivation art so that it can be used by me. You're a demon beast, fellow Daoist Endless Sky, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you to modify this cultivation art for my usage, right? In return, I can lend you that half-page of the Golden Jade Tome for examination and research. The page may be a prized treasure, but it's too profound for me to comprehend for now, Hanli proposed. This cultivation art is indeed quite difficult to come by for the demon beasts of your human world, and it does correspond nicely with your thunderstorm wings. However, there's a major problem here, one that I'm sure you're aware of already. In order to unleash this technique, you must possess the powerful body of a demon beast. You've cultivated in a body refinement art before, so your body is far more powerful than that of the average human cultivator, but it's still not enough if your goal is to use this cultivation art, the small child mused with furrowed brows. Hanli contemplated the issue for a while before replying, "As long as the gap I have to bridge isn't too large, this shouldn't be an unreachable goal for me. I have a Buddhist cultivation art known as the Bright Jade Arts, and with each layer I reach in that cultivation art, my body becomes a lot powerful than it was before. I've already reached the 2nd layer now, and once I get to the 3rd layer, I should be able to satisfy the conditions required to cultivate the 9 Gale transformations." The small child faltered slightly before a surprised look appeared on his face. The Bright Jade Arts. A Buddhist cultivation art. What is it? Is there something wrong with this cultivation art? Hanli asked with furrowed brows. The small child replied with a question of his own. "How many layers is your cultivation art split into?" Hanli was rather perplexed by this line of questioning, but he still replied truthfully, 7. A peculiar smile appeared on the small child's face as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence. I also have a Buddhist body refinement art that's split up into 7 layers." Hanli faltered upon hearing this. A hint of befuddlement flashed through his eyes, and he couldn't comprehend why the Endless Sky beast was saying this. This cultivation art originates from Buddhist origins, but it's something that everyone uses in the spirit realm. It's even more popular than the basic cultivation arts of the 5 elements used by Qi condensation cultivators, the small child explained. Everyone uses this cultivation art. Could it be that you're also referring to? Han Li was starting to read between the lines, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This Buddhist cultivation art can even be used by mortals in the spirit realm who possess no spiritual roots. If a mortal reaches the third layer or above in this cultivation art, then obtains some special weapons, they'll even be able to combat low-grade cultivators and demon beasts. If they can reach the fifth layer or above, even mid-grade cultivators and demon beasts wouldn't dare to mess with them for no good reason. Then, the small child chuckled coldly. Han Li was flabbergasted to hear this, and only after a long while did he respond in an incredulous manner, "Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Endless Sky. You're telling me that mortals can combat us cultivators? You haven't ascended to the spirit realm yet, so there's no point for me tell you too much about it, but this is something that I wouldn't mind disclosing to you. In the spirit realm, the mortals are an extremely important force in the human race. Furthermore, there were some exceptionally intellectually endowed figures among the mortals who studied some basic cultivation arts used by cultivators and demon beasts, and managed to discover ways to refine their own bodies using the spiritual chi from their environment without having to rely on spiritual roots. In the end, they managed to devise a unique set of cultivation principles. There are even some particularly outstanding warriors among the mortals who have slain high-grade cultivators and demon beasts. This is not something that's uncommon in the spirit realm. The cultivation art I'm referring to is known as the Vajra arts, and it's one of the cultivation arts used most regularly among the mortals. Even so, surely mortals still can't compare with cultivators. After all, the vast majority of cultivation arts and treasures are still unusable to them, Han Li countered with furrowed brows. Of course. Mortals are still mortals in the end, and no matter how powerful they become, without spiritual roots, they're still unable to pursue the great Tao. Their lifespans reach a mere 100 years, and even if they can obtain some treasures or medicines that can extend their lifespans, it'll only give them 100 more years to live at most. That's their maximal limit. However, in the spirit realm, the postnatal acquirement of spiritual roots is possible. Among the three human sovereigns, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign was once an extremely prominent and renowned mortal. Only after encountering a miraculous opportunity was he able to attain a spiritual root and become a cultivator, but in terms of power and abilities, he's not inferior to his other two counterparts at all. The small child's expression became rather solemn as he spoke. Han Li stroked his chin and was at a loss for words. Don't think too much about this matter. The mortals in the spirit realm are only able to achieve all of this due to the fact that the spiritual chi density in the spirit realm is far superior to that of lower realms. Your human world has endured a devilish tribulation long ago, and the spiritual chi density here is far inferior compared to the other lower realms. Even if mortals were to obtain the cultivation arts from the spirit realm that I mentioned, they wouldn't be able to absorb the world's origin chi into their bodies anyway, so there's no way that they'd be able to cultivate, the small child explained. Other lower realms. Does that mean there are more lower realms than just the human world? Han Li was very surprised to hear this. A peculiar look appeared on the small child's face as he said, "Of course. There are hundreds, if not over 1,000 lower realms beneath our spirit realm. All of the most exceptional cultivators from these lower realms would ascend to the spirit realm, and barely any have ascended from the human world in the past years. However, there have been many cultivators ascending from other lower realms that haven't been invaded by elder devils. I decided to send my avatar to the human world, firstly, because the spiritual chi is very sparse here. That makes it more difficult for my avatar to descend into this realm, but it makes it easier for me to avoid my great tribulation. Secondly, this is a realm dominated by the human race, so no one would suspect that I would send my avatar to this realm. Otherwise, if my enemies were to learn my backup plan and destroy this avatar of mine, all of my efforts would have been in vain." Han Li was speechless once again. He had always thought that the human world was a unique existence, which was why the spirit realm had gone to the effort of deploying cultivators into the human world to combat the invasion of the elder devils. However, after hearing the endless sky beast's words, it was clear that there were other factors behind that decision. Alright, that's enough about the spirit realm. It won't benefit you to learn too much about it for now. Let's talk about the Vajra arts first. This cultivation art can be used even by mortals without spiritual roots, but it's also renowned in the spirit realm for being extremely difficult to cultivate. There are very few people who can reach the third layer, let alone the fifth layer. Most of the mortals in the spirit realm have only reached the first layer, which will somewhat enhance their bodies, but the effects won't be very useful. Reaching the second layer of the cultivation art requires the cleansing of the marrow, which is an excruciating process that not many people can withstand. However, there are many mortals within the spirit realm, and reaching the second layer would allow one to become as powerful a low-grade demon beast, so there are always some who are willing and able to endure the painful process. I've never heard of your bright jade arts, but I'm sure it's very much related to this cultivation art. After all, there are only a handful of Buddhist body refinement cultivation arts, and this is most likely the only one among those cultivation arts that can be used in the human world. The small child was very confident in his judgment. Hanli also felt like that was a very plausible notion, and he nodded as he said, "Perhaps that's true. It's indeed been rather difficult for me to cultivate the bright jade arts. Give me a jade slip, I'll give you a copy of the Vajra arts for you to examine. If it's the same cultivation art as your bright jade arts, then it won't do you much good, but if they're not the same thing, you can choose one between them to cultivate." The small child was suddenly being very generous. I'll have to thank you in advance then, fellow Taoist Endless Sky. Hanli certainly wasn't going to decline such a tempting offer. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he flipped his hand over to produce a jade slip before tossing it to the small child. The Endless Sky beast caught the jade slip before slowly closing his eyes to replicate the cultivation art. The smile on Hanli's face faded, and his brows furrowed as memories of a copper plate and another cultivation art surfaced in his mind. They were none other than the sacred provenance plate, as well as the heaven-bearing devil arts that he had obtained from Manhuzi. There was nothing to be said about the sacred provenance plate. He was already certain that this demonic cultivation art and the bright jade arts had both originated from the elder devil realm. Furthermore, they were, respectively, the cultivation art required to unleash the technique, and the mandatory basic body refinement cultivation art. Unfortunately, there was a missing link in the middle, and that was the cultivation art for the transformation ability. When he had obtained the heaven-bearing devil arts from Manhuzi, he had only inspected it briefly before ascertaining that this cultivation art was that missing link. He didn't know how it had become a top-grade devilish art, but that didn't really matter. What was important was that he had somehow gathered the complete set of cultivation arts. Furthermore, the fact that the 9 Gale transformations that Hanli wanted to cultivate required progression in the bright jade arts made him feel as if there were some kind of profound greater power at work, trying to make him cultivate the sacred provenance plate. A series of thoughts flashed through Hanli's mind, and after about 10 minutes, the small child sitting atop the cauldron suddenly opened his eyes before raising a hand, sending a burst of yellow light flying toward Hanli. Hanli immediately swept a sleeve through the air, catching the yellow light to reveal the jade slip within. "The cultivation art has been recorded in there, you can have a look at it first," the small child said in a calm voice. Hanli nodded and immediately seeped his spiritual sense into the jade slip to examine the cultivation art within. After just a short while, Hanli heaved a faint sigh and withdrew his spiritual sense. The small child's expression remained unchanged as he asked in an indifferent manner, "Is the same as your bright jade arts?" Hanli was silent for a moment before replying, "It is. There are some additional spiritual chi absorption methods detailed in the Vajra arts, but everything else is completely identical." The small child seemed to have expected this result, and he waved the aged hide book in his hand as he said, "That's settled, then. If you want to cultivate the 9 Gale transformations, you'll have to progress to the 3rd layer of the bright jade arts first. During that time, I'll alter the 9 Gale transformations so it becomes suitable for you to use. The thunderstorm wings are only a pair of treasures, and not real wings, after all, so some adjustments to the cultivation art will be required. Don't forget that you promised to lend me the golden jade tome after this." Hanli smiled and pointed to the 3 container treasures before him as he said, "Rest assured, fellow Daoist Endless Sky, I won't go back on my word." Before we begin, are you not going to consume any more of this imperial elixir? The small child glanced at the treasures before shaking his head as he replied, "The imperial elixir is indeed a fantastic medicine. It can help demon beasts develop intelligence, and is of the utmost importance for demon beasts going through metamorphosis to attain a human form. For human cultivators, consumption of the imperial elixir can also expand the meridians and greatly enhance the body. However, it's not advisable to consume too much of it at once, and it can't be stored for more than a month, so it's currently useless to me. Seeing as you're planning to cultivate the bright jade arts, this will be quite useful for you. If that's the case, then I'll be taking these for myself." Hanli smiled as he swept a sleeve through the air, in which the bowl and the jade vial disappeared in unison, leaving only the gourd remaining on the ground. He then made a hand seal and a faint light shimmered in his eyes. All of a sudden, silver light flashed from beside one of the walls of the secret chamber, and another, Hanli, appeared out of thin air. As soon as this, Hanli, appeared in the secret chamber, it immediately feigned a grabbing motion toward the gourd lying on the ground. The treasure was instantly sucked into his grasp, and silver light flashed again as Hanli disappeared into the wall. A hint of surprise appeared on the small child's face upon seeing this, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he merely cupped his fist toward Hanli as a salute before also vanishing into the cauldron. Hanli took a glance at the jade slip in his hand before joining his palms, upon which the jade slip disappeared. He then slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate in a seated position. Almost at the exact same moment, a streak of silver light shot forth from the main peak that Hanli's cave abode was situated on. Following a few flashes, the silver streak of light had already disappeared into a certain restricted area within the drifting cloud sect. Not long after that, the streak of silver light flew out from within the restricted area again and returned to the interconnected peaks. Hanli continued to remain in the secret chamber, yet during this time, a streak of silver light would occasionally fly out from his cave abode before disappearing into the distance. However, the streak of silver light would always return to the interconnected peaks following intervals of several days to around a month, and no one knew what it was up to. Time passed in a flash, and 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The cultivation world of the Heavenly South region was in an uproar once again. Aside from those who were already aware of Hanli's relationship with Nangong Wan, all of the nascent soul cultivators who received the invitation were extremely surprised. However, with Hanli's current resounding reputation, no one dared to turn down his invitation. The 3 other great cultivators of the Heavenly South region were unable to attend in person to the fact that they were all in seclusion, but they sent their disciples to offer precious congratulatory presents. It was said in the few days leading up to the commencement of the ceremony, the entire sky above the Dreamcloud Mountains had been enshrouded under extremely exuberant 5-colored light. Intricate buildings of light also appeared out of thin air on the mountains, and under the effect of the restriction, all of the plants on the entire mountain ranges were in full bloom, making the Dreamcloud Mountains appear as it were an ethereal immortal realm. The 3 sects on the Dreamcloud Mountains as well as some nearby smaller sects that were trying to suck up to Hanli had worked tirelessly to prepare for this ceremony, making it an even grander and more illustrious occasion than the celebration ceremony held when Hanli became a great cultivator. Aside from the cultivators of the major sects who had received invitations from the Drifting Cloud sect, some cultivators from other smaller sects as well as many renowned vagrant cultivators attended the ceremony, offering presents of their own. During the few days when the ceremony was held, around 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators outside of the Dreamcloud Mountains flocked to the scene, most of whom were high-grade cultivators. It was the most spectacular ceremony held in the Heavenly South region for the past 1,000 years. However, that was no surprise. Back when Hanli had become a great cultivator, many people had attended the celebratory ceremony to congratulate him, but most of them harbored doubts in their hearts about the authenticity of his claim. Furthermore, there were still 3 other great cultivators in the Heavenly South region as well. However, following the sparring match held during that celebratory ceremony, Hanli had well and truly cemented himself as the #1 cultivator of the Heavenly South region. It was said that Hanli could face 2 great cultivators at once and still easily gain the upper hand, and this was quite a harrowing notion to all of the sects in the Heavenly South region. This indicated that if Hanli didn't have to worry about his own sect, he was powerful enough on his own to steamroll any cultivation sect in the entire region. No sect in the Heavenly South region could possess more than 2 great cultivators among their ranks, so there was no power in the entire region that could contend with Hanli. As such, regardless of whether these sects had ties with the Drifting Cloud sect or not in the past, all of them had sent people to the ceremony in an attempt to establish better relations with Hanli's sect. As for the high-grade vagrant cultivators, they wanted to make the acquaintance of this #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, hoping that Hanli would be kind enough to offer them some guidance in their cultivation. As such, countless cultivators had arrived to attend the ceremony from the 3 sects, as well as outside of the Dreamcloud Mountains, making it truly a ceremony for the ages. Hanli and Nangongwan didn't appear at the ceremony for a very long time. The 2 of them merely delivered a grateful address to all of the cultivators gathered at the ceremony, then engaged in a formal exchange of cups of wine between bride and groom before departing from the scene. Hanli looked at his Dao companion's exquisite features, then thought back to the intimacy they had shared during the past few days, and a scorching impulse suddenly welled up in the pit of his stomach. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed as he turned and cast his gaze toward the distant sky. Nangongwan faltered slightly before also turning her attention toward the same direction. A few moments later, a streak of white light broke through the restriction in the distance before flying directly toward Hanli's duo. Hanli's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, seemingly having already identified who their visitor was. The streak of white light circled around in the sky before descending onto the ground. The light then receded to reveal a gorgeous woman. It was none other than Mu Peeling. Mu Peeling pays her respects to her lord and big sister Nangong. Mu Peeling extended a respectful salute toward the 2 of them. Little sister Peeling, why have you come here from the sect in such a hurry even though the ceremony is already over? Could it be that there's something Senior Marshal Brother Lu couldn't take care of, so he's requesting our assistance? Nangongwan asked. Big sister Nangong, there are some guests who still haven't left following the conclusion of the ceremony. All of them proclaim that they're acquaintances of my lord, and wish to see him. Senior Marshal Brother Lu was unsure of whether my lord would like to entertain these guests, so he sent me here as a messenger. If my lord doesn't wish to see them, then he'll ask them to leave, Mu Peeling explained. Acquaintances of yours? Could they perhaps be a group of beautiful female cultivators? Nangongwan took a glance at Hanli with an amused smile on her face. Mu Peeling cast a surreptitious glance toward Hanli before biting down on her lower lip as she nodded. Indeed, big sister Nangong, the guests in question are all female. Oh. Looks like your former lovers have come to find you. Nangongwan rolled her eyes at Hanli, former lovers. Ahem, please don't make such jokes, Warner. Peeling, have you asked those guests for their names? Hanli cleared his throat with a rather awkward look before turning to Mu Peeling with an inquisitive glance. I have. One of them is a woman ghost spirit sect with the surname of Yen, and she's being accompanied by 2 ghost spirit sect elders. The other 2 are a female cultivator from the controlling spirit sect by the name of Han Yunji, and Dong Xiener from the harmonious bond sect, Mu Peeling replied. It's them. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Nan Gongwan raised an eyebrow as she chuckled. Looks like they really are acquaintances of yours. You should go and meet them, it'd be rude to keep them waiting for too long. Han Li paused for a moment before nodding as he instructed, these are all acquaintances from well before I reached the nascent soul stage, and I wouldn't mind meeting them. Peeling, go and inform Senior Marshal Brother Liu that I'll be there soon. In the meantime, get them to wait for me in 2 different guest pavilions and I'll meet them separately. Yes. I'll be taking my leave then. Mu Peeling extended a respectful bow before flying away as a streak of white light. Meanwhile, Han Li looked on at her departing figure, and his brows furrowed slightly. Nan Gongwan noticed the minute changes in Han Li's expression, and she smiled as she asked, why the long face? Are you displeased with little sister Peeling? Han Li clasped his hands behind his back as he shook his head, and said, no, it's just that I don't really understand why you decided to accept her as your sister. I originally intended for her to become your disciple. What's wrong with having Peeling as a sister? I only want to pursue the great Tao with you, so I'm not interested in taking any disciples. Also, her past is kind of similar to mine, and I quite like her. Instead of placing her in the awkward position of being my disciple, I thought it was a much better idea to make her my sister instead. That way, regardless of whether you want to make her your concubine or your disciple in the future, no one will be able to say anything about it, Nan Gongwan explained in a warm manner. We'll do as you say, then. I'm going to go and see my visitors now, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Come back soon, I'll be waiting for you in my cave abode, Nan Gongwan said with a faint smile. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. Warner, the youthful celestial moon you're cultivating sure is quite interesting in that the power of the Yin moon is required to cultivate it. In that case, a special formation will need to be set up in order to gather this power. However, the power of the Yin moon is very detrimental to other cultivators, so no one can cultivate around you. It's a real pity that I'm unable to cultivate in the same cave abode as you because of this. At the time I was drawn to the power of this cultivation art, and I didn't anticipate that it would be so troublesome, Nan Gongwan replied with an apologetic expression. I'm just a little disappointed, but thankfully, we only have to be apart when we're cultivating. Besides, our 2 cave abodes are really close anyway, so we can share a cave abode whenever we're not cultivating. It really doesn't make much of a difference. Alright, I'll have to go and entertain my guests now. I'll be back soon. Han Li offered some words of consolation before flying away from the main peak as a streak of azure light. Mu Peeling was standing outside one of the dozen or so guest pavilions within the Drifting Cloud sect, and she would occasionally glance up into the distant sky. All of a sudden, azure light flashed from afar before flying through the air, descending before this pavilion in the blink of an eye. As soon Han Li arrived in front of the pavilion, Mu Peeling made her way over to him, and whispered, Mu Peeling pays her respects to her lord. The ghost spirit sect cultivators are currently resting within the pavilion, and the other 2 women are in that building over there. Han Li glanced at the pavilion behind Mu Peeling, then at another nearby building, and he nodded with a calm expression as he said, all right, you can go now. Mu Peeling extended a respectful curtsy before flying away as a streak of white light. Han Li's body swayed, and he appeared at the entrance to the pavilion. He swept his spiritual sense through the interior of the building before walking in an unhurried manner. Within the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, there were 2 men and a woman sitting together while discussing something. One of the men was a stickly thin yellow-robed man, while the other was an elderly man with abnormally pale features. Their female counterpart was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be around 20 years of age. She was none other than Yan Yenner. The three of them were currently locked in a heated discussion, and the urgency in their eyes was quite apparent. As Hanli stepped into the hall, all three of them immediately turned to him in unison. They then rose to their feet with expressions of surprise and elation to welcome Hanli. Before the three of them had a chance to say anything, Hanli abruptly appeared on a wooden chair across from them. He waved a nonchalant hand, and said, "There's no need for formalities, fellow Taoists. Let's all take a seat." None of the three were able to identify how he had approached them so quickly. The elderly man's heart jolted upon seeing this, but he quickly put on a smile as he nodded in response. Thus, the three of them sat down again. Hanli examined the young woman, who had become even more beautiful since their last encounter, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Long time no see, Fairy Yen, you've finally reached the nascent soul stage. We'll be able to refer to one another as equals now." This woman was none other than the #1 female cultivator among the younger generation in the state of Yu. She had also successfully reached the nascent soul stage. "Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist Han. I've only recently reached the nascent soul stage, yet you're already the #1 cultivator in the heavenly south region. How can I possibly compare to you? I've come here with a request for your help, Brother Han." Yan Yenner examined Hanli carefully as a complex expression appeared on her beautiful features. Hanli smiled, yet gave no reply. He cast his gaze toward the other two ghost spirit sect elders, and his eyes rested on the face of the elderly man in the end. "This fellow Taoist is Elder Zhong, right? I recall seeing you once from afar in the Devil Fall Valley. I didn't think that Brother Han would still remember someone like me. I'm very flattered." The elderly man gave a slightly awkward chuckle upon hearing this. The ghost spirit sect seems to be in a very perilous situation at the moment. All three of you are important figures in the sect, so why have you come all this way to meet me rather than remain in the state of Yu to protect the sect? Hanli cut straight to the time. Upon seeing Hanli's no-nonsense approach, Yan Yenner and the others looked at one another with hesitant expressions, as if they were unsure of how to proceed. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Hanli's attention naturally didn't escape the notice of the trio, and the hearts of the two men jolted as they turned toward Yan Yenner in unison. Yan Yenner hesitated momentarily before breaking the tense silence. "Fellow Taoist Han, we've come here to request assistance from your sect, no, from yourself. We hope that you can assist our ghost spirit sect during this time of crisis. Otherwise, our sect will most likely cease to exist in the near future. You want me to lend you my assistance?" Hanli raised his eyebrows as a hint of a deriding sneer appeared on his face. "I know that our sect has wronged you in the past, Brother Han, but sect leader Wang was the one who was solely responsible for that incident, and he passed away in the Devil Fall Valley long ago. The ghost spirit sect is not being ruled over by the Wang family anymore," the yellow-robed man hurriedly explained. "Is that so? I seem to have heard that Wang Chan is still thriving at your sect, is that correct?" Hanli asked expressionlessly. The expressions of both the elderly man and Yan Yenner changed slightly upon seeing this. The yellow-robed man was also quite surprised that Hanli was aware of this detail, but he still maintained his smile as he replied, "Rest assured, Brother Han, Marshal Nephew Wang Chan made a huge mistake a while ago, so he's been stripped of his role as an enforcement elder, and he's currently been held in our sect's repentance cave to repent over his mistakes. He won't be released from there for at least another 100 years. Repenting over his mistakes. I don't think I've seen you before, but you seem to bear a resemblance to Fairy Yen. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist?" Hanli was slightly surprised to hear this, but he cast his gaze toward Yan Yenner, then back at the yellow-robed man, and a thought seemed to have occurred to him as a faint smile appeared on his face. The yellow-robed man hesitated momentarily before replying truthfully, "You really do have a good eye, Brother Han. I'm also from the Yen family, I'm one of Yenner's uncles." Yenner also nodded to confirm this notion. Han Li stroked his chin, and asked in a meaningful voice, "Oh, so the Yen family has two nascent soul cultivators now. In that case, the Yen family must be ruling over the ghost spirit sect at present, right?" The yellow-robed man glanced at Elder Zhong before replying hesitantly, "It's not incorrect to say that, but that duty has only fallen to our Yen family upon Senior Marshal Brother Zhong's insistence. Senior Marshal Brother Wang and the others were clearly unfit to rule over the sect, so it's only natural that the Yen family should rise to the occasion," the elderly man said with a wry smile. "Oh, is that so?" Han Li said in an absent-minded manner before he fell silent, and his eyes narrowed in contemplation. The three cultivators from the ghost spirit sect didn't dare to rush Han Li, so they could only sit in silence. Yenner seemed to be contemplating something as well, while the two men were feeling extremely uneasy. Han Li was currently the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, and he had once had a vendetta against their ghost spirit sect. The circumstances had changed since then, so it was very unlikely that Han Li would seek revenge against them, but they would definitely be lying if they said they weren't concerned in the slightest about being in Han Li's presence. If it weren't for the fact that the ghost spirit sect had truly reached the end of the road, they wouldn't have mustered up the courage to visit the Drifting Clouds sect. The only person in the entire Heavenly South region capable of saving them was Han Li. Their enemies were wary of the other great cultivators as well, but there was certainly no one more powerful and intimidating than Han Li in the Heavenly South region. Even if those past events had never taken place, what makes you think that I'll help your ghost spirit sect? Han Li asked in a slightly cold voice. Yenner immediately turned to Han Li upon hearing this, while the two men with her were ecstatic. The three of them could all hear a hint of possibility in Han Li's voice. The yellow-robed man took a deep breath before replying, "Brother Han, if you're willing to help our sect, our ghost spirit sect will vacate the state of you and leave it to the other sections. All we want now is to ensure the survival of our sect. In return for your assistance, we've brought along a few presents. We hope that they would be of interest to you, Brother Han." He then patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and a burst of white light radiated from within. Spiritual light swept toward the table before him, and 3 items appeared on the tabletop. Han Li examined the 3 items with an indifferent expression to find that they were a crimson bracelet, a porcelain vial, and a green wooden box. Han Li raised his hand and feigned a grabbing motion, upon which the 3 items flew through the air and landed in his grasp. At this moment, Yenner's pleasant voice suddenly sounded. "The porcelain vial contains the sacred medicine of our sect, the blood limb pill. The pill has no other effect aside from its incredible ability to replace lost limbs. Even if a limb is completely dismembered, an identical one can be regrown after taking these pills. Due to the fact that the medicinal ingredients for these pills are very difficult to find, our sect only has around a dozen of these pills, and 3 of them are in that vial. The red bracelet is a lesser-known devilish treasure and was something that was carried by all the past sect leaders. However, the treasure was withdrawn by Elder Zhong after sect leader Wang perished in the Devil Fall Valley. This devilish treasure is quite unique in that it's unable to directly attack the enemy, but you can nurture things like Yin spirits and blood ghosts within the bracelet. Those beings can become more powerful at a rapid rate through the help of the blood chi absorbed by this bracelet, then be released to assist you in battle. As for the item in this wooden box, it's the most precious among the 3 treasures here." At this point, Yenner paused and looked at Han Li with a peculiar gleam in her eyes. However, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, seemingly entirely disinterested in the 2 treasures placed before him. Yenner heaved a faint internal sigh, but she maintained a calm expression as she continued, "I heard that you're using a wood attribute cultivation art, Brother Han, the item in this box is a legendary wood spirit bead, one of the 5 elemental spirit gathering beads. Han Li's expressionless facade immediately crumbled as he exclaimed, "Spirit gathering bead? You're referring to the treasures that absorb a certain type of 5 elemental spiritual chi while also repelling other types of spiritual chi." That's right. The spirit gathering bead has a very similar name to the basic spirit gathering formation, and both of them serve a similar purpose. However, I trust that Brother Han is aware of the differences in their efficacy, so I won't elaborate on that subject. As for how this item compares with spirit well objects, as long as the cultivation art you're using is of the same attribute as this spirit gathering bead, normal spirit well objects won't even be able to hold a candle to this bead, Yan Yener said in a slow voice. Han Li's lingered on the green wooden box for a while longer, but there was a yellow restriction talisman plastered over it, so he wasn't able to glean its contents. All of a sudden, he opened his mouth and gently exhaled toward the wooden box. A burst of azure light immediately swept over the surface of the box, and the restriction talisman was detached. At the same time, his hand shot forth like lightning, pointing a finger directly at the lid of the box. The wooden lid flew off of its own accord. The faint fragrance of grass and wood immediately wafted toward Han Li. The interior of the wooden box was filled with shimmering green light, and there was a thumb-sized green bead that was sitting in the box amid the light. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward it to find that the bead wasn't made of stone nor wood, and he couldn't identify what kind of material this was. As soon as the bead was revealed, rich wood attribute spiritual chi immediately filled the surrounding area. After taking a deep breath, Han Li felt as if he had been completely reinvigorated. Han Li picked up the bead between his fingers and stared at it for a while before turning to Yan Yener with a calm expression. This is indeed a spirit-gathering bead. Some of these beads appeared during ancient times, and it's unknown whether they were naturally forming treasures or artificially refined. It's been a long time since one of these has appeared in the cultivation world. I didn't think your sect would have one. Fair Yen, is your ghost spirit sect really willing to give me such a valuable treasure? If a cultivator using a wood attribute cultivation art were to carry this bead during their cultivation, they would be able to cultivate more than twice as fast as a normal cultivator. This bead is indeed an extremely rare treasure in the human world, but our sect is still more important to us in comparison. Furthermore, as I'm sure you're aware already, Brother Han, our ghost spirit sect barely has any wood attribute cultivation arts, so this treasure is not very useful to our sect. As such, it's much wiser for us to offer it up in exchange for a chance at survival, Yan Yener replied with a serious expression. This spirit-gathering bead is indeed very useful to me. However, if you want me to step in and protect your sect, the ghost spirit sect has to do something else for me as well. Otherwise. Han Li shook his head as his voice trailed off. The yellow-robed man's eyes lit up as he asked urgently, "What is it?" "As long as it's within the capabilities of our sect, we'll be sure to do our best." Han Li turned to the yellow-robed man and elaborated, "I don't care about anyone else from the Wang family, but I don't want to see Wang Chan ever again. I have no interest in stepping in to save an enemy of mine. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Elder Zhong's expression changed upon hearing this, and Yan Yener's features paled in response. The yellow-robed man had also fallen silent, but he didn't appear to be very surprised by this demand. "I understand what you mean, Brother Han. This is not an issue. What do you think, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong?" The yellow-robed man turned to the elderly man. A conflicted look appeared on the elderly man's face, and he only heaved a faint sigh after a period of contemplation as he replied, "If Brother Han insists, then I'm sure Marshal Nephew Wang Chan will be willing to give his all for the sake of the sect. Seeing as Senior Marshal Brother Zhong doesn't have any objections, then I'll agree to this request on behalf of the sect." The yellow-robed man nodded without any hesitation. Throughout this entire process, he didn't ask for Yan Yen's opinion, nor even take so much as a single glance at her. Yan Yen's face was quite pale, but she didn't state any objections. "All right, I'll accept your presence, and I'll write a few letters in person to the controlling spirit sect and the other sections." Han Li nodded in response. The yellow-robed man was ecstatic upon hearing this. The trio from the ghost spirit sect had achieved the objective for their trip, so they didn't wish to remain in the drifting clouds sect any longer, and they rose to their feet before bidding farewell to Han Li. Han Li made no effort to keep them, and merely looked on as the three of them departed. Yan Yenner was the last one to exit the hall, and her footsteps suddenly faltered as she reached the entrance of the hall. She turned to look at Han Li with a complex expression and opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. A resigned sigh escaped her lips and she turned away again before exiting the hall. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he also fell silent as he turned his gaze toward the three treasures on the table. After the three ghost spirit sect cultivators left the drifting cloud sect, they immediately rose into the air as streaks of light. Not only after they had departed from the Dream Cloud Mountains, Elder Zhong heaved a faint sigh and turned to the yellow-robed man beside him as he asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Yan, do we really have to kill Marshal Nephew Wang?" "Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, I don't want to have to do this either, but Han Li is specifically requesting for his death, and we can't afford to hesitate here. Besides, he's not asking for us to eradicate the entire Wang family, and Senior Marshal Brother Wang has more than one son, so the Wang family won't fall here. This is already a very lenient condition. After all, the Wang family has wronged him greatly in the past, and I heard that Wang Chan had almost killed him back when he was yet to reach the nascent soul stage. In that case, it really is no surprise that he's asking for Wang Chan to be killed. In my opinion, we should also banish all of our sect disciples from the Wang family as a gesture to demonstrate our sincerity. Even though Han Li has promised to help us, it would be disastrous if he were to change his mind," the yellow-robed man replied. A hesitant expression appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this. The yellow-robed man then turned to Yan Yenner, who had remained silent this whole time, and said in an apologetic manner, "Yenner, I'm sorry that this has to happen, but I'm sure you had already anticipated this back when you were engaged to Wang Chan. Thankfully, you've reached the nascent soul stage now while Wang Chan has failed to do so, so he doesn't deserve you anyway. Furthermore, the Wang family suddenly attacked our Yan family back then, and all of the high-grade cultivators from our family, including you, had restrictions placed upon them. I was fortunate to have been exempt from this as I was cultivating in a secret area, but that doesn't change the fact that the Wang family has betrayed our trust. Seeing as that's the case, there's no need for you to pay any heed to whether Wang Chan lives or dies. I understand all that, uncle, but he's still my Dao companion. How could I bring myself to express approval toward this arrangement? I'm going into seclusion for a century after we return to the sect. There's no need for you to inform me of what becomes of Wang Chan and the Wang family during that time," Yan Yenner said in an indifferent voice before she accelerated through the air, leaving the yellow-robed man and the elderly man behind. The yellow-robed man could only heave a resigned sigh upon seeing this, while the elderly man continued to remain silent. After a while, Elder Zhong finally conceded, "If this arrangement is beneficial to our sect, then I'll let you do as you please with the Wang family, Junior Marshal Brother Yan. Rest assured, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, I'll be sure to handle the situation appropriately." The yellow-robed man was ecstatic. The elderly man merely shook his head without giving a reply, and he seemed to be in a rather dejected mood. The yellow-robed man didn't pay any heed to this. He knew that Elder Zhong had known Wang Chan and his father for far longer than he had, so it was only natural for him to display such a reaction. Following his initial rush of excitement, a wistful look appeared on the yellow-robed man's face as he murmured, "I still think it's quite a pity that we gave him the spirit-gathering bead, though. In response, Elder Zhong chuckled coldly and said something that came as quite a surprise to the yellow-robed man. Do you really that spirit-gathering bead is something that belongs to our sect? A bewildered look appeared on the yellow-robed man's face as he asked, What do you mean, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong? Didn't you personally bring out this treasure from our sect's treasure vault? I'm not sure if this treasure initially belonged to our sect, but what I can tell you is that old Devil Concord was the one who gave it to me, Elder Zhong chuckled. Old Devil Concord. The yellow-robed man was even more bewildered upon hearing this. That's right. Not long ago, old Devil Concord suddenly came to me and presented me with this bead, telling me that it was something that our sect had once lent to the Harmonious Bond sect. He also implied to me that Grand Elder Han of the Drifting Cloud sect was the only one who could save our sect, and that this would be the best present we could offer to him. Are you finding this difficult to believe, Junior Marshal Brother Yen? The elderly man asked with a meaningful look. The yellow-robed man's expression immediately changed as he speculated, even if this bead really did belong to our sect, there's no way old Devil Concord would be generous enough to return it to us. Could it be that there's something wrong with that spirit-gathering bead? There's nothing wrong with the bead. I've examined it many times, and it's completely identical to the legendary wood spirit bead in any way. There's nothing amiss about the bead itself either. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heeded his advice and offered it to Hanli. The elderly man shook his head with a serious expression. But there's no way that old Devil Concord would do something like this without harboring any ulterior motives. Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, you should have discussed this matter with me first. If something goes wrong here, our entire sect would be doomed. The yellow-robed man was getting very flustered. How else were we going to recruit the assistance of the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region? As for discussing the matter with you in advance, would that have done us any good? What other course of action could we take to save our sect? If there was another way, we wouldn't have had to visit the Drifting Clouds sect and put on such a pathetic display, Elder Zhong harumphed coldly. The elderly man's remained furrowed upon hearing this, but he was at a loss for a response. After an extended period of silence, the yellow-robed man could only offer words of consolation to himself. In any case, we've already given him the bead, so it's too late to do anything now. As long as there's nothing wrong with the bead itself, we'll be fine even if something were to happen. You're certainly correct about that, Junior Marshal Brother Yen. The spirit-gathering bead was a vast renowned treasure even back in ancient times. After so many years, even if something were to happen, we could easily pin the blame on someone else. Besides, even the #1 cultivator of the Heavenly South region identified the bead to be authentic, so any future mishaps won't have anything to do with us, Elder Zhong chuckled coldly. The yellow-robed man contemplated the situation for a while before heaving a resigned sigh as he said, We can only hope that that's the case. However, in order to be safe, I suggest that we close our sect for 100 years right after our relocation. That's a good idea, Junior Marshal Brother Yen, we'll do as you say. Elder Zhong nodded in agreement. After that, the two ghost spirit sect elders weren't interested in discussing anything else, and they immediately accelerated in pursuit of Yen Yenner. Meanwhile, within a restricted area in the Harmonious Bond sect, there was a humanoid figure sitting on a massive rock deep within the Heavenly Yang Pond. The entire area was enshrouded in thick gray mist, and the humanoid figure murmured to himself, It's about time that the treasure was delivered to that Han brat. With this wood spirit bead, your rate of cultivation will be drastically enhanced, but when you reach the deity transformation stage bottleneck, A burst of eerie chuckling suddenly escaped from the humanoid figure's mouth. Hanli sat within the guest pavilion and fiddled around with the wood spirit bead for a while. Just as he was about to stow it away along with the other two treasures, the voice of a small child suddenly rang out. Fellow Daoist Han, are you really planning to keep this bead? Hanli faltered slightly before his brows furrowed, and he asked, why do you ask? Is there something wrong with this spirit-gathering bead? There's nothing wrong with the bead itself, but don't you know that spirit-gathering beads are inherently flawed treasures? If you use this bead to cultivate, your cultivation base and magic power will indeed progress at a phenomenal rate, but once you reach a bottleneck, you'll know what the inherent flaw in this treasure is. High-grade cultivators who use this bead to cultivate will find it many times harder to break through bottlenecks than other cultivators. This is because while the bead does increase your rate of spiritual qi absorption, it also blunts your sensitivity toward the other types of spiritual qi. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, the negative effects stemming from that won't be very apparent. However, for a cultivator like you, who will need to sense all types of the world's origin qi in order to make a breakthrough, this bead is more trouble than it's worth. As such, the spirit-gathering bead is indeed a treasure that's very tempting to use, but in the spirit realm, it's only given to low-grade cultivators with mediocre aptitudes. No high-grade cultivator would ever use something like this, the small child explained in detail. Is that so? So what you're saying is that this treasure is completely useless to me. That's not necessarily the case. If you can find a few rare wood attribute materials, you'll be able to convert this bead into another type of treasure known as the wood birth bead. That bead won't be able to accelerate your cultivation, but after you completely refine it, you'll be able to attain the immortal body ability. Even though you'll only be able to use that ability once, it'll save your life in a perilous situation, the small child replied. Immortal body. Hanli was very surprised to hear this. He had been yearning for such an ability for a long time. However, he had only seen this ability present in extremely powerful demon beasts, elder devils, and devilish corpses that had undergone devilification. He had never heard of any human cultivator who had managed to attain this ability. That's right. Each wood birth bead will allow you to unleash immortal body ability once. Following the ability's activation, even if you get decapitated or your entire body gets cut in half, you'll be able to make a full recovery, the small child replied with a chuckle. Really, now? But if I can only use it once, doesn't that make it a disposable treasure? Hanli was quite tempted, but also a little skeptical. Being able to unleash the immortal body ability once will be enough to save your life under some circumstances. Why do you still look so dissatisfied? In any case, the other wood attribute ingredients required to craft the wood birth bead will be very difficult to find in the human world, and it's yet to be seen whether you'll even be able to refine the treasure, the small child harumphed with a hint of displeasure on his face. What other materials do I need? I have a pretty big collection of wood attribute materials, Hanli replied with an unfazed smile. I'll give you a copy of the list of required materials, but if you want me to tell you the refinement method, you'll have to give me some things in return, the small child said in a straightforward manner. Sure. Feel free to tell me what you need, fellow Taoist Endless Sky. The fact that the small child was making demands came as quite a relief to Hanli. If the Endless Sky beast were willing to tell him the refinement method free of charge, he would have been feeling quite uneasy instead. After all, even though the two of them had built up a certain level of camaraderie following the lightning tribulation, it was still quite a stretch for them to refer to one another as friends. Thus, Hanli remained rather cautious of the Endless Sky beast. He wasn't naive enough to think that they were best friends after just a few mutually beneficial deals and exchanges. The Endless Sky beast was mostly helping him because he was the owner of the Heaven Void Cauldron, and the demon beast was unable to escape from the cauldron, so he had no choice but to appease Hanli to a certain extent. Even though I've successfully reached the metamorphosis stage, I still require some medicines to fortify my cultivation base. I'm sure you'll be able to easily secure those medicines for me, Brother Han, the small child proposed. No problem. Give me a list of what you need along with the refinement method, Hanli replied without any hesitation. Alright, when you get back to the cave abode, I'll give you the list of required materials, the refinement method, and a list of the medicines I'm looking for. The small child was very pleased with Han Li's straightforward reply. Han Li smiled upon hearing this before placing the wood spirit bead back into its wooden box, then flipping his hand over to stow all three treasures away into his storage pouch. All of a sudden, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he asked, "Fellow Taoist Endless Sky, do you think the ghost spirit sect cultivators were aware of the wood spirit bead's inherent flaw?" "That's hard to say. From the sounds of it, this bead was abandoned long ago by ancient cultivators, and information about its inherent flaw doesn't appear to have been passed down. If a nascent soul cultivator from the ghost spirit sect specializing in wood attribute cultivation arts had used bead before, then they would definitely have been able to identify its flaws. Otherwise, there's no way to detect anything wrong just from the bead itself. Are you suspecting that those three are trying to prevent you from reaching the deity transformation stage?" the small child asked. Han Li stroked his chin and deduced, "That was my initial thought process, but then, I realized that there's no motive for the ghost spirit sect to do such a thing. After all, even if I can't reach the deity transformation stage, I'm already a late nascent soul cultivator, and I'll still be the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region. Aren't they afraid that I'll identify the flaw in the bead and destroy the entire ghost spirit sect in a fit of rage? There must be more to this story than meets the eye. Let me think about this. The mastermind behind all this who's trying to use the ghost spirit sect against me is most likely a cultivator from the Heavenly South region, but why would it benefit them to prevent me from reaching the deity transformation stage? Even if I don't reach that level, there's still no one in the Heavenly South region who's a match for me. The only downside to this is that I won't be able to lengthen my lifespan, and I'll pass away after reaching around 1,000 years of age. As such, the period of time during which our Drifting Clouds sect will be able to exert dominance over the other sects of the Heavenly South region will be significantly curtailed. However, to normal sects, it doesn't really matter which sect reigns supreme in the Heavenly South region. There are only a handful of sects who can contend for this position, and it's most likely one of the Flowing Mind sect, the Harmonious Bond sect, or the High Zenith sect. Alternatively, it could be all three of those sects joining forces to plot against me. The small child was quite stunned by Han Li's analytical prowess, and only after a long while did a wry smile appear on his face as he said, "Now that you put it that way, things have been made a lot clearer. So you think that the other three late nascent soul great cultivators are behind all this?" Han Li rose to his feet, and paced a few steps within the hall. He then looked up at the ceiling, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Perhaps. In any case, this is all just speculation. Who knows what could really be going on behind the scenes? I'm not sure if I'm right either. It's easy if you want to find out the truth. Just capture one of those three, then use a soul search technique on them," the small child suggested with a low chuckle. A sharp light flashed through his eyes, but he shook his head after a moment of contemplation as he said, "It would be indeed simple to capture one of them, but that's beside the point. Even if I've hit the nail on the head here, it would be inappropriate for me to attack any of those three sects without any concrete evidence. Otherwise, I'll be viewed as a public enemy. All other cultivators fear and revere me as the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, but if I were to abuse that title, then more people would become resentful and fearful toward me. Maybe someone will take advantage of this opportunity to turn the entire Heavenly South region against me. No matter how powerful I am, I won't be able to stand against the entire cultivation world of the Heavenly South region, and there have been previous instances of something like this happening before. You're way too much of a coward, Han Brat. If someone tried to plot against me like this in the spirit realm, whatever, it's up to you in the end. As long as you can keep yourself from getting killed, I won't try to influence your decisions," the small child said in a lazy voice. "Don't worry, now that I know there are people plotting against me, I'll be sure to be careful." As for this incident, I'll pretend to be oblivious to it for now. If whoever's behind this doesn't try any more little trick, then I'll let them be, but if they try something else, I'm sure I'll be able to catch them next time. As soon as I find some concrete evidence, they'll learn what it means to wish they were dead. Han Li's expression remained quite calm, but the menacing threat in his voice was quite apparent. The small child merely chuckled without saying anything this time. Han Li remained within the hall for a while longer before finally exiting the guest pavilion. He then turned his gaze toward another nearby pavilion, and his brows furrowed slightly. He could understand Han Yunji coming to find him, but what business did Dong Xian'er have with him? He was not on good terms with the latter of these two women. Dong Xian'er was extremely beautiful, but she had left him with quite a negative impression. However, there was also something else that Han Li was confused about. He had once heard from a Harmonious Bond sect disciple that after Dong Xian'er had reached the core formation stage, she had deployed people to search for him for a period of time. Why was that? Han Li looked at the pavilion with a hesitant look, but still decided to make his way toward it in the end. After entering the pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of two beautiful female cultivators, one of whom was standing while the other was seated in a chair, and both of them were completely silent. The one in the chair was a yellow-robed woman with a set of gentle features, making her appear very warm and approachable. The one who was standing was an extremely seductive white-robed woman who gave off an air of frailty. However, that sense of fragile vulnerability evoked within the onlooker the urge to protect her, thereby further contributing to her allure. Han Li's arrival immediately drew the attention of the two female cultivators. "I'm quite surprised that you two came to visit me, fellow Taoists. We're all old acquaintances and seeing you two evokes many past memories in me." Han Li approached the two women with a faint smile on his face. A hint of elation appeared in the yellow-robed woman's eyes at the sight of Han Li. She hurriedly rose to her feet, but was seemingly at a loss for what to do as she said, "Brother Han." "No. Senior Han, I hope my visit isn't causing any trouble for you." As for the white-robed Dong Xian'er, her vibrant red lips moved a few times, but she didn't say anything in the end. However, the expression on her face was slightly complex, seemingly a mixture of excitement and joy, as well as hints of distance and resentment. "I'm overjoyed to see you here, fellow Taoist Han. It's certainly not too much trouble for me at all. You don't need to refer to me as senior this or senior that either, just call me Big Brother Han. You seem to have reached the mid-core formation stage already. Looks like it won't be long before you progress to the late core formation stage," Han Li greeted with a smile. The yellow-robed woman blushed slightly before nodding her head with elation upon hearing this. "We've come here to thank Big Brother Han for sparing my life on 2 separate occasions. If another cultivator had been in your shoes, I would have most likely died twice already," Han Yunji said in a grateful voice. Han Li faltered initially upon hearing before bursting into laughter. "Looks like you've recovered all of your memories surrounding the trial by blood and fire, and you're aware that I was responsible for what happened next." Han Li was unconsciously regarding this woman as something like his little sister, and Han Yunji also harbored similar feelings toward Han Li. As such, they were only a few sentences into their conversation, but she had already forgotten Han Li's current lofty status and was speaking to him in an intimate manner as if he really were her elder brother. As their conversation progressed, the two of them began to talk about the Great South meeting and the trial by blood and fire, and both of them were filled with nostalgia. Back when they had attended this meeting, neither of them could have imagined that they would be standing where they stood today, 200 to 300 years down the track. At the time, they had to look up to even Foundation establishment cultivators. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to Han Yunji, and she abruptly turned to Dong Xian'er with a smile as she said, "By the way, I met this big sister Dong during the ceremony." I heard that she was once a member of the same sect as Big Brother Han, and she has something she wants to speak to you about. Fairy Dong and I did indeed once both cultivate in Yellow Maple Valley. However, it appears that your cultivation base hasn't progressed in the slightest since I last saw you, fellow Daoist Dong. Only after hearing Han Yunji's words did Han Li turn to Dong Xianer with an indifferent expression. Dong Xianer's face suddenly became quite flush, and she gritted her teeth with fury as she retorted, "It's all because of you that I became like this." Han Li was completely bemused. Han Yunji also blinked with befuddlement in her eyes. Han Li soon came to his senses, and was naturally unhappy to hear this. As such, his expression darkened as he asked, "What do you mean by that, Fairy Dong? How could your stalling cultivation base have anything to do with me? If it weren't for the fact that you became an inner demon of mine, how could I have tried and failed to make breakthroughs on so many occasions? It's all because of you that I'm still stuck at the mid-core formation stage even after all these years." Dong Xianer's rage seemed to have also made her forget Han Li's current identity, and she began to vent all of her fury and frustration. "Inner demon," Han Li murmured to himself with a hint of bewilderment on his face. "Back when I was at the Yen clan fortress, I was abducted by Tian Buke, and forcibly taken back to the Harmonious Bond sect. Only then did I discover my true lineage. It turns out that I'm a directly lineal descendant of the Harmonious Bond sect's old devil cloud part. It was only through an accident that I ended up becoming a disciple of the Yellow Maple sect." "You want me to use my spiritual sense to pass my secret technique onto so you can overcome your inner demons, right?" Dong Xianer had also recomposed herself as she willingly admitted, "That's right. I wanted to request for your help during the Milan invasion, but at the time, you'd already progressed to the nascent soul stage, and I hesitated to approach you, thus missing out on that opportunity. What makes you so sure that I would help you, fellow Daoist Dong?" Han Li asked with a faint smile on his face. "You're already the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, so I don't know if you'd be willing to help a lowly core formation cultivator like me either. However, if I want to have any chance of reaching the nascent soul stage, then this is my only hope," Dong Xianer replied with an indignant look in her eyes. "I know that we aren't exactly on good terms with one another, but we were once both disciples of the same sect, and your inner demon did stem from me. Helping you out here won't be a difficult task for me, so I can lend you my assistance on this occasion," Han Li said in a slow voice. "Really?" Dong Xianer was elated to hear this. "It would be easy for my current self to help you overcome your inner demon, why would I lie to you? However, after this, the two of us will no longer have anything to do with one another. Don't expect me to lend you any further assistance in your cultivation," Han Li warned. Dong Xianer's face paled upon hearing this, and she was silent for a moment before replying expressionlessly, "I'm already extremely grateful that you're willing to help me just this once. I wouldn't dare to dream of troubling you any further. All right, take a rest here for 3 days, fellow Daoist Dong. 3 days later, I'll come back here and help you overcome your inner demon," Han Li replied calmly. Dong Xianer nodded in an aloof manner and refrained from speaking any further. After that, Han Li and Han Yunji chatted for a while longer before he departed from the pavilion. 5 days later, Dong Xianer and Han Yunji departed from the Drifting Cloud sect one after the other, returning to their respective Controlling Spirit sect and Harmonious Bond sect. After receiving Han Li's help in overcoming her inner demons, Dong Xianer would encounter no further impediment during her attempt to progress to the late core formation stage. Meanwhile, Han Yunji received many treasures and pills from Han Li, and he also entrusted her with a letter addressed to the Grand Elder of the Controlling Spirit sect. When Han Li descended in front of his cave abode as an azure streak of light, there was a young woman in a white palatial dress waiting for him with a smile on her face. As soon as Han Li arrived, she asked in a gentle voice, "Why did little sister Yunji leave so soon? You could have asked her to stay for a few more days." There's no need for that. Spending a few days here with me is enough for her. Han Li shook his head with a smile. By the way, I just received some news about your other soulmate, that violet spirit woman. She reached the nascent soul stage several years ago, and has since embarked on a journey to the Great Gene. You probably won't be able to see her for a while, Nan Gongwan said with a hint of a smile on her face. Han Li smiled and replied, with violet spirit's aptitude, it's no surprise that she was able to progress to the nascent soul stage. As for whether she's here in the heavenly south region or not, that's completely inconsequential. We'll naturally meet again if we're fated to do so. Also, I'm getting some tool refinement materials sent here in a few days, and I plan to go into seclusion after that. I want to get to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage as quickly as possible, then completely master the great development technique. After that, I'll fuse the 5 types of glacial flames with the unbroken sync devils. Sure. Within the secret chamber on the main peak of the Dream Cloud Mountains, everything was enshrouded in a vast expanse of white mist. It seemed that a restriction had been set up within the entire secret chamber. At the center of a chamber sat a man with his legs crossed and azure light shimmering all over his body. Around him were 5 pristine white jade-like humanoid skeletons that were also seated with their legs crossed. These skeletons were enveloped in a layer of grayish-white devilish chi, yet all of their mouths were slightly agape, and there were respectively black, white, blue, yellow, and green flames shimmering within. The azure humanoid figure sitting at the very center of the chamber had his palm almost joined together in front of his chest, and there was a ball of indistinct purple flames burning between his hands. This humanoid figure was none other than Han Li, who had been seclusion for an indeterminate number of years. All of a sudden, silver light flashed on the wall, and another azure humanoid figure appeared within the restriction, standing next to the wall in a completely stationary manner. After a long while, Han Li suddenly opened his mouth, and the ball of purple fire was sucked into his mouth as a purple line of flames. In contrast, the 5 skeletons nearby all closed their mouths, and the different colored flames within disappeared in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the grayish-white devilish chi over their bodies quickly receded to reveal the skeletons, which had turned into different colors that matched their respective flames. At this moment, Han Li slowly opened his eyes, but they were still completely glazed over. Only after a long while did his pupils regain their clarity. He turned his gaze toward the azure humanoid figure off to the side, and his brows furrowed slightly. That azure humanoid figure was naturally none other than the humanoid puppet, which Han Li had left outside the cave abode. During these past few years, Han Li would summon the humanoid puppet to him at regular intervals to assimilate it with the second nascent soul again, but aside from that, the puppet was left to look after the cave abode. Now that it had suddenly appeared here, something important that had to be brought to his attention must have happened. Han Li felt this to be rather strange. After all, the second nascent soul paired with the humanoid puppet was not inferior in power to a normal great cultivator, so what could have happened that even it wasn't able to take care of? With that in mind, he immediately swept his spiritual sense toward the humanoid puppet and began to assimilate with the second nascent soul's spiritual sense. After around 15 minutes had passed, a peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. The stationary humanoid puppet suddenly raised a hand before pulling an item out of the storage pouch hanging from its waist, then calmly handing it over to Han Li. Han Li immediately accepted the item to find that it was a broken jade talisman around half the size of a palm. After injecting his spiritual power into object, many tiny crimson characters began to appear on its surface. Han Li only glanced at these characters for a short while before a contemplative look appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Endless Sky, you're also awake now, right? It looks like we've been in seclusion for a long time. Han Li's voice was slightly raspy and stiff from not speaking for so long. It's only been about 120 to 130 years, not really all that long. Why do you say that? Do you want to come out of seclusion now? You've reached a critical juncture in combining your glacial flames and unbroken sync devils. It'll only take another decade or so before the 5 devils will be able to successfully refine the 5 type of glacial flames. Wouldn't it be a pity if you left now? Spiritual light flashed, and a small cauldron flew out from within Han Li's sleeve. The cauldron hovered before him, and the figure of a small child appeared above it. In its current state, the demon beast appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than it was when it had first gone into seclusion with Han Li. Han Li shook his head, and said, "It's not really a big deal. I can just continue the refinement process when I come back. It's just that this myriad distance talisman is revealing to me some news from the scattered star seas. I once made a deal with the heavenly star sages, and it looks like Ling Yuling is in trouble now, so I can't just ignore the situation." The heavenly star sages. You mean that late nascent soul stage couple from the scattered star seas? Back then, I used a secret technique to examine their bodily conditions. They did have an abundance of magic power within their bodies, but they appeared to be approaching the ends of their lifespans at the time. Even if they haven't been killed, they've most likely passed away already. Otherwise, with that couple looking after the Star Palace, why would this Ling Yuling request assistance from you? The small child speculated. The message that Ling Yuling sent me has indeed neglected to mention the heavenly star sages, so it's most likely the case that they truly have passed away already. This is an opportunity for me as well. I've always been very interested in the Star Palace's divine essence fused light. I've carefully studied the methods to progress to the deity transformation stage that the heavenly star sages provided me with, and the only viable one is to completely master the divine essence fused light. During this trip, I can go and obtain that cultivation method, Han Li mused. I've never heard of a cultivation art known as the divine essence fused light in the spirit realm before, so this is most likely something created by a cultivator of this world. Won't you be dabbling in too many different areas if you use this cultivation art? Take care that you don't let these things distract you from your pursuit of the great Tao, the small child cautioned. I'm aware of this. Prior to cultivating the divine essence fused light, I'll make sure to progress to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage first, then try to use my glacial flames to try and break through the deity transformation stage bottleneck. If I can succeed in doing that, then there would be no need to cultivate the divine essence fused light. Otherwise, I have no choice in this matter, Han Li said with a grave expression. If that's the case, then I don't really have anything else to say. I also know many methods that can help one progress to the deity transformation stage, but it's a shame that they would be ineffective in this world due to the sparse spiritual chi here. By the way, how have you been cultivating for the past century? The magic power within your body seems to have grown a lot more abundant, the small child asked after assessing Han Li's bodily condition. That may be true, but I'm still far away from reaching the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. It's going to take me at least another 50 to 60 years of cultivation to get there, and that's only through constantly taking all types of pills as well. If I were to cultivate through meditation alone, I most likely wouldn't be able to reach that point even after an entire century. Han Li heaved a forlorn sigh. At this moment, Han Li suddenly thought of the fuchsia cloud pill that he had refined in that mysterious medicine garden. If he had a sufficient number of such pills, he would be able to accelerate his rate of cultivation by several-fold. It was a pity that certain types of spirit herbs required to refine the fuchsia cloud pill had already gone extinct, and it was impossible to take those spirit herbs out of the medicine garden and plant them in the outside world. At his current cultivation base, the pills that he was taking had a very limited enhancement effect for him, and he was rather dissatisfied with their efficacy. Furthermore, he hadn't been wasting the green liquid in that mysterious vial during these past years either. After setting aside a sufficient amount to satisfy his pill refinement requirements, the rest of that liquid had all been used to cleanse his spirit eyes and mature his spirit insects. However, he stopped cleansing his spirit eyes after just over 20 years over. This was because after cleansing his spirit eyes countless times, the bright sight spirit water no longer provided any benefits to him. As such, it would have been simply wasteful to continue cleansing his eyes with the spirit water. Despite that, Han Li's spirit eyes had already undergone a drastic transformation. After injecting spiritual power into his eyes, not only was Han Li able to see through clouds and mist, he could see objects that were 10,000 feet away as clearly as if they were right before his eyes. In that case, unless he found himself confined within a restriction that cut off one's spiritual sense, his spirit eyes would prove to be extremely pragmatic and useful to him. After maturing for over 100 years, the six-winged frost centipede finally grew their second pairs of wings. As such, they had ascended straight from 5th-grade demon beasts to become 7th-grade demon beasts, and at the same time, they had attained the power to control wind and snow. If all 12 centipedes were to unleash their full power in unison, they could instantly transform an area with a radius of over 5 kilometers into a glacial land. In contrast, the gold-devouring beetle showed no signs of imminent evolution yet. He had obtained a method from Saintess Tianlan to mature these beetles through the use of 5 elemental spiritual qi, but it was clearly not the right time to employ such a technique. It appeared that he was going to have to nurture these spirit insects for many more years before that course of action became applicable. As for the armored earth dragon that he had found in the Great Gene, which was only proficient in searching for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it was also very content to cultivate by itself in the cave abode. However, judging from its cultivation base, it was still very far away from reaching the 8th-grade metamorphosis stage. In terms of cultivation arts, Han Li was cultivating the Azure Essence sword art and the Great Development technique at the same time. Perhaps it was due to the changes in his spiritual root aptitude, or perhaps it was because he really did have exceptional aptitude in spiritual sense cultivation. In any case, he was able to cultivate up to the final layer of the Great Development technique in one fell swoop, and the process seemed to have gone even smoother than when he was cultivating the first few layers. As such, his spiritual sense had become several times more powerful than it once was. If he could also cultivate the final layer of the Great Development technique, then his spiritual sense wouldn't be inferior even to that of the average deity transformation cultivator. Aside from the remarkable improvements in his spiritual sense, Han Li's current body was also powerful beyond belief. In order to facilitate the cultivation of the 9 Gale transformations, he cultivated the 3rd layer of the Bright Jade Arts. Even though it didn't take him much time to do so, the level of difficulty and the excruciating pain involved almost made Han Li give up midway. It was no wonder that very people reached the 3rd layer or above, even in the spirit realm. However, after cultivating the 3rd layer of the Bright Jade Arts, Han Li's had even surprised himself with how powerful his body had become. At present, he was able to remain completely unscathed in the face of attacks from normal treasures without even having to unleash his protective spiritual layer. As for the 9 Gale transformations, that cultivation art had been extremely easy to progress in, and he had completely mastered it within the short span of a few years. During his seclusion, Han Li had also refined a few treasures. He naturally prioritized the refinement of the wood birth bead, which would grant him the immortal body ability on one occasion. Coincidentally, the most important supplementary materials required to refine this bead were the soul nurturing tree and the spirit well tree, 2 of the 3 divine woods. To others, these items were extremely difficult to find in the human world, but this was not an issue for Han Li. As such, he was able to easily refine the wood birth bead before absorbing it into his body. Aside from this bead, he also refined the pair of poisonous hooks he had obtained from the twin-tailed human face scorpion, as well as the fire dragon pillars he had sourced from the Kunwa Mountains into 2 sets of powerful treasures. Han Li was tallying the rewards he had reaped during this period of seclusion when he suddenly waved a sleeve through the air, tossing out a black jade vial as he began to chant something. The 5 skeletons nearby immediately shuddered as grayish-white devilish chi abruptly surfaced over their bodies, transforming them into ghostly heads each around the size of a wagon wheel. There were also devilish flames blasting out from the mouths of the ghostly heads, creating an extremely sinister sight to behold. Han Li raised a hand and cast an incantation seal toward the ghostly heads, upon which they quickly shrank down to around the size of human fists. A burst of light then erupted from the black jade vials, sucking in all 5 ghostly heads. Han Li stowed the jade vial away before rising to his feet. He swept his sleeve toward a patch of white light on the wall of the secret chamber, and spiritual light flashed as the restriction within the chamber quickly receded, revealing the stone door at its entrance. However, due to the fact that Han Li was still in seclusion at the time, this disciple was left to cultivate in the sect on their own. Apparently, the disciple also possessed quite an exceptional spiritual root aptitude with a dual attribute spiritual root. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he immediately requested to meet this disciple. He discovered that this disciple was a slightly thin and frail-looking 16 to 17-year-old young man with a set of delicate features. Han Li examined the young man in person to find that he did indeed possess an inherently powerful spiritual sense from birth, one that was several times more powerful than cultivators of the same cultivation base. Most importantly, the young man had a very honest and steady personality, which Han Li was very pleased with. Thus, he cut straight to the point and asked the young man if he were willing to become his disciple. The young man's name was Shi Jian, and he was already aware of who Han Li was. As such, he was naturally overjoyed that the number 1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region was willing to take him as his disciple. As such, he immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed to Han Li, officially becoming his disciple. Han Li chortled heartily before taking the young man back to the interconnected peaks. He erected a new cave abode for the young man on one of the peaks, and also gave him a copy of the Great Development Treasure Scriptures. He reinforced to the young man the importance of cultivating the Great Development technique, but allowed him to choose any other cultivation art in the treasured scriptures that he wished to cultivate alongside the Great Development technique. The monarch of soul divergence was an extremely talented cultivator, so there were many cultivation arts enclosed in his treasured scriptures. Shi Jian was still only a qi condensation stage disciple, and Han Li left him a sufficient number of pills to support his cultivation. He also summoned his other disciple, Tian Qiner, to instruct Shi Jian in his cultivation while he was away. Even though Tian Qiner possessed the dragon cry physique, she was also able to cultivate her way to the mid-foundation establishment stage during the past century with the assistance of the large number of pills given to her by the humanoid puppet. Just as Han Li had expected, it appeared that it wouldn't be impossible for her to reach the core formation stage. After accepting the young man as his disciple, Han Li felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Before the monarch of soul divergence had passed away, he had asked Han Li to find a disciple in his stead to pass the Great Development treasured scriptures on to. As soon as the young man reached the core formation stage or above, Han Li was planning to bestow upon him several powerful treasures, then send him to the far west so he could take over as the Thousand Bamboo sect master and receive the inheritance left behind by the monarch of soul divergence. The sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment, Wan Tianming, progressed to the late nascent soul stage amid the crisis, becoming the newest great cultivator on the scattered star seas. As such, the Starfall Coalition was immediately able to turn the tables. As a late nascent soul cultivator, Wan Tianming was able to unite the entire coalition, becoming the undisputed coalition leader. After that, he slew several Star Palace elders in battle, and forged a resounding reputation for himself. In the following few decades, the Star Palace was no match for Wan Tianming's aggressive assaults as they had no great cultivators to stand against him. Thus, the Starfall coalition stormed back with a vengeance, recovering all of their lost territories, then claiming some more. Soon, the Star Palace had been plunged into an even more perilous situation than when the Archsaint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu were still alive. Not long ago, the Starfall coalition had opened up a pathway into the Heavenly Star City, and sent out a batch of their ghost crests again. All sects and powers that received the crests had to confirm to whom they pledged their allegiance. If they didn't join the Starfall coalition in their assault against the Star Palace, then they would be regarded as enemies of the Starfall coalition, and would be eradicated as a result. The Starfall coalition was all set to attack the Star Palace, and were taking no prisoners. Sure enough, Wan Tianming backed up his threat by actually destroying a few sects that were allied with the Star Palace, and the entire scattered star seas was completely riled up as a result. The sects that had pledged their allegiance to the Star Palace and the Starfall coalition, as well as the sect that simply wanted to take a neutral stance, were all forced to take action. Some of them completely shut off their sects and hid within their restrictions, some of them fled to the Heavenly Star City for refuge, and there were many that took this opportunity to expand by taking over abandoned territories. In any case, the scattered star seas was in complete turmoil. The Starfall Coalition's army of cultivators took this opportunity to gather on a few islands near the Heavenly Star City, and it appeared that they had deployed all of their most powerful cultivators in preparation for the final battle. It appeared that Wan Tianming didn't want to prolong this battle any longer. He simply wanted to destroy the Star Palace and end this conflict once and for all. However, when was the battle going to commence? And how many cultivators had been gathered on the islands near Heavenly Star City? Neither the elderly man nor the middle-aged man could provide answers to those questions. Most of the cultivators in the scattered star seas wanted nothing better than to avoid this battle altogether, but many of them were simply unable to do so and were forced to take a side. As for whether they had joined the Star Palace or the Starfall Coalition, that was only something that they themselves knew. As such, there were spies all over the place trying to ascertain which side everyone was allied to, plunging the area around the Heavenly Star City into complete turmoil. Furthermore, it only became more and more chaotic as one approached the Heavenly Star City. Hanli had heard all of the information he wanted to hear, and he fell into deep thought, sparing the two core formation cultivators from further interrogation. After hearing the information provided by the two core formation cultivators, Hanli was feeling a lot more assured. It was quite clear that Ling Yuling had requested for his help through the use of the Myriad Distance Talisman so he could oppose the sect master of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment. Speaking of this Wan Tianming, Hanli had actually seen him in the Heaven Void Hall before. This man had left him with a rather negative impression, and he always appeared as if he were plotting something. However, Hanli was quite surprised to hear that this man was able to reach the late nascent soul stage. The Heavenly Star Sages, who had perished along with the Archsaint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu, would clearly have been unable to anticipate this. In their minds, the Star Palace would have surely already defeated the Starfall Coalition and reigned supreme over the scattered star seas again, so there would be no need to request any external assistance. However, Hanli really didn't see this Wan Tianming as much of a threat. This sect master Wan had progressed to the late nascent soul stage even later than he had, so there was no way that he was a match for Hanli. Following his period of seclusion, Hanli had further bolstered his cultivation base, and his spiritual sense had also become vastly more powerful. Even if he were to come up against a deity transformation cultivator, he had the resources to ensure self-preservation, albeit just barely. With that in mind, Han Li's thoughts quickly turned to the Divine Essence Fused Light, as well as that legendary Divine Essence Fused Mountain. The Divine Essence Fused Light cultivation art wouldn't be difficult to obtain. Apparently, this cultivation art wasn't exactly a well-guarded secret, so he would most likely be able to find a copy somewhere in the scattered star seas. Even without recruiting the assistance of the Star Palace, he would also be able to find it as long as he was willing to expend some time. However, the Divine Essence Fused Mountain was an extraordinary object, and it was difficult to say whether there would even be another mountain of a similar nature in the human world. He didn't know whether this mountain was a mandatory element for cultivating the Divine Essence Fused Light, but many high-grade cultivators in the scattered star seas were aware that the heavenly star sages had only begun using this cultivation art after discovering the Divine Essence Fused Mountain. As such, this mountain was at least very helpful to those cultivating the Divine Essence Fused Light. Otherwise, as aforementioned, this cultivation art was not that difficult to obtain, and far more people would be using it, but that was clearly not the case. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Han Li nodded absent-mindedly toward the two core formation cultivators and left some parting words of gratitude before flying away as a streak of azure light. Throughout this entire process, he hadn't asked anything about why the two were fighting, nor which of the two sides they had pledged their allegiance toward. The two of them stood on the spot and looked on with respectful expressions at Han Li's departing figure. Only after the azure streak of light truly disappeared into the distance did they turn to each other in unison, upon which hints of animosity reappeared in their eyes. However, after Han Li's interruption, neither of the two were in the mood to fight anymore, and after trading a few verbal insults, both of them departed in a rather sheepish manner. At this point, Han Li was already over 50 kilometers away. Over the surface of the ocean several tens of thousands of kilometers away from the heavenly star city, there were a dozen or so streaks of light hurtling toward the city. This group consisted of cultivators who varied in age, but all of them wore identical attire, so it was quite apparent that they belonged to the same sect or power. The white light dissipated, and a humanoid ball of fire plummeted into the ocean, where it sank like a lead weight. Han Li merely waved a hand through the air in a nonchalant manner, and that same sharp whistling sound erupted again as that red line flashed through the air, disappearing into the Han Li's hand in the blink of an eye. Han Li turned his gaze toward the other cultivators, and asked, "Are you willing to answer my questions now?" Even though Han Li's voice wasn't very loud nor deliberately menacing, all of the Starfall Coalition cultivators felt chills run down their spines. Only then did they realize why the middle-aged man fled without so much as a second thought. The man standing before them was clearly unfathomably powerful, and they didn't appear to have any chance of victory even if they were to attack all at once. Most importantly, he seemed to be harboring a lot of enmity toward their Starfall Coalition. With the precedent of the middle-aged man being insta-killed, all of the other Starfall Coalition cultivators were feeling quite weak in the knees, and none of them dared to act recklessly. After a while, a man with a hook nose cleared his throat and forced a smile onto his face as he asked, "What questions do you have for us, Senior?" "Didn't I already state my question? Do you want me to repeat myself?" Han Li turned toward the man with a cold expression. The hook-nosed man's heart jolted, and his smile stiffened even further as he hurriedly replied, "My apologies, Senior, I'll answer your question right away. The Star Palace has indeed been surrounded by our coalition already. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to appear in and are so close to the Star Palace." "I see. Looks like your Starfall Coalition decided to attack before the announced date to catch the Starfall Palace off guard. You'll also be able to kill all of the cultivators loyal to the Star Palace in the process. What a great ploy you've devised." A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he spoke. "I'm not aware of the specific details. Our cultivation bases are not very high, and we only did as we were told," the hook-nosed man replied with a sheepish smile. But even if the Starfall Coalition has gained the upper hand in this battle, Heavenly Star City is an extremely massive place. Even with tens of thousands of cultivators gathered, there's no way that they'd be able to surround the entire city, right? Hanli asked. Hanli paid no heed to the words of gratitude extended toward him by the three rescued cultivators as white and azure light flashed behind him, materializing a pair of wings on his back. The wings flapped gently, and Hanli disappeared amid a gust of wind. It was quite clear that he had set off in pursuit of the two cultivators who had just teleported away. The remaining Starfall Coalition cultivators were both shocked and elated to see this, and they all glanced at one another before fleeing in different directions. Hanli was an extremely fearsome enemy, so they were certainly not going to take a gamble with their lives and hope that Hanli would spare them out of the kindness in his heart. However, the three White Water Sword sect cultivators were naturally unwilling to allow their enemies get away. As such, all three of them let loose enraged roars as they also set off in pursuit of the Starfall Coalition cultivators. In the distance, two muffled thumps erupted in midair. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed, and two yellow clouds shot back as if they had been struck by some kind of immense force. A gentle breeze blew past, and Hanli appeared out of thin air, appraising the two yellow clouds nearby with a cold deriding sneer on his lips. A third inky black eye had appeared over his glabella, and it disappeared again following a flash of black light. The two Starfall Coalition cultivators within the yellow clouds were revealed again with blood-stained robes and extremely pale faces. They both appeared to have been severely wounded, and were in a state of shock and horror. Ever since they had obtained these two yellow sand Buddhist flags, they had managed to use them to escape from nascent soul cultivators on several occasions. As such, they were extremely confident in the ability of this pair of treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to flee the scene even after witnessing Hanli's fearsome might. However, Hanli had merely thrown two nonchalant punches through the air, and their confidence had been completely shattered. Only then did they realize that this young man was even more fearsome than they had anticipated. Even so, the two of them certainly weren't going to give up and allow themselves to be killed. Thus, they immediately gritted their teeth and let loose loud cries in unison as they blasted mouthfuls of blood essence into the yellow clouds. The clouds immediately tumbled and surged before turning into a crimson color. The two cultivators then began to join their voices in a chant, clearly preparing to unleash their final trump card. A cold light immediately appeared in Hanli's eyes as he abruptly opened his mouth. Two piercing streaks of yellow light shot forth from within, appearing in front of the crimson clouds in the blink of an eye before instantly puncturing them. Two anguished cries rang out from within the crimson clouds before the two cultivators plummeted toward the sea down below. Right at this moment, Hanli pointed a finger at them expressionlessly. He simply transformed into a faint azure shadow and glided soundlessly through the air above them. None of these Starfall Coalition cultivators were alerted to the fact that they had just brushed shoulders with death. When Hanli was only just over 50 kilometers away from Heavenly Star City, he finally saw some flashes of red light in the distance. After drawing even closer, he discovered that the entire island had been completely enshrouded under a veil-like layer of azure and red light. Furthermore, he could hear the sound of indistinct rumbling akin to thunderclaps coming from the direction of the island. Hanli raised his eyebrows upon making these observations, and he quickly made a series of hand seals, following which the barely visible streak of azure light he had transformed into was completely concealed. At the same time, Hanli decelerated significantly, approaching the island at a much more leisurely pace. After flying for several tens of kilometers, the situation around Heavenly Star City was finally completely revealed to Hanli. There were countless black spots visible on the surface of the ocean in the extremely far distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these were spirit boats of all types of different styles and models. Some of them were as tall as pavilions with intricate carvings running along their hulls, while some were only around 20 feet in length with very crude and simple designs. There was also great diversity in the materials that these boats were constructed from, including light green spiritual wood, pristine and flawless jade, and even some completely pitch-black iron boats that glistened under the sunlight. Hanli paid no heed to the words of gratitude extended toward him by the three rescued cultivators as white and azure light flashed behind him, materializing a pair of wings on his back. The wings flapped gently, and Hanli disappeared amid a gust of wind. It was quite clear that he had set off in pursuit of the two cultivators who had just teleported away. The remaining Starfall Coalition cultivators were both shocked and elated to see this, and they all glanced at one another before fleeing in different directions. Hanli was an extremely fearsome enemy, so they were certainly not going to take a gamble with their lives and hope that Hanli would spare them out of the kindness in his heart. However, the three Whitewater Sword Sect cultivators were naturally unwilling to allow their enemies get away. As such, all three of them let loose enraged roars as they also set off in pursuit of the Starfall Coalition cultivators. In the distance, two muffled thumps erupted in midair. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed, and two yellow clouds shot back as if they had been struck by some kind of immense force. A gentle breeze blew past, and Hanli appeared out of thin air, appraising the two yellow clouds nearby with a cold deriding sneer on his lips. A third inky black eye had appeared over his glabella, and it disappeared again following a flash of black light. The two Starfall Coalition cultivators within the yellow clouds were revealed again with blood-stained robes and extremely pale faces. They both appeared to have been severely wounded, and were in a state of shock and horror. Ever since they had obtained these two yellow sand Buddhist flags, they had managed to use them to escape from nascent soul cultivators on several occasions. As such, they were extremely confident in the ability of this pair of treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to flee the scene even after witnessing Hanli's fearsome might. However, Hanli had merely thrown two nonchalant punches through the air, and their confidence had been completely shattered. Only then did they realize that this young man was even more fearsome than they had anticipated. Even so, the two of them certainly weren't going to give up and allow themselves to be killed. Thus, they immediately gritted their teeth and let loose loud cries in unison as they blasted mouthfuls of blood essence into the yellow clouds. The clouds immediately tumbled and surged before turning into a crimson color. The two cultivators then began to join their voices in a chant, clearly preparing to unleash their final trump card. A cold light immediately appeared in Hanli's eyes as he abruptly opened his mouth. Two piercing streaks of yellow light shot forth from within, appearing in front of the crimson clouds in the blink of an eye before instantly puncturing them. Two anguished cries rang out from within the crimson clouds before the two cultivators plummeted toward the sea down below. Right at this moment, Hanli pointed a finger at them expressionlessly. The two small golden swords emerged from thin air again before revolving around the two Starfall Coalition cultivators. Balls of golden light erupted, instantly enshrouding the two cultivators within, following a vast expanse of blood began to rain down from above. Hanli didn't even afford the two a chance to unleash their secret technique before putting an end to their lives. Only then did he wave his hand toward the two crimson clouds. The crimson light on those clouds quickly receded, and they reverted back into yellow clouds before flying toward him. Hanli cast two incantation seals, both of which disappeared into the clouds. As the yellow clouds approached him, they transformed into two yellow flags again before being stowed away up his sleeve. These two ancient treasures were quite useful for fleeing from perilous situations. Of course, they served no purpose for him, but they would be extremely valuable for his disciples. After stowing away his 2 flying swords, Hanli turned his attention toward the rest of the fleeing Starfall Coalition cultivators in a calm and collected manner. During this brief delay, all of them had fled to over 1,000 feet away, and the fast cultivator among them had already become a black dot in the distance. Hanli heaved a faint sigh before grabbing onto a spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist and tossing it into the air. A loud burst of buzzing rang out as a swarm of golden beetles emerged from within. The beetles split up into 5 smaller swarms at Hanli's behest before hurtling toward different directions as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Hanli flipped his palm over and the 2 yellow flags appeared again for his inspection. The swarms of golden beetles and the fleeing cultivators disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, golden light flashed in the distance again as the swarms of beetles flew back from different directions one after the other. The 3 white water sword sect also flew toward Hanli behind the swarms of beetles, but they were looking at the swarms with horrified and traumatized expressions. It appeared that the 3 of them had just witnessed the gold-devouring beetles devouring living people, and had been greatly shaken by that gruesome visual experience. After Hanli stowed away the beetles into his spirit beast pouch again, the elderly man stepped forward in a respectful manner, and said, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. If it weren't for your intervention, the 3 of us would most likely be dead by now." "There's no need to thank me, I only saved the 3 of you because I just so happened to be passing by anyway. Now that Heavenly Star City has been surrounded, the 3 of you won't even be able to access the island at your cultivation's bases. You should hurry up and go back. I have no interest in carrying useless baggage while I try to break through that heavenly wind-fire formation," Hanli replied in an aloof voice. The 3 cultivators knew that Hanli was right, and wry smiles appeared on their faces. As such, after extending some further words of gratitude to Hanli, the 3 of them returned the way they had come. Hanli looked on with narrowed eyes for a while as the 3 cultivators departed before flying toward Heavenly Star City. A journey of several tens of thousands of feet was naturally not a very lengthy one for Hanli. Along the way, he noticed several groups of Starfall Coalition cultivators hidden beneath large rocks or under the surface of the ocean. Even though none of them as powerful as the first group he had encountered, which had 7 or 8 core formation cultivators among their ranks, there were still 2 or 3 high-grade cultivators in each group. These people were clearly stationed here to take care of anyone who managed to escape from the Heavenly Star City. Hanli couldn't be bothered to pay any heed to these cultivators. He simply transformed into a faint azure shadow and glided soundlessly through the air above them. None of these Starfall Coalition cultivators were alerted to the fact that they had just brushed shoulders with death. When Hanli was only just over 50 kilometers away from Heavenly Star City, he finally saw some flashes of red light in the distance. After drawing even closer, he discovered that the entire island had been completely enshrouded under a veil-like layer of azure and red light. Furthermore, he could hear the sound of indistinct rumbling akin to thunderclaps coming from the direction of the island. Hanli raised his eyebrows upon making these observations, and he quickly made a series of hand seals, following which the barely visible streak of azure light he had transformed into was completely concealed. At the same time, Hanli decelerated significantly, approaching the island at a much more leisurely pace. After flying for several tens of kilometers, the situation around Heavenly Star City was finally completely revealed to Hanli. There were countless black spots visible on the surface of the ocean in the extremely far distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these were spirit boats of all types of different styles and models. Some of them were as tall as pavilions with intricate carvings running along their hulls, while some were only around 20 feet in length with very crude and simple designs. There was also great diversity in the materials that these boats were constructed from, including light green spiritual wood, pristine and flawless jade, and even some completely pitch-black iron boats that glistened under the sunlight. These spirit boats were all positioned around 3 gargantuan pillars that extended over 1,000 feet up into the sky. Each pillar was entirely yellow in color with azure and red light rippling like water over their surfaces. These streams of azure and red light were pouring upward relentlessly, and they were clearly responsible for maintaining the veil of light enshrouding the entire island. Hanli knew that these massive pillars were most definitely the legendary Windfire pillars, and the Starfall Coalition cultivators in those spirit boats down below had clearly been deployed here to guard the pillars. From a rough visual estimation, Hanli determined that there were about 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators down below. In order to avoid raising the alarm, he refrained from using his spiritual sense to ascertain their numbers. However, he was certain that there were definitely nascent soul cultivators among their ranks. As for whether the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment was also there, that was something that only the heavens knew. However, there were a total of 108 Windfire pillar, so surely he couldn't just happen to be situated near one of these 3, right? If this sect master one really were in the general vicinity and tried to stop him, Hanli didn't know whether that would count as bad luck for him or for Wan Tianming. The Heavenly Windfire formation was an extremely renowned and powerful formation, but according to Hanli's knowledge, this massive formation had been invented with the purpose of attacking large sects in mind. As such, it was extremely effective against large numbers of normal mid-grade and low-grade cultivators, but it wasn't particularly effective in the face of individual high-grade cultivators. At his current power level, it would only be slightly troublesome at most for him to bypass this formation, and there was no way that it would actually be able to trap him. Hanli stood in mid-air and hesitated for a long while. He then cast his gaze toward a certain direction in the distance, turning his attention away from the spirit boats and 3 pillars directly before him, and flying toward the veil of azure and red light instead. At this moment, there was a 3-story ship floating on the surface of the ocean at the foot of one of the pillars. The ship was extremely large and had been entirely crafted from beautiful green jade, thereby creating a spectacle of mesmerizing beauty to behold. In the highest level of the ship, there were several cultivators seated around a square jade table, chatting about something with smiles on their faces. There were a few plates of rare spirit fruits placed on the jade table, and all of the cultivators seated around the table appeared to be quite carefree and relaxed. A white-robed scholar at the table turned to the elderly man sitting across from him, and he smiled as he asked, "Senior Long, I heard that if we can conquer the Star Palace this time, Coalition Leader Wan would agree to hand over one of the 3 spirit islands of the myriad gates of enlightenment, the Heavenly Fortune Island, to your Golden Lotus sect. Is that true?" The elderly man glared at the scholar out of the corners of his eyes, and replied, "You sure are quite well informed, Nephew Ning. Fellow Daoist Wan did indeed make that promise to me. The spirit vein on the Heavenly Fortune Island is superior to the one on the island I'm currently residing on, so relocating there will be very beneficial for our sect's future development." A gray-robed middle-aged Daoist priest chuckled. "Indeed, the Heavenly Fortune Island is quite renowned throughout the entire scattered star seas for the quality of its spirit vein. On top of that, the island produces many types of rare spirit herbs as well, so it'll only be a matter of time for your Golden Lotus sect to rise to another level following the relocation." Speak for yourself, fellow Daoist Hua, weren't you also given a dozen or so types of rare materials? Otherwise, why would an old reclusive monster like you decide to come out and offer Brother One your assistance? The elderly man replied with a nonchalant smile. Among the 3 people on the top level of the ship, 2 were early nascent soul cultivators. The white-robed scholar was only a late core formation cultivator, but he was speaking to the other 2 in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, so it was quite clear that he was not just some ordinary late core formation cultivator either. The middle-aged man smiled upon hearing this, and was just about to say something again, when a low ringing sound rang out from the Windfire pillar closest to them. The red and azure light that it was releasing also began to tremor violently, as if it were being struck by an invisible force. "Someone's trying to break through the formation." the Taoist priest exclaimed as he immediately rose to his feet. The elderly man and the scholar also stirred slightly as they also stood up and turned their attention toward the massive pillar. The Taoist priest summoned a formation plate and made a hand seal before quickly pointing his fingers several times in quick succession. The attack is coming from the southwestern direction. Wait a minute, it's someone trying to come in rather than get out. Those guards are so useless. Azure light flashed around the elderly man's body, following which an azure carriage suddenly appeared. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Let's go, fellow Taoist Hua." Seeing as the invader was able to bypass the guards and dares to try and break through the heavenly wind-fire formation, they're definitely no ordinary person. This place isn't very far away from where the attack is taking place, and with the power of the wind-fire formation standing in his way, there's no way that he'll be able to immediately gain access to Heavenly Star City. "I'll be in your care, then, Brother Long." The middle-aged Taoist priest immediately strode into the carriage without any hesitation. The elderly man cast an incantation seal onto the carriage, and its entire structure was immediately enshrouded under a ball of azure light. The carriage shuddered before disappearing in the veil of red and azure light nearby, as if it had truly merged as one with the formation. The jade carriage was flashing through the red and azure light at an astonishing speed without any impediment, and the middle-aged Taoist priest standing in the carriage stroked his beard as he praised, "Amazing. I've heard many great things about your heavenly wind carriage, but I didn't think it would attain such an incredible ability here in this wind-fire formation. TSK, it seems that Brother Juan must have been aware of your carriage's ability, which is why he organized for you to guard such an important location. Perhaps that's indeed the case." Although ever since fellow Taoist Juan progressed to the late nascent soul stage, his thoughts and intentions have become more and more unpredictable to the likes of you and me, the elderly man replied with a nonchalant smile. The middle-aged Taoist priest smiled upon hearing this, but gave no reply. The heavenly wind carriage beneath their feet was traveling far faster than even a normal mid-nascent soul cultivator was capable of, and under the guidance of the tracking formation plate in the elderly man's hand, they had traveled several tens of kilometers in what seemed like just a few moments. "Take care now, that person is just up ahead. They seem to have broken through most of the formation already and are about to completely escape from the powers of fire and wind, so they must be quite powerful." The elderly man stared at the formation plate in his hand, and a grave expression appeared on his face for the very first time. Before the Taoist priest had a chance to respond, he immediately made a hand seal and began to chant something. Brilliant azure spiritual light erupted from the jade carriage, making the entire carriage and its passengers blurry and indistinct. In the blink of an eye, they had completely disappeared into the veil of red and azure light. The elderly man had unleashed a secret technique to conceal himself and the Taoist priest. As such, they would be able to survey the situation from the shadows before deciding whether they should attack or retreat. The middle-aged Taoist priest nodded in approval at this course of action. The two of them refrained from using their spiritual sense as the jade carriage rose into the air, decelerating significantly in the process. After flying for a few more kilometers, the two of them finally caught sight of the person attempting to break through the formation in the distance, upon which expressions of surprise appeared on both of their faces. The cultivator attacking the formation appeared to be absurdly young. He seemed to be a young man in his 20s. Furthermore, he hadn't summoned any treasures and had only manifested a layer of protective azure light around his body. Despite that, he was able to fly through the red and azure light at a consistent pace, and the process seemed as easy to him as if he were taking a stroll in the park. "Who is that? Could it be that he's a mid-nascent soul cultivator?" the elderly man exclaimed. If any other high-grade cultivators from the Starfall Coalition had been in the same position as these two, they would have immediately been able to identify Hanli. Due to the incident surrounding the Heaven Void Cauldron, Hanli's portrait had been spread all over the scattered star seas. Even though so many years had passed, all cultivators had astonishing memories, so there was no way that they would have failed to recognize him. However, unfortunately for these two, they were nascent soul cultivators whom Wan Tianming had recruited from outside the Starfall Coalition. Even though the respective sects they belonged to were also quite powerful, they were almost constantly in seclusion, so they knew very little about what was happening in the scattered star seas. If it weren't for the fact that Wan Tianming had offered them extremely lucrative remunerations, they most likely would have declined to participate in this battle. As such, the two of them were completely unfamiliar with Hanli, and were quite bewildered as a result. Even so, the elderly man and the Daoist priest weren't actually fearful toward Hanli. If they were to join forces, they would be able to put up a fight even against a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, their enemy may not even be a mid-nascent soul cultivator. No matter how little they kept up with current affairs, they were still aware of all of the old monsters on the scattered star seas who were at the mid-nascent soul stage above. As such, rather deciding to retreat, the elderly man continued to approach Hanli, confident in his jade carriage's ability to shield them from Hanli's detection. When the two of them soundlessly reached a spot in the air around 300 feet above Hanli, the two cultivators carefully appraised him again. They discovered that Hanli had a set of mundane facial features and was wearing a nondescript azure robe. Aside from the storage pouches and spirit beast pouches hanging from his waist, there was nothing about him that caught their eyes, and it was impossible to determine his origins. The elderly man's brows furrowed as he turned toward the middle-aged Daoist priest with an inquisitive look. The Daoist priest only hesitated momentarily before slowly nodding his head. Thus, the two of them laid their hands on their respective storage pouches at the same time, taking a deep breath in unison as they prepared to unleash a devastating surprise attack. However, right at this moment, Hanli suddenly raised his head and smiled up at them. A pair of white and azure wings appeared on his back, and he abruptly disappeared following a gentle flap of those wings. The two cultivators were extremely alarmed by this sight. They were able to reach the nascent soul stage, so they naturally weren't ordinary cultivators, and the elderly man immediately decided to abort the attempt to unleash a surprise attack as he hurriedly stomped down upon the jade carriage underfoot, pouring his magic power into the carriage in a panicked frenzy. The carriage's concealment technique was immediately dispelled, while a ball of piercing azure light appeared, enshrouding both cultivators as well as the carriage. Meanwhile, the middle-aged Daoist priest hurriedly pulled out a black and white yin-yang mirror from his storage pouch before tossing it into the air. Almost at the exact same moment, an azure arc of lightning flashed in the air above the jade carriage, upon which Hanli appeared out of thin air before immediately sweeping a sleeve through the air. Several tens of small golden swords shot forth from within, transforming into streaks of golden light that rained down from above. "Break!" the middle-aged Daoist priest yelled as his expression changed drastically. As he did so, he pointed a finger toward the yin-yang mirror overhead. A pillar of black and white immediately shot forth from the surface of the mirror before transforming into clumps of thin threads that attempted to ensnare the golden streaks of light. A string of resounding booms erupted as threads and the golden light clashed, and the black and white threads were severed with ease as if they were delicate strands of silk. The Daoist priest's heart jolted with shock, and before he had a chance to react, the flying sword had already struck the azure ball of light around the carriage. The same thing happened again. The azure light was only able to withstand these streaks of golden light for a brief moment before being completely punctured, and the golden light continued onward, having barely been slowed down at all by the obstacles thrown at them. The elderly man and the Daoist priest were truly petrified now. The two of them rose into the air at the same time, abandoning the jade carriage beneath their feet as they fled through the air in different directions. One was an azure streak of light and the other as a white streak of light. In the blink of an eye, they were already over 100 feet away and had just barely managed to evade the small golden swords. As the middle-aged Taoist priest hurtled into the distance, he patted one of the spirit beast pouches hanging from his waist, and a clear cry erupted from within as a snowy white bird around a foot in size emerged. The bird had a pair of green eyes, a sharp crimson beak, and a pair of black talons. The Taoist priest was feeling greatly reassured after summoning this bird, and he reached into his sleeve before producing a crimson badge. There was red light shimmering over the badge, and a dense bunch of runes could also be seen on its surface. Before he had a chance to activate this badge, spatial fluctuations proliferated forth from the air above him, following which Hanli emerged from an arc of azure lightning. He turned his gaze toward the Taoist priest down below and harumphed coldly as brilliant blue eyes radiated from his eyes. The Taoist priest was naturally greatly alarmed and immediately tried to activate the treasure in his hand. However, he suddenly felt as if his spiritual sense had been viciously pricked by a sharp object, and he was suddenly afflicted by a splitting headache. A cry of pain immediately escaped his mouth as blood began to trickle out from his ears and nostrils, and he almost dropped the badge in his hand in his agony. Hanli took advantage of this opportunity to flick his 5 fingers in quick succession, sending 5 red threads flashing through the air. Meanwhile, green light flashed in his other hand and a green wooden ruler emerged, which he gently waved it toward the snowy white bird. Crimson flames hurtled through the air, and threads punctured the middle-aged Taoist priest's body. The threads then wound themselves around him, transforming into 5 thick fiery ropes that rendered him completely immobile. Only then did the Taoist priest return to his senses in the aftermath of his excruciating headache, and his face immediately turned deathly pale as he realized the desperate situation that he was in. He was completely unable to move, and he hurriedly summoned his spirit bird to come and rescue him using his spiritual sense, but it completely ignored his orders. The Taoist priest was feeling extremely alarmed as he turned his attention toward the spirit bird, only to find that a silver lotus flower had appeared above its head. Seven-colored Buddhist light was emanating from the lotus flower, enshrouding the spirit bird's entire body and completely immobilizing it as well. A wave of shock and fury surged through the Taoist priest's heart, and before he had a chance to think out of this dire situation, a gentle breeze swept over his head, and a streak of golden light came crashing down like lightning from above. The Taoist priest could only cry out in despair before he was decapitated by the golden light. Hanli's body reappeared amid the gust of wind, and he immediately raised both hands into the air at the same time. Loud thunderclaps rang out as a vast expanse of golden lightning arcs shot forth, interweaving with one another to form a golden net. The entire net was shimmering with golden light and creating a raucous commotion as it ensnared the Taoist priest's headless body. Hanli then began to chant something, and scorching flames suddenly erupted from the ropes binding the Taoist priest's body. Bursts of crimson flames shot forth immediately thereafter, instantly reducing the body to a pile of ashes. However, almost at the exact same moment, the Taoist priest's nascent soul emerged from the flames within a ball of white light. It was holding a white scepter in its hands, and was desperately attempting to flee into the distance. However, it crashed headfirst into the golden lightning net, upon which it was rebounded amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. Brilliant golden light then radiated forth as the golden net exploded violently, and the nascent soul was instantly reduced to nothingness amid the devastating explosion. Only then did Hanli exhale gently as he turned toward another direction with a cold light in his eyes. At this moment, the elderly man had already fled to over 400 feet away, and he had pulled out a pair of azure bowls from a storage pouch hanging from his waist. He hadn't even made up his mind about whether he wanted to attack Hanli yet, and the Taoist priest was already dead. The elderly man's heart immediately sank upon seeing this, and he felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a glacial pit. As Hanli swept his gaze toward the elderly man, the latter suddenly raised an arm, and a burst of azure light flashed as he used the sharp edge of one of his bowls to dismember one of his own arms. The amputated arm exploded amid a loud thump, and the resulting blood mist enshrouded the elderly man's entire body as a blood-curdling shriek rang out. The blood around the elderly man's body transformed him into a faint crimson shadow, which hurtled rapidly into the distance. Following just a few flashes, the crimson shadow had already covered a distance of over 1,000 feet, and the speed of its movement was rather astonishing, even to Hanli. Hanli's eyes narrowed and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. During that split-second delay, the crimson shadow completely disappeared into the distance. Hanli stroked his chin and shook his head as a slightly forlorn look appeared on his face. It appeared that this man had mastered a movement technique similar to the blood shadow evasion technique. In that case, Hanli was reluctant to expend the time and effort required to chase him down. His top priority was to get to Heavenly Star City as quickly as possible, after all. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the spirit bird, which was still trapped under the silver lotus flower conjured up by the 8th spirit ruler. He flicked a finger through the air, and a golden sword shot forth, instantly slicing the bird in half and putting an end to its life. This was a spirit beast that had been nurtured by the Taoist priest's blood from birth, so there was no way for it to be tamed by anyone else. As such, Hanli naturally wasn't going to let it live. After that, he transformed into a streak of azure light again as he flew directly toward Heavenly Star City. On this occasion, he was flying at full speed, and it only took him around 10 minutes to pass through the Heavenly Wind-Fire Formation's restriction. Hanli's body faltered slightly as he broke through the formation, and he paused in his flight as he looked on at Heavenly Star City from afar. There in the distance, the city's gargantuan walls had been enshrouded under a dense barrier of faint blue light. In the air above the light barrier, there were large swaths of red and azure light striking down upon it relentlessly. As the lights of different colors intertwined with one another, earth-shattering thunderclaps rang out incessantly. Upon seeing this, Hanli no longer hesitated any longer as he resumed his journey toward the Heavenly Star City. After just a few flashes, the azure streak of light had reached one of the city gates, but his progress was stalled by that blue light barrier. The Star Palace cultivator behind the light barrier had naturally also caught sight of Hanli, and a loud whistle rang out as a dozen or so Star Palace cultivators of different heights appeared above the city wall, all of whom were appraising Hanli with grave and bewildered expressions. The Starfall Coalition had set up the Heavenly Wind-Fire Formation to prevent people from being able to escape from Heavenly Star City, yet Hanli had gone to all this trouble to break through the restriction and enter from the outside. That was simply inexplicable to them. Even though Hanli was still extremely far away from the city, he could clearly see the expressions on the faces of the Star Palace cultivators through the use of his bright-sight spirit eyes. As such, he wasted no time with words, flipping over his palm, instead, to produce the Star Palace Guest Elder badge he had received from Wen Qing over a century ago. He raised his hand, and the badge slowly flew toward the light barrier, where it remained hovering in midair. The sight of this badge created quite a stir among the cultivators above the city gates. Several of the more powerful cultivators were appraising the badge with their brows furrowed tightly in confusion when one of them suddenly seemed to have come to an abrupt realization. An enlightened expression abruptly appeared on his face as he turned to his companions and said something. Expressions of surprise immediately appeared on the faces of the other cultivators, and one of them hurriedly pulled out a flag before waving it several times toward the blue light barrier. The light barrier swayed, and the badge flew into the barrier as a streak of yellow light. Following a few flashes, it emerged on the other side of the barrier as if it had passed through nothing but empty air. Hanli looked on with an aloof expression as he hovered before the light barrier. At this point, all of the cultivators above the city gates had seen the guest elder badge, and expressions of surprise and elation had appeared on all of their faces. The palace itself does look quite mundane, but there's a remarkable abundance of spiritual qi in the surrounding area, so it's an exceptional place to cultivate in. I doubt there would be many islands on the inner star seas that could provide a cultivation environment comparable to this one. Han Li nodded in response. Ling Yuling's smile widened upon hearing this, and she immediately led Han Li toward the gates of the stone palace. The dozen or so Star Palace disciples guarding the gate hurriedly extended respectful bows toward their group, and all of them wore rather curious expressions at the sight of Han Li. Ling Yuling naturally wasn't going to waste time providing an explanation to these guards as she led Han Li into the palace. Their group filed into a short corridor before arriving in an antiquated hall, where all of them took a seat. Brother Han, you must have learned about our Star Palace's situation on your way here, right? Ling Yuling cut straight to the point. Of course. It appears that the Star Palace is in a rather perilous situation, Han Li replied calmly. Then I suppose you're also aware of the fact that our Star Palace had initially gained the upper hand, and we've only been plunged into this situation because that one Tianming suddenly reached the late nascent soul stage. Only after he became a great cultivator did the Starfall Coalition manage to turn the tables, so he is the key in this battle. Brother Han, as long as you can hold off that man, I'm confident that our Star Palace would be able to destroy the Starfall Coalition again. A cold look appeared in Ling Yuling's eyes as she spoke. So you want me to fight that sect master one? Han Li asked. Ling Yuling faltered slightly, and a hesitant look appeared on her face as she asked, Are you unhappy with that arrangement, Brother Han? Han Li raised an eyebrow, and replied, It's not that, I just think there seems to be a misunderstanding here. Fairy Ling, a misunderstanding? Could it be that you're not here to help me, Brother Han? Ling Yuling's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Of course I'm here to help you, it's just that. Han Li was just about to explain when his words came to a halt, and he suddenly turned toward the entrance of the hall. Ling Yuling naturally also cast her gaze toward the same direction. Moments later, 3 cultivators strode into palace, one of which was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, while the other 2 were at the early nascent soul stage. The mid-nascent soul cultivator was a purple-robed man with a pockmarked face. After entering the hall, he refrained from extending a salute toward Ling Yuling, and instead turned toward Han Li with an unfriendly expression, giving off a rather uncouth and antagonistic demeanor. However, his pupils immediately contracted as he swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, and his expression became quite strained. At this moment, Ling Yuling smiled, and said, Elder Ma, I didn't think you'd get here so quickly. Have a seat. When all of the other elders get here as well, I'll introduce to everyone an esteemed guest of our Star Palace. Indeed, I can sense that this fellow Taoist possesses an unfathomable cultivation base, so a warm welcome is very much necessary. The purple-robed man quickly composed himself before giving Han Li a forced smile and taking a seat. After assessing Han Li's cultivation base, he was clearly a lot more subdued than he was just a second ago. The other 2 Star Palace elders were naturally unable to identify Han Li's cultivation base, but the purple-robed man's reaction told them everything they needed to know. As such, they exchanged an astonished glance with one another before cupping their fists in a salute toward Ling Yuling and also taking a seat. However, in response to this, Ling Yuling merely tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Han Li was observing all of these minor details, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. It was quite clear that this Elder Ma wasn't content to serve this new master of the Star Palace, and Ling Yuling was using him to intimidate these elders and keep them in check. Han Li was feeling both rather amused and a little speechless. However, Ling Yuling was an old acquaintance of his, so he didn't take this to heart. After all, what she was doing wasn't causing harm to him in any way. Following the arrival of Elder Ma's trio, the rest of the Star Palace elders also began to arrive at the Sacred Palace one after the other. All of them were immediately given quite a surprise by the sight of the unfamiliar great cultivator present among their ranks. Even though none of these nascent soul stage elders could ascertain Han Li's true cultivation base, all of them turned to Elder Ma as a litmus test for Han Li's power, and all of them were quite stunned by what they saw. Before long, over 20 Star Palace elders had gathered in the hall. Aside from 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators, Elder Zhao, Elder Ma, and Ling Yuling, all of the rest were at the early nascent soul stage. Ling Yuling slowly rose to her feet and pointed at Han Li with a smile as she announced, "Seeing as everyone's here, let me introduce to you all an esteemed guest. This is the guest elder appointed by the former palace masters, Han Li." All of the elders present had naturally heard of Han Li before, and Ling Yuling's announcement created quite a stir among them, to the extent that one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Han Li." Han Li turned toward the Star Palace elder who had spoken to find that it was a benevolent-looking white-robed elderly man. Han Li's eyes narrowed as a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to him as his expression darkened. "It appears that we've met in the Heaven Void Hall before. I recall that there were 2 fellow Taoists responsible for opening the Heaven Void Hall back then. May I ask where he is?" Han Li's voice had become rather cold and unforgiving. Meanwhile, the white-robed elder's face had turned deathly pale. This man was none other than the Star Palace enforcement elder who had almost stabbed Han Li through the heart in the Heaven Void Hall. Back when he had just entered the hall, he had found Han Li to be rather familiar, but he failed to immediately identify him. However, Ling Yuling's introduction made him recall the memories of the events that had taken place in the Heaven Void Hall, and he naturally managed to identify Han Li. Ling Yuling could naturally glean the cold look in Han Li's eyes, and her heart sank in response, but she could only muster up her courage, and ask, "Do you recognize Elder Shimin, Brother Han?" A series of emotions quickly flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he seemed to have arrived at some sort of decision as he reverted back to his normal calm expression, and replied, "I'm not very familiar with him." "It's just that fellow Taoist Shiman had caused some trouble for me back when I hadn't reached the nascent soul stage." Ling Yuling was quite relieved that Han Li was making light of the matter, and she hurriedly changed the subject as she said, "I see. If Elder Shimin caused you any offense in the past, I hope you may forgive him, Brother Han. Let's get back to our discussion about Wan Tianming, shall we? After all, the top priority for our Star Palace is to eradicate the Starfall Coalition." The white-robed elder was also slightly relieved after hearing Han Li's words, but he was still unable to completely quell the fear in his heart. "I don't know what the late sages told you, fellow Taoist Ling, but the promise I made to them was that I would only step in if and when your life is under direct threat, and I'll do everything in my power to save you. I didn't promise them that I would fight for the Star Palace against a cultivator of the same cultivation base as mine to the death," Han Li said in a slow voice. His words were met with complete silence. "If the Star Palace falls, do you think I can remain safe, fellow Taoist Han? Besides, I'm not asking you to fight Wan Tianming to the death, I'm simply asking you to hold him off while I lead the Star Palace in a retaliation against the Starfall Coalition. Surely that's within your capabilities, Brother Han," Ling Yuling said in a slow voice as her brows furrowed. "That is indeed something I'm capable of doing. However, Wan Tianming is a great cultivator as well, and I won't be able to predict whether he'll try to engage me in a battle to the death. If you agree that I can flee the battle should he unleash some type of powerful trump card, I can consider stepping in on this occasion. Then again, the welfare of the Star Palace and your safety are 2 completely different matters. Even if the Star Palace ceases to exist, I'm confident in my ability to keep you alive, and that'll be enough to fulfill the promise I made to the former palace leaders. Otherwise, it's really not worth it for me to take this risk just for the benefits that the sages offered me in return." Han Li's calm reply highlighted the crux of the matter. Ling Yuling's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao had read between the lines, and his brows furrowed as he stroked his beard. Fellow Daoist Han, from what you're saying, it sounds like you won't necessarily refuse to help us, but we have to pay a sufficient price in exchange for your assistance, right? Of course, nothing in this world comes without a price. If your Star Palace offers me sufficiently tempting remuneration, I can consider taking a risk, Han Li admitted with a faint smile. What do you want from our Star Palace, fellow Daoist Han? It was Elder Ma who had spoken on this occasion. It's not a matter of what I want. Instead, it's a matter of what your Star Palace is planning to offer to me, Han Li replied expressionlessly. Different expressions appeared on the faces of the Star Palace elders, and some of them were beginning to converse through voice transmission. In reality, none of them were overly surprised by Han Li's rejection. If someone were to ask them to fight a cultivator of the same cultivation base to the death for no reward, they certainly wouldn't agree to do so, either. Furthermore, this was going to be a clash between two great cultivators, beings who stood at the pinnacle of the human world, so the risks involved would undoubtedly be more severe than in a battle between cultivators of a lesser caliber. However, it wouldn't be an easy task to offer a reward that could tempt Han Li. After all, a great cultivator like him would most likely simply scoff at normal treasures, materials, and cultivation arts. Ling Yuling sat in the main seat and looked on with a contemplative expression as the elders conversed among themselves. After a while, she broke the silence and said, "Your proposal is quite reasonable, Brother Han. However, ordinary items clearly won't be able to catch your eye, so I'm willing to offer the cultivation art of our Star Palace's Divine Essence Fused Light and our Divine Essence Fused Mountain as a reward. Will that be satisfactory to you, fellow Daoist Han?" The Divine Essence Fused Light is an extremely powerful cultivation art, and only a man of Brother Han's extraordinary talent deserves to cultivate it. The reward that Ling Yuling was offering was none other than Han Li's objective for this trip, and this turn of events came as quite a surprise to Han Li. His expression faltered slightly before he appraised Ling Yuling through narrowed eyes and fell into deep thought. All of the other Star Palace elders were startled to hear this, but after exchanging glances with one another, none of them stated any objections. The Divine Essence Fused Light was indeed an extremely powerful cultivation art that had been used by the late Heavenly Star Sages. However, it was also quite renowned to be very difficult to cultivate, and its disadvantages were also quite apparent. As such, for normal nascent soul cultivators, this was certainly a tempting prospect, but it wasn't actually one that held much practical value. As such, no one had any objections to Ling Yuling's proposal. Instead, they were all worried about whether Han Li would actually agree to this deal. Much to their surprise, Han Li only contemplated the offer for a short while before nodding with a meaningful expression. It seems that Fairy Ling already knew what I wanted. I'm not a greedy person, so I won't ask for any more than that. I'm happy to accept this offer. When the time comes, I'll help your Star Palace hold off Wan Tianming. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to kill him, but I'll make sure that he won't be able to attack any of you. Alright, our Star Palace has full trust in you, Brother Han. I'll get someone to give you the cultivation art for the Divine Essence Fused Light, and once this battle concludes, I'll present the Divine Essence Fused Mountain to you. A smile had reappeared on Ling Yuling's beautiful features. Seeing as he had achieved his objective, Han Li didn't wish to stay here any longer, and he rose to his feet as he said, "In that case, I'll be awaiting further instructions from you on how to proceed, fellow Daoist Ling. It's been a rather tiring journey for me, so I'm going to take my leave and have some rest." Ling Yuling immediately nodded as she turned to Elder Zhao with an amicable expression, and instructed, "Of course. Elder Zhao, organize a silent cultivation chamber for fellow Daoist Han so he can rest and recuperate." Fellow Daoist Han is an esteemed guest of ours, so I'll have to trouble you to look after him, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao nodded and extended a bow toward Ling Yuling before leading Han Li out of the hall. Han Li nodded toward Ling Yuling, but didn't immediately follow Elder Zhao out of the room. Instead, he suddenly turned his gaze to Elder Shimet, upon which a faint blue light shimmered through his eyes, and only then did he make his way out of the hall in an unhurried manner. A chill ran down Elder Shimen's spine at the sight of Han Li's cold gaze, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sense, which almost made him jump up from his seat. However, after Han Li turned and left, the sharp pain in his spiritual sense completely disappeared, as if it had just been a figment of his imagination. Elder Shimen was naturally very alarmed, and he hurriedly conducted a thorough examination of his own body with his spiritual sense, only to find that nothing was amiss. Elder Shimen was greatly relieved after making that discovery. It appeared that he had been excessively paranoid. After all, they were situated in the Star Palace right now, and even a great cultivator wouldn't dare to attack him. However, at the same time, he had made up his mind. As soon as this conference was over, he was going to find an obscure location to hide in and only emerge when the battle began. During this time, he was going to take extra care not to bump into Han Li in order to ensure his own safety. After all, that attack he had unleashed in the Heaven Void Hall all those years ago had almost taken Han Li's life, and now that Han Li was far more powerful than he was, it was very unlikely that he would simply be willing to let bygones be bygones. If he had known that Han Li would become so powerful, he would have either refrained from attacking him or made absolute sure that he was dead. Elder Shimen's heart was filled with remorse as he heaved an internal sigh. As soon as Han Li and Elder Zhao had left, Elder Ma turned to Ling Yuling with a skeptical expression, and asked, "Palace Master, is that Han Li really going to be able to hold off Wan Tianming? And are we sure that he can be trusted? What if this man is actually allied with the Starfall Coalition, and he lends his assistance to them during the battle instead? If that happens, we'll be completely lost. Wouldn't it be safer to continue to guard Heavenly Star City through the use of our restriction?" "Don't worry, Elder Ma. I've known fellow Daoist Han even before he made the deal with my late parents. Even though we're not close friends, I know that he has a lot of bad blood with the Starfall Coalition due to the incidents surrounding the Heaven Void Cauldron many years ago, so there's no way that he would pledge his allegiance to them. As for whether he can actually hold off Wan Tianming, I'm confident in his ability to do so. After all, fellow Daoist Han reached the late nascent soul stage even earlier than Wan Tianming did, and he also has the Heaven Void Cauldron to assist him, so he should be the more powerful of the two great cultivators no matter how we look at it. Besides, do any of you have any better ideas? The restriction around our Heavenly Star City is indeed quite powerful, but it definitely won't be able to last for too long under the constant bombardment from the Heavenly Windfire Formation. We can't just take a passive approach and hope for the best. A decisive result has to be reached, and either the Starfall Coalition has to fall or our Star Palace will cease to exist," Ling Yuling replied in a firm voice. Elder Ma contemplated the situation for a while but was unable to provide any alternative tactics, so he could only reluctantly concede, "If that's the case, then it seems we can only rely on that man." Elder Ma was the most disobedient and uncouth Star Palace elder by far, so Ling Yuling was quite pleased that even he had no objections to her proposed course of action. As such, she continued, "Let's discuss how we're going to attack the Starfall Coalition, and also how we're going to break their Heavenly Windfire Formation." Within a peaceful silent cultivation chamber, Han Li sat with his knees crossed and his eyes closed as he made a strange hand seal. After a long while, he suddenly stirred as he slowly opened his eyes. "Are you going to find that Elder Shimen now?" The endless sky beast's tender voice sounded beside his ears. "You know what I'm up to." Han Li remained expressionless, but his voice had become more grim. I don't know exactly what secret technique you used, but you clearly used your spiritual sense to place a spiritual marker on that man before you left the hall. Even though that secret technique was nothing special, the power of your spiritual sense ensures that none of the cultivators in the palace would have been able to detect what you were doing. I'm assuming you didn't place the spiritual marker on that man so you could invite him out for a meal, right? The demon beast chuckled. Seeing as you already know everything, then there's nothing for me to deny. That man almost took my life in the heaven void hole,